Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. I see many of you already making your way down, but we're going to make that official call now. No box to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is no box, non-electronics, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 for your first of 2 qualifying hits. Once again, we are relatively close to getting things underway. So this is a second call we're making now for non-electronics to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Once again, no box. We need you in lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Electronics, we're going to be putting you on a standby call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super stock and stock racers, please stop in and sign at Dave Jung's pit down near Tech. Once again, that is stock and super stock racers. Please make sure that you sign in at Dave Jung's pit near the Tech area as soon as is possible before qualifying is concluded. the first pairing of Door Wars Elimination Day. Non-electronics, the first class. Up to party, Lance, the Zealots. Racing the full clip Malibu up against Rob Monroe Jr. and the SD Performance Gibson Racing Transmissions Horizon Paint 1969 Acadia. .322 with a 128 miles an hour. Rob Monroe Jr. goes at 1071 at 123 for the first installation pass. It's just one foul right on the tree for Rob Monroe Jr. Bring up the next pairing, up on 5 with the race over here, TCS side. I can tell you right now, it's Richard Love in the S10. Lordco side, double red ball, 2 thou to a 17 thou right on the tree. Love gets there first. 1052 with a 9, 126 miles an hour. The racer over in the TCS lane going at 1175 with the 1 at 109. We bring up Matt Marshall out of Hazleton to race Trevor McDonald. 1995 GMC out of Airdrie, Alberta. Burt Worrell will bring out the 1969 Dart against Cade Shirk in the Blue Genie for Titanium Auto Group and Fat Black Incorporated. Turns on the red line by 0.02 of a second. Cade Shirk was 1/10 to the good. World goes at a 10.010, 132 miles an hour. Cade Shirk went 13.244 with the 7 at 101. Brings up Mustang over here on that TCS side. Race Brian Heffel in the Chevrolet over out of Abbotsford. 434, small block Chevy engine underneath Heffel's machine. As he'll roll straight into the pre-stage beams. Heffel runs through at a 9.417, 143 miles an hour. The driver TCSI goes 13.317 at 100 miles an hour. Bring up Krista Loudett for Titanium Auto Group in the GMC Jimmy to race Dave Shirk in the 1986 Blazer out of Kelowna. 13.5 to 115 miles an hour. For Dave Shirk, Krista Loud, it goes 13.746 at 93. Clocks in at 965, 135 miles an hour. His opponent was a 12.710 at 105.
Chevy Nova. Nick Barnhart takes the 4 to the barn find 4 to a 10.28 at 128. Brings up Kevin Garlock over in that Camaro Lordco side. Attention to pits, attention to the pits. We need electronics to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Box, electronics, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is going to put junior dragsters and junior classes on standby. Ralph Ehlers runs down a 1063 with a 225 miles an hour in the LS Stang. Simona goes a 1053 with a 7 at 93 miles an hour. We'll bring up Everett Heath in the Chevy Nova out of Maple Ridge for 1972 over in the TCS lane. Be the Lordco lane to get there first with a 959 at a 138 miles an hour. Everett Heath goes 11.096 at 117. Dustin Brewington bringing up the Chevy Camaro over in that Lordco lane. Brewington on a very, very successful season thus far. Taking race number 5 in some of the G Series for the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, as well as races 6 and 8 in Super Pro. His opponent runs a 924, 140 miles an hour, while Brewington himself goes 13.913 at 98.
So Sylvia Hookston's going to look to get there ahead of the 1999 Camaro. Camaro runs down at 10:23 with a 4, 129 miles an hour, while Sylvia Hookston's goes 12:58 at 106. Darren Bust will bring up his Chevy Nova from 1968 out of Sydney, BC to race the Corvette. Often running in the Super Combo category over in that Lordco lane. The Corvette goes 8:19 with a 766 miles an hour. Darren Bust goes 9:90 with a 6 at 133. This is going to turn into a single pass over here in the TCS lane. Barry Madison carrying the front wheels of the Coronet. Gets back down to terra firma, runs through a 984, 137 miles an hour. And some sort of fluids needing to be cleaned up over on the start line on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Brings up Mal Patterson of the Albion Tireland Malfunction Acadian. It's one of the cars that loves to carry those front wheels up when it leaves the hitch. Through it at 10 with a 6, 132 miles an hour. Brings up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon, racing Ross Walker's Chevy 2. Dustin Hunter looking to be one of the quicker cars here in non-electronics. Walker, Dustin Hunter, 12 foul to the good. Hunter goes a 909 with a 0, 147 miles an hour. Ross Walker a 1005 at 131. Continuing to advance our way through no box. Qualifier number 1 is the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2, driven by Daryl Tippy out of Surrey. Racing Jim Stahl in the Mustang over North Coast side. And Tippy clocks in a 1070 with a 9, 124 miles an hour. Jim Stahl goes 11474 at 119. Sean Langley brings up the Mach 1 Hustler. Sportsman champion down at Pacific Raceway from last year, racing John Taback in the Rad Torque Systems S10. 005 on the tree for Taback. Go to the top end with a 1052 with a 5, 126 miles an hour. Sean Langley goes 11897 at 112. Jeff Whitworth will bring out the Ford Mustang out of the 9M for precise mechanical repairs to race Larry Rodenizer in the old Yeller Ford. gets there first. 9:44 with the 6, 139 miles an hour. Jeff Whitworth. It's 13:004, 107. Jim Banky will race the Plymouth Barracuda for Raptor Systems, Titanium Auto Group, and Bucky's Mini Excavating over the TCS lane, racing longtime friend and rival Chris Stone from the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. Big wheels up launch for Jim Banky. He'll run through 9:95 of the 433 miles an hour. Chris Stone goes a 10:037 at 130. We'll bring up Mark Muscant. Muscant racing Lordco Auto Parts. Machine racing the Roadster. And the 66 Studebaker, no match for the Roadster. The Roadster gets their first 891 with a 441 miles an hour. Mark Muscant coast through to a 1647 at 82 miles an hour. Matt Warner coming up from Sumas, Washington, the Linden Service Center. 66 Mercury to race Andy Antle. The Antle Towing Shop F100. Huge wheels up launch. Matt Warner gives a little bounce before finally sent down to terra firma. Antle gets their first 881 with an 850 miles an hour. Matt Warner goes 10:47 at 124. Haven't seen Andy Antle out much so far in the 2023 season of the Titanium Strip. I believe this is only the second time I'm seeing that truck out to party. Hoping he'll be back out later on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior Dragsters, once again, you're on standby. Junior Dragsters, this is once again your standby call. We'll be calling you up in short order. Mike, the command, bringing up the 69 Camaro for MasterCard. Going up against John Van Derzen. 66 Chevy 2. McMahon goes at an 889, 152 miles an hour. John Van Derzen goes 10:57 at 93. Kevin McCauley brings up the cutlass of the top end. It is Rob Hodgson, though, to get there first. 10:79, 123 miles an hour, while Dale Jansen goes 11:94 with a 9 at 111. That's going to wrap it up for no box qualifying. We'll roll into box qualifying for their first of 2 hits. So one qualifier hit complete with what is arguably our biggest class on the property this weekend. And how about we kick it off with a pair of dragsters. Tammy Peugeot bringing up the Raptor Systems Dragster.
to race Rashid Al-Balushi in the JBS Equipment Dragster. That dragster usually driven by Justin Bond in Super Comp competition, or Super Pro. He makes the run up here, but handed the reins to Rashid for the weekend as he runs himself in the Bahrain 1 Racing Pro Mod Camaro. Both dragsters away to the top end. 7:02 the 3 for Rashid Al-Balushi at 186 miles an hour. Tammy Peugeot gonna go at a 7:72 with a 9 at 171. We bring up Ted Buss of the Shawnigan Trucking Straight Line Race Car Collision Ford Roadster to race Martin Rochelle in a Super Street Malibu. It's a bit of a coin toss as to whether Rochelle's going to look to run that car out or use the Super Street throttle stop. He's going to look to run that one out the back door. When it's less restricted, that car can run the low 10-second bracket instead of the 10.9 Super Street Index. Frequently runs closer to the 10 range. This time it'll be a 10.28 at 122 miles an hour for Rochelle. Ted Buss goes a 9.08 at 143. We bring up Kim Jongkind for Reckless Restoration, as seen on TV. Bush Wreck Rescue on the Discovery Channel, as well as Titanium Auto Group. Racing against Brady Lou for JBS Equipment. Another pair of dragsters. First 7.85 with a 3 at 168 miles an hour. Jongkind goes 8.12 with a 3 at 165. Attention to pits, attention in the pits. We need junior classes to the lanes. Junior classes to the staging lanes. We're gonna get Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. That is Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Voth running down the racetrack now. Voth clocks in at 9:55 of the 6, 140 miles an hour. McNichol musters a 10:07 with a 3 at 133. Here's a sight we don't see too often. Al Oman brings up his motorbike. Typically runs in our motorcycle category, but with that not running this weekend, testing out a new delay box on his machine. He'll test it against Nick Angelucci in the Malibu. Runs through a 9.10 with a 2, 139 miles an hour. Nick Angelucci goes 10.70 with a 2 at 126. We bring up Aaron Phillips, the race Jan Christensen. Christensen, of course, running the Nova in Canada West Doorslammers, where Christensen currently sits towards the lower end of the qualifying sheets on what is one of our biggest class of the weekend. Currently 41 cars qualify for Canada West Doorslammers. Christensen sits as number 36 among them.
Christensen goes a 792 with a 1, 168 miles an hour. Aaron Phillips goes 811 with an 8 at 158. In the next pairing down, it's a 966. Lordco side, 160 miles an hour. TCS side goes a 955 with the 5 at 138. Bring up another one of our regular super combo runners on that Super Street Index over here, TCS side. Racing George LeBlanc for the Kelowna Dental Clinic. Wild Wart Water Wall. Try saying that 5 times fast. And Java Group in the Chevelle over in the Lordco lane. .873 with the 7 for LeBlanc, 155 miles an hour. The Super Streetcar goes 1087 with a 1 at 136. We bring back Dustin Brewington with the Camaro out of Kennewick, Washington to race Cam Shantz in the Ford Roadster. Double red bulb, 18th out to a 4th out. Cam Shantz runs through an 880 with a 3, 146 miles an hour. Lordco side. TCS side, it goes 1024 with an O at 129 miles an hour. We bring up Anthony Katnick for TK Performance, racing Danny Hodder in the Spitzer Dragster in Renton, Washington. Katnick goes 891 with 0, 152 miles an hour. The Dragster goes 769 at 170. We bring up Stefan Robert in the Evil Bucket Roadster against Sean Braining in the Performance Auto Camaro. And that's going to turn into a single pass now for John Braining on this one, as cleaning up some mess over in the TCS lane. John Braining will run down at 914 with a 7 at 149 miles an hour. So we continue to clean up something of some description down on the starting line here in the TCS lane. So we're going to be down for a minute here while we touch up the racetrack and make sure everything is in tip-top shape. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that would be Mike Stewart looking to run up against John Braining. Coming on up, sorry, not against John Braining, against Stephen Roberts coming into the water box here. And still with plenty of box cars left to run. Ken Specialty Auto, Bucky's been the excavating, Stuart Bros Racing, Super Chicklet Chevy 2 over in the Lordco side against that Evil Bucket Roadster TCS side. Carrying the front wheels of the Roadster. Goes 12th now, red on the tree, follows it up with an 852 with a 4, 153 miles an hour. Mike Stewart goes 10 seconds exactly at 132 miles an hour. Stefan Robert, of course, taking that red light, but red lights do not matter here in qualifying. They will on his third hit of the day when we get ready for eliminations. Dan Parsons brings up the Quality Racing Duster against Richard Love, the SS Motorsports S10. Dan Parsons, a frequent runner in Super Combo as well as Super Street in the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Running the 1090 MDX. Love clocks in a 1054, 125 miles an hour. Dan Parsons a 1091 and 129. We bring up Emily Gerard in the Sheer Solution and Just Mechanical Dragster out of Chilliwack over in the Lordco lane. Nothing on file just yet for the Dragster over here at TCS side. TCS side, it's a 760 with a 2, 169 miles an hour. Emily Gerard, 749 with a 3 at 179 miles an hour. Brings up Rick Modal in the Camaro. In fact, I believe a pair of Camaros. That's why I'm going to want to come on up over in the Lordco lane. The start line with a 1 second reaction time. His Boney goes 008 on the tree, follows up with a 799 with a 4. Lordco's side at 170 miles an hour. Rick Modal goes 849 at 155. Dustin Hunter makes another return at the race. You don't often see Dustin Hunter running in the electronics class. He's typically a runner in, at least for our for some of the T weekends in the Pro Bracket and Hot Rod categories, racing the Ford Falcon. Going up against Mike Robinson of JBS Equipment, JS Power Sports. Ford. Hunter goes a 907 with a 6, 147 miles an hour. Mike Robinson a 910 with a 2 at 142. John DeBack makes another return to the Rad Torque Systems S10. And I believe that will be it then for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. And of course, National Tire Non-Electronics already completing their first qualifying pass. So as John DeBack logs a 1050 with a 1 at 126 miles an hour, that will take us around for Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Just doing some last-minute touch-ups here on the starting line for the junior classes. This will be setting to run to the stock and super stock classes for NWCR. Immediately following the junior categories. And then it'll be straight back into no box and box qualifying for a second round. We are flying through this program. Already 2 of our biggest classes of the day done, and we're not even an hour in. We don't often get times like that. So making great time, which means we can be prepped for some of the attrition that might befall us in the outlaw classes. Rolling to Junior Thunder, Hunter Thompson for JBS Equipment, putting down the first installation pass at 890 with a 274 miles an hour. Hunter Gallant brings it into BDL Auto Super Steve's Tires Diversified Rocket Coatings. Ran down at 886 at 71. Emily White will bring out the Junior Dragster over here in the TCS lane. Connor Jackson will bring it up on the Lordco side. 906 with an 871 miles an hour for Emily White. Connor Jackson goes 927 at 71 miles an hour. We'll bring up Owen Armstrong for Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Lordco Auto Parts and Badass Garage to race Cadence Rodrigue in the Milron Truck Body Kent Specialty Auto and Color Compass Corporation. Both these racers making about the 40-minute drive out from Chilliwack. Come race with us down to the Titanium Strip. Cadence Rodrigue, 1179 with 0.52 miles an hour. Owen Armstrong brings up a 16.967 at 36.
Well, attention to the pits, stock, super stock. We need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Stock, super stock racers. We need you guys to lanes 5 and 6 for your first qualifying runs.
Tanya Peterson brings up the Peterson Fabrication Van Ross Services and Big Rig Construction Junior Dragster to race Wesley Armstrong. The Fountain Tire Chilliwack Lordco Auto Parts Badass Garage Junior Dragster. 1/10 red on the tree for Natanya Peterson. Wesley Armstrong only 001 red on the tree. Tanya goes at a 12.76, 740 miles an hour. Wesley, 12.04 and 53. Isabel Marshall brings up the Titanium Auto Group Junior Drags over here. TCS side, April Bond for JBS Equipment will bring it up in the Lordco side. Of course, the entire Bond family out in full force this weekend, as is the Katnicks and the Belushis. Marshall goes at 907 with an 874 miles an hour. April Bond goes 899 with a 4 at 73. And that'll bring up Alex Green of the Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stanmore Motorsports machine over here in the TCS lane. They race Ashton Cannon for GK Performance of Lordco Auto Parts over in the spectator lane. $11.87 with a 3 53 miles an hour for Alex Green. Ashton Catton goes 11.86 with a 3, also at 53 miles an hour. So an extremely close race that one, decided by less than a tenth of a second. If this had been an elimination round for heads up, Bentley Johnson will bring out the half-scale junior dragster for Luke Soil and Bubba Speed Shop racing Adam Catton for TK Performance of the Lordco Auto Parts out of Maple Ridge. Bentley Johnson will get there first, 9.06 with the 6, 71 miles an hour. Adam Catton goes 8.94 at 72. We continue to roll our way through Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Bring up Jackson Dew for JBS Equipment out of Langley, racing Nate Green. For Green Bros Racing, the Global Container Terminals bumper stand machine. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Final call for junior classes to the lanes. Final call for junior classes to the lanes. Once again, we made the call for NWCR Super Stock to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, NWCR Super Stock to lanes 5 and 6 for your first qualifying hit. Jack Green will bring it up on a single path for Global Container Terminals bumper stand at Green Bros Racing. Local driver here out of Mission. We're going to make the call for National Tire Non-Electronics to be on standby. National Tire Non-Electronics, this is your standby call. Jack Green goes 14.088, 43 miles an hour. That wraps up Peden Industries Junior Thunder. We roll to Peden Industries Junior Lightning. McKenna Thompson will bring it up in the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster to Mission to race CL Gagnon. For Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, and Big Kids Racing. cars a little bit louder, a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. Fastest cars, this one going to be running about 790s. Racing up to the 8th mile in all junior categories. .792 with a 5, 81 miles an hour from McKenna Thompson. It's a 791 at 82 for CL Gagnon. Abigail White brings it up in the Lordco lane. Looking to be racing Nick Bond for JBS Equipment over here, TCS side. While we have a brief moment here, I want to announce that Team Automation will be selling 50-50 tickets from 11 o'clock to 3 p.m. today. That is in just under an hour. There'll be 2 sellers walking around, as well as a stationary booth next to the Pro Shop. So in about 55 minutes or so, you can pop on down, buy yourself a 50-50 ticket. Last year, the prize pool ended up being, I believe, just over $2,000 that the winner took home. .790 with the 7, 82 miles an hour for Nick Bond. Abigail White goes .793 with a 1 at 82 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. We're going to make the call for National Tire non-electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. National Tire, no box. Come up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second and final qualifying hit. And that obviously will mean that Rat Torch Systems box, Rat Torch Systems Electronics, you are on standby. Saeed Al-Balushi running down on the Bahrain 1 JBS Equipment Junior Dragster runs an 8.12 with a 4, 79 miles an hour. Alexi Winterbottom takes the Bowtie Ventures Dragster to a 795 at 81. Bring up Junior Lightning runner-up Colton Morin racing Emma Debris-Coos over in the Lordco side. JBS Equipment, Tires Plus, Total Dairy Solutions, and Rex Cox being represented over here by the Morin Motorsports Junior Dragster over TCSI. That car, a newer Junior Dragster, was brand new just last year. They showed up to the first race of 2022 before they even had that amazing wrap put on it. MDA Crews representing Titanium Auto Group, Vancouver Car Ramps, B&D Lift Trucks, and Shawnigan Trucking in the half dragster out of Shawnigan Lake. .801 with a 6, 81 miles an hour for Colton Moore, and Emma Debris Coos goes at 802 at 80 miles an hour. We'll bring up Lincoln Shark at the Titanium Auto Group at Rad Torque Systems, new dragster, and they are shutting him off as it will be a single, I believe, for Aiden Katnick for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. As something going awry for Shirk over here, TCS side. Shirk refire, they're going to roll him forward. So this will be a double pass after all for Shirk and Katnick. Defending champion Lincoln Shirk puts in a 798, 81 miles an hour. Aiden Katnick goes a 784 at 81 miles an hour. That looks to wrap it up for Peden Industries Junior Lightning. We roll to Junior Street. You can start racing in this class once you're 13 years of age. (13 to 17 years of age for the Junior Street category. It is the only bracket class where there are two individuals in the vehicle. The licensed driver, typically a parent of the racer, and then of course the racer themselves. We'll bring up Tyler Smith. I believe that might be Tyler Smith. I know it's Tara Monroe in the Blazer over here, TCS side. Tyler Smith, of course, had a bounty put on his head after winning race number 4 of the NHRA Somebody T Series. That bounty increased to $50 in Tim Hortons gift card. So first racer to eliminate Tyler Smith, that is a big if at this point in time, though, will get themselves a $50 gift card for Tim Hortons. Smith so far has dominated Junior Street, has won the first 5 races of the season. Looking to make it 6 for 6. Tara Monroe goes 11.52 with a 3, 60 miles an hour. Tyler Smith goes 10.65 with a 1 at 68. We'll bring up a little minivan here in the TCS lane to race Sophia Getz out of Kamloops. Sophia Getz runs her a 10.08 with a 1, 69 miles an hour. The minivan ran a 10.25 with an 8 at 61. We'll bring up Richard Peterson for Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabrication, stitches by Shireen in the Ford pickup out of Grand Valley, Alberta. Or Grand Prairie, Alberta, I should say. 083 red on the tree for Richard Peterson. We'll run that through to the 8th at 9.629, 75 miles an hour. That's looking to wrap it up then for Peden Industries Junior Street. And Cole, I'll turn it back to you then for NWCR Stock and Super Stock.
So, of course, the stock, super stock combo class currently in the staging lanes, getting ready to roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts bridge here as they'll come out for their first qualifying session of the morning. And a nice look and feel of the cars lined up and ready to go as we await the first pair in the water box. Just a quick look over of the racing surface itself before we roll into stock, super stock qualifying session number 1 here at Mission Raceway Park for Saturday of the Door Wars weekend, presented by the Titanium Auto Group at the Titanium Strip. And, of course, a full day of racing action ahead of us, stretching straight on into the evening, and plenty of race cars on the property. Make sure to head on over the bridge and check out some of the cars. If you're over there on the spectator side, we'll have food trucks opening up, as well as the bouncy castle and kids zone that you can see getting set up over here on the pit side of things as well. Again, that's still getting set up. That'll be up and running in a little bit. AFD Petroleum also over here with their truck driving simulator right beside of the tower. So plenty of things to check out in addition to all of the cars in action here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park for Door Wars 11. So you can hear the first pair of stock, super stock combo cars firing up and rolling into the water box, and 2 stock eliminator machines. TCS lane, the K-Stock automatic Fox Body Mustang up against Pete Legg out of Surrey in his 1956 Chevy Nomad. Pete Legg usually running this thing in Q stock automatic. Of course, the category with the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Series, with stock eliminator being a staple in the NHRA series. Wheels up launch for the Mustang. Pete goes red. The Lordco Auto Parts lane, which doesn't really matter so much in qualifying. As the Fox Body gets down to the top end with 1167 with an 811 miles an hour, 1380 with a 093 miles an hour. For the Nomad, for Pete Legg out of Surrey, Dave Jung over there in his 1996 Camaro, 305 cubic inches of Chevy power, the GTA automatic machine, and up against the Dodge Dakota, the Q stock automatic Dodge over in the TCS lane. Looks like something a little bit wonky going on with the trees. There you can see that started talking up here to the tower here to make sure that you get a quick reset. They'll back the cars both out of the beams, and Dave Jung, who's helping out this weekend with the Super Stock combo over the Super Stock side of things. And of course, that high revving Dakota that's a former NHRA national record holder in class. So still some more problems, though. The Dakota's going to get a time as it will make its way down the TCS side of the racetrack and gets to the top end with a 1296 with a 698 miles an hour. And Dave Jung will have another attempt there in the Camaro, as you can hear him shutting him off in the water box. And Dave will back it up as the next pair already rolling up. So Dave Jung backing up the Camaro, so some problems for Dave's machine as it'll make its way to the water box. Next pair coming up, the Ken's Custom Auto Machine Chevy Malibu over there on the far side, the L Stock Automatic Machine, and Super Stock Chevelle over here in the tower side, the Super Stock J Automatic Machine for the Stobie family. For a wheels up launch over there on the TCS side of the racetrack is again the Super Stock Chevelle against the Stock Eliminator Malibu. Wheels up a pair. 096 light for the TCS lane. 091 light over there in the far side, and Stobie is out of it early and is going to be coasting through to the top end. A 1200 with a 4 for the Malibu at 107 miles an hour. So waiting on the Chevelle to clear the top end, as it is John Buzinski out of Pitt Meadows in his 1970 Barracuda over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The E-Stock Automatic Machine up against the Copo Camaro and Factory Stock D, of course. Factory Stock, a newer addition to the world of stock eliminator racing with the Copo Camaros, Cobra Jets, and the Drag Pack Challengers. Camaro kind of drifting over towards the center line, able to drive it back into the groove as they head down the racetrack and through the traps with a 10, a 23 with a 532 miles an hour for the racer in the TCS lane. And John over there in the 1970 AAR Cuda, an 11.02 with an O at 118 miles an hour for the E-Stock automatic machine. So Dave Jung back for attempt number 2 at getting his Camaro down the racetrack. The GTA automatic machine. GT standing for Grand Touring. Well, 305, and looks like this is going to round out stock, super stock combo, and more problems there for Dave as you saw the thing leave the line and lurch off the line. He's going to idle it down the racetrack to get a time in for qualifying to get him on the run sheet. So Dave Jung finishing off stock, super stock combo qualifying as he'll coast through the top end in that machine. And tough break for Dave there. Looks like he left before the tree is activated. So here we go, Nolan. Looks like non-electronics coming back up to the lanes, or to the line, and in the lanes right now is a very full field of non-electronic competitors, around 40 cars taking time in the first qualifying session.
40 cars exactly taking times in the National Tire non-electronics category here for DOORWARZ 11. We begin our second rotation of qualifying hits for the bracket categories. It'll be the last hit of qualifiers before we start eliminations later today. Ryan Johnston hightails up with the Nasty Fish Racing Investors Group Corvette. Clocks an 8:23 with a 7, 166 miles an hour. Krista Laudit goes 13,491 at 96. Current number 1 qualifier would be John Tabak with a 005 reaction time. Of course, not that it matters anything, as we have way more than 16 cars. That will make this random for, I think, the first 2 rounds at the very least. Justin Brewington brings up the Camaro against Neil Cutherson in the Chevy pickup out of Aldergrove. Dave Schrick will bring up the Blazer to race Jeff Whitworth of the Precise Mechanical Repairs Ford Mustang over in that Lordco lane. Matt Marshall will bring up the pickup out of Hazleton, BC to race Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington in the Chevrolet. .10.22 with a 330 miles an hour. Matt Marshall goes 11.78 with a 5 at 108. We'll bring up Eric Hansen. Want to thank Mr. Transmission North Vancouver himself. Racing the Plymouth to race Brad Owens in the Bel Air. Brad Owens goes a 9.83 with a 135 miles an hour. Eric Hansen goes 12.82 with the 2 at 104. We'll bring up Jim Stahl in the 2004 Mustang against Brian Heffel in the Chevrolet. '09 on the tree for the Vega, 04 here TCS side for the Mustang. And the Vega gets there first at a different zip code. 940 with an 8, 142 miles an hour. Jim Stahl goes 1149 at 119. That brings up Sylvia Hookstins in the Mustang to race Trevor McDonald in the GMC pickup. As Trevor McDonald will run the GMC pickup and Sylvia Hookstins will run a 12.55 with a 506 miles an hour TCS side. McDonald goes 10.81 with the 2 at 125 miles an hour. The Barn Find Fox Body makes its run up, driven by Nick Barnhart. The race Cody Plews. An Ansel towing Chevy Camaro. Jim Banky takes the Rad Torque Systems Titanium Auto Group Bulky's Mini Excavating Wheel Stamping Barracuda to a 10.01 with a 2, 129 miles an hour. Chris Stone ran a 10.04 with a 5 at 130. That brings up Richard Love in the Reflections Guesthouse SS Motorsport Test 10 to race Brandon Piskasek in the Motoring Canada with Thomas Ford Mustang. Still no one in this second qualifying run coming close to beating John DeBag's 005 on the tree. Andy Antle brings up the Antle Towing Shop truck once again for the F100 to race Larry Rodenizer in the Old Yeller. That one we good to the tree for Larry Rodenizer. Andy Antle almost 2/10 though on that tree. Antle goes 8.81 with a 3, 149 miles an hour. Rodenizer goes 9.46 with a 2 at 139. We will bring up Matt Warner in the Lordco lane for the Linden Service Center machine. Wheels up high for Matt Warner, slams down to terra firma just shy of the 330 mark. 15th thou red on the tree from Matt Warner, but carrying that car well over 45 degrees on the launch. Runs through with a 10.51 with an 824 miles an hour. We'll bring up John Van Derzen in the Chevy 2 against Rick Hoekstra in the pickup. As Van Derzen runs at 10:45 with the 3 at 94 miles an hour, we continue through no box qualifying. Ralph Ehlers brings up the LS Mustang. Fox body to race Kevin McCulley in the 66 Canso out of Armstrong. McCulley will rip the Cutlass up towards the top end. .1198, 110 miles an hour for McCulley. Ralph Ehlers went 1074 at 124 miles an hour. We'll bring up Rob Hodgson in the Dart to race for Barry Peterson in the 1965 Cornet. Hodgson goes 1085 with a 7, 122 miles an hour. Barry Patterson goes 988 with a 1, 136, which will bring up Everett Heath in the Chevy Nova and Mal Patterson, and Hills Albee and Tireland malfunctioning Acadian. Patterson goes a 10-13 with a 6, 131 miles an hour. Everett Heath goes 11-11 with a 2 at 117. We'll bring up Blair Criddle into the Precision Performance Ford Roadster to race Dustin Hunter, the Falcon Fast Ford Falcon. Criddle runs through with an 896 at 146 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter ran a 910 with a 5 at 146. We move up to Rob Monroe Jr. in the XT Performance, Gibson Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint 1969 Acadian to race Sean Langdon in the Mach 1 Hustler. Rob Monroe Jr. clocks in with a 10.75 with a 1 at 123 miles an hour. Sean Langley goes 11.91 with a 3 at 112. We'll bring up one of the Shirks. Believe this to be Cade Shirk over here in the GMC Jimmy, nicknamed as the Blue Genie for Titanium Auto Group and Fat Black Incorporated, racing Daryl Tippy and Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies 1962 Chevy 2. Trip zip with a 2 on the tree for Daryl Tippy. 2 10,000ths of a second rockets to the #1 qualifying spot. That will be a nigh impossible time to beat short of a quad zip. We'll see if John DeBack can follow up on his 005 reaction time, racing Al Proc in the Plymouth. And unable this time around for John DeBack, goes 028 on the tree, so still not a bad light. Proc 6/10 late on the call with that one, as DeBack will run a 10.51, 126 miles an hour. Proc on 11.184 at just 101 miles an hour. Brings up Mark Muscant of the Muscant Racing Lordco Auto Parts machine out of Vernon. The Studebaker will race Ross Walker in his Chevy 2. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We need box to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 for your second qualifying hit and your last qualifying hit on the day. .003 red for Ross Walker. And so he'll take that light to the top end with a 10.07 with a 6 at 130 miles an hour. Mark Muscant will put down a 16.47 at 82 miles an hour. We bring up Lance Bissolet with the full clip Chevy Malibu to race Jeff Bell in the Dart. Jeff Bell goes 9.62 with a 0, 138 miles an hour. SLA goes 10.65 with a 0 and 126. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior classes, you are on standby. All junior classes, you are on standby. We bring up Kevin Garlock. Oh, sorry, we do not bring up Kevin Garlock. We bring up Darren Burst first in the Chevy Nova on a single pass over Lordco's side. .990 with a 7, 133 miles an hour. We'll bring up Kevin Garlock in his Chevy Camaro to race Mike Mahone. It's a battle of the Camaros, 71 versus 69. One of them, though, we need to take a second look to make sure it was a Camaro. With the motor, he's got underneath that a 498 cubic inch Chevy motor. Sponsored by MasterCard over in that Lordco lane. Dead heat towards the quarter mile. It'll be 8.75, 154 miles an hour from Mike McMahon. Kevin Garlock goes 8.96 with the 7 at 147. And it's looking like that'll wrap up National Tire Non-Electronics. We'll move to Rad Torque Systems Electronics for their second and last qualifying hit. So we'll be running through this next round of qualifying with the electronic category and then, of course, all of the Peden Industry Junior Street guys before we run into our first round of eliminations on the day, which will feature no box, and then, of course, the junior classes. Then it'll be stock and super stock for their second qualifying hit after our first round of eliminations. We'll have ourselves a little stunt bike show, it looks like. I imagine that will be going down as track prep is underway. And then, of course, we'll have Doorslammer qualifying. Doorslammers and Pro Mods, of course, only qualifying throughout all of today. They will be eliminating tomorrow. Kim Jongkind comes up in the Reckless Restorations, as seen on TV, and the Bush Wreck Rescue on Discovery Channel. Protecting Model Group in the Dragster to race Dustin Brewington and the Camaro to Kennewick, Washington. Two red lights, doesn't matter though in qualifying. The Dragster runs through 8:11 with a 5, 164 miles an hour. Dustin Brewington goes at 10:25 with a 0 to 129. We bring up Rashida Belushi from Bahrain 1 Racing JVS Equipment, racing Justin Bond's Dragster against Tammy Peugeot for Rat Torque Systems over in the Lordco lane. Doesn't leave from the tree until 1.3 seconds after the bulbs went down. Rashida Belushi a 7:034, 186 miles an hour. Peugeot goes a 7:73 and 168. Will bring us up for a single pass here, looks like, with Al Lamond over in that Lordco lane. As I understand, testing a new delay box on the Kawasaki for the 50s machine shop machine, and that turns into a double pass as Nick Angelucci will bring up the Malibu over in the TCS side. .919 with a 3, 140 miles an hour for Al Lamond. And Angelucci goes at 10:63 with a 1 at 126. Brady Lowe brings out the JVS Equipment Dragster to race Emily Gerard. And the Sheer Solution and Just Mechanical Dragster. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Final call for Rad Torque Systems Electronic, and your final qualifying hit of the afternoon. If you're running the box, you have not made a hit, you have to do so now, or you might find yourself not being eligible for eliminations later on today. Brady Lowe goes a 785 with a 469 miles an hour. Emily Gerard, 752 with a 5 at 179, which brings up Dan Parsons and his Quality Racing Super Street Duster to race Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Two red lights, a 009 to a 006. Dustin Hunter ran a 907 with a 3 at 147 miles an hour. Dan Parsons, a 1093 with a 9 at 128. Brings up the Kelowna Dental Center machine again over here, TCS side. To race Mike Robinson, the Roadster in the Lordco lane. Now, I will not deny, when I first saw that Roadster coming up here in 2023, it was, it threw me for a loop. I'm so used to that car being bright blue, but no, it is scarlet red this time around for Mike Robinson, who's completely redone the paintwork on his Roadster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, we need junior dragsters to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 2. Richard Love brings up the Reflections Guesthouse SS Motorsports S10 to race Kevin McNichol, the 2014 Super Pro champion here at Mission Raceway Park. The 1967 Nova. Jan Christensen brings up the Dragster to Langley to race Aaron Phillips out of Chetwynd. 1998 Dragster. See the stands slowly filling up on both sides of the racetrack. Awesome to see so many folks coming on out for Door Wars 11 here on the Titanium Strip. So eliminations getting set to kick off here. I would estimate about the next 15 minutes-ish, 15 to 30 minutes-ish. continuing to roll our way through Rad Torque Systems Electronics qualifying. Danny Hodder brings up the 2002 Spitzer Dragster to race Jeremy Soares. The Soares Transport and Hot Shot Machine. That Dragster running often in Top Dragster over in the NHRA and Lordco, not Lordco, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. In fact, came on out for the divisional race just last year and ended up eliminating early. Decided to switch over to the Super Pro race for the ET Series, where he did make it good distance after being eliminated around one. Top Dragster. Both cars ripping up towards the top end. It'll be Soares getting there first. 7:59 with a 570 miles an hour. Danny Hodder goes 7:700 at 169. Only a handful of cars left now in Rad Torque Systems Electronics for second round of qualifying. Martin Rochelle and Rick Modal head down the racetrack. Will take the Camaro in first, 8:15 with a 9 at 161 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle goes 10:14 with a 7 at 126. That brings up John Braining and John Tabak. Vitor Minizzato over here, the 1980 Camaro over on the TCS side. John Tabak brings up the Rad Torque Systems S10 over the Lordco side. That will just leave, I believe, then Dave Jung, who will be our last electronics runner in the Lordco Auto Parts 1996 stock eliminator Camaro. That car also running in the stock super stock combo class later on this afternoon. First hit, though, in electronics, and rolls the beams with a big red light. So that will not be a run representative of what that car is capable of doing, as he'll shut it off early. And that will then wrap it up for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. We will move Cole into Junior Dragsters.
Yes, we will. Nolan is lined up and ready to go. Junior Thunder and Lightning in the staging lanes, courtesy of Peden Industries, as well as Junior Street getting ready to take to the titanium strip after another quick check of the starting lines. So junior class action coming up there. Second round of qualifying for this morning's racing action. Of course, coming up on Doorslammers scheduled to go off roughly at around 11:30 after some track prep and the first round of Pro Modified around noon, followed by Top Fuel Harley Pro Mod Bike, and then back into our non-electronics and electronics classes. So we can hear the first pair of juniors fired up and now coming underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. So Junior Thunder kicking things off. April Bond is in the TCS side of the racetrack in her pink and gray machine, the JBS Equipment sponsored Junior Dragster, up against Emily White over the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Qualifying in the junior divisions, much like non-electronics, electronic classes set by reaction time as opposed to ETs. So drivers trying to get their best reaction time off of the tree. Again, April Bond, a racer out of Mission, led into the beams, I believe, by Trevor Lowe out in the front of there, with Dad Justin putting on the final touches. Emily White over there. Final fist bump before she gets ready to bring it into the beams. Another racer from right here in Mission, the White Knuckle Racing. Lordco, Walco, and TNT sponsored machine over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack as we get ready for our first pair of Junior Thunder. So getting to the top end, 901 with a 0 for April Bond at 72 miles an hour. On the TCS side of the racetrack, 901 with an 8 for Emily White at 71 miles an hour. Over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, an 054 light for April. Unfortunately, Emily going 058 red over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So Adam Katnick is up next, TCS side of the racetrack out of Maple Ridge, and Hunter Thompson for JBS Equipment from right here in Mission over in the Lordco Auto Parts side. Final call for Junior Thunder and Lightning to get into the staging lanes. Final call for the junior classes to be in the lanes. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. No box, no box. You guys are on standby. That is National Tire Non-Electronics. You guys are on standby. So Katnick 050 light over there in the TCS side of the racetrack. Hunter Thompson goes 280 on the tree. 891 with the 1, 73 miles an hour on the TCS side of the racetrack for Adam Katnick. 893 with the 6, 74 miles an hour for Hunter Thompson over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Ashton Katnick now up. The TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts sponsored machine up against Cadence Rodrigue out of Chilliwack. The Milleron Truck Body, Ken's Specialty Automotive, and Color Compass Corporation sponsored Junior Dragster, getting ready to be led into the beams by Dad Dan. There'll be an Outlaw 275 competition coming up a little bit later on in the day. So 165 on the tree for Katnick and 100 on the tree for Rodriguez. They'll get to the top end with a 12 flat with a 2 for Ashton Katnick at 51 miles an hour, 12-17 with a 3 at 50 miles an hour. For Cadence Rodriguez, still moving along here in Junior Thunder before we head into Junior Lightning and Junior Street, all brought to us by Peden Industries. So next up, Tanya Peterson from Alberta, the Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, Rig Construction Machine, the TCS side of the racetrack up against Alex Green, the Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, and More Motorsports sponsored. Junior Dragster out of Mission. Oh, and Alex just goes red, 008 red on the tree, 198 light for Tanya Peterson. As Green will get to the stripe first, 1189 with the 354 miles an hour with that red light on the tree, 1274 at the 849 miles an hour from Tanya Peterson. As we'll roll on in with the next pair, Wesley Armstrong out of Chilliwack, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, and C25KG Law, as well as Lordco and Badass Garage sponsoring Wesley's machine. And over on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, Bentley Johnson, another Mission racer, sponsored by Lucas Oil, Bubba's Speed Shop. So Wesley making the step up into this new car from last year, getting guided into the beams by Dad. Wesley's younger brother, Owen, now stepping into his old car. We'll see Owen coming up in few pairs. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. National Tire, non-electronics, no box. We need you guys to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. No box to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Wesley Armstrong, 12.04 with a 7.53 miles an hour, and 0.23 light for Wesley, not too shabby. Bentley Johnson going 0.43 red and runs it through to a 9.08 with a 4 at 71 miles an hour. Hunter Gallant out of Chilliwack, TCS side of the racetrack, the BDL Auto, Super Steve's Tire, Diversified Rocket Coatings, sponsored machine. Up against Owen Armstrong. Again, we just saw Owen's brother Wesley over in the TCS side of the racetrack. Owen on the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Also out of Chilliwack, Fountain Tire Chilliwack. C25KG Law, Lordco Auto Parts, Badass Garage sponsored Junior Dragster. So getting ready for Gallant. 0.56 light for the race from the TCS side of the racetrack. Owen Armstrong, 159 on the tree. Also, Team on a Mission. They're selling 50-50 tickets from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. They'll have their 2 sellers walking around and stationary, both next to the Pro Shop, right next to the Half-Track Snack Shack. So again, Team on a Mission, 50-50 tickets on sale from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Their sellers are going to be walking around, and also they'll have their stationary booth next to the Pro Shop. So here we go with Connor Jackson out of Abbotsford over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. The TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Lordco Auto Parts sponsored Junior Dragster up against Jack Green, part of the Green family team, the Global Container Terminals and Bumper Stand car out of right here in Mission. Again, these young drivers trying to get their best reaction time to set them up for eliminations coming up. Here for DOORWARZ, kicking off their weekend, had their exhibition passes last night. 088 on the tree for Connor, 125 light for Jack. Connor will get to the top end first, 907 with a 0, 72 miles an hour. Jack Green, a 1395 with a 244 miles an hour. Up next will come Nate Green over here in the TCS side of the racetrack out of Mission, the Global Container Terminal's bumper stand machine, up against Jackson Dew, the JBS Equipment sponsored junior dragster. Was saying that the juniors are out here last night for the late night qualifying session at 7 o'clock, making some exhibition passes, had their themed costumes and special dressed up junior dragsters. Pretty cool if you want to go take a look back at that on the Lordco Auto Parts live stream from last night if you were not in attendance. Also had their pizza and ice cream party afterwards, so a fun weekend of racing for the junior dragsters, presented by Peden Industries. The Titanium Junior Dragster Shootout as well this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. .041 in the tree for Nate Green, a 204 light for Jackson Dew for the racer out of Langley, and a 912 with a 971 miles an hour, 1216 with a 951 miles an hour for Nate Green in the TCS side of the racetrack. So Isabella Marshall looks like kicking things off for Junior Lightning. So we wrap up Junior Thunder, an 030 light for Isabella Marshall. She'll carry it through to the top end with a 912 with a 573 miles an hour. And with a little bit older age comes a little bit more pep in what is usually the Briggs & Stratton powered machine. So Abigail White starting out the burnout. Another one of the Katnick family over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane is Abigail getting ready to bring it up to the line. That is Aiden Katnick out of Maple Ridge. TK Performance, Lordco Auto Parts sponsored machine. White Lightning Racing, Lordco, Walco, and TNT helping out Abigail White on the TCS side of the racetrack. Again, Junior Lightning, the quicker of the two junior dragster divisions. Junior Thunder, the entry-level division here at Mission Raceway Park for Peden Industries junior classes. You can see Junior Street coming up in a few pairs. Not too shabby in the reaction time department for Abigail White. Goes 023 in the trio, 93 light for Aiden Katnick. Runs it through to a 788 with a 5 at 82 miles an hour. 784 with a 9 at 80 miles an hour for Katnick over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. CL Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach over there on Vancouver Island. The Rad Torch Systems Titanium Auto Group Big Kids Racing sponsored machine. And over far side of the racetrack, the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster for McKenna Thompson being guided into the beams. Again, these Junior Lightning cars running over 80 miles an hour over only 660 feet with these very young drivers who, by the time they reach this lightning category, are already experienced drag racers. .047 for CL and .073 for McKenna. So CL goes through with 786 with an 8, getting to the stripe first at 82 miles an hour, 790 with an 8 at 80 miles an hour for McKenna Thompson over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So Emma DeBricu's in the Titanium Racing. Vancouver Car Wraps, B&D Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking. Junior Dragster from Shawnigan Lake over on Vancouver Island. Up against Nick Bond, one of the Bond family members. The JBS Equipment Machine. Again, Dad Justin at the back of the car. And Trevor Lowe, former Pro Modified regular out there, helping bring Nick into the beams. Both of Trevor's kids, graduates of Junior Dragster Racing. I know Brady in competition in electronics. And her Dragster, presented by Rad Torque. So 052 on the tree for Emma, 125 light for Nick Bond, and an 800 with a 1 at 80 miles an hour for Emma DeBricu's. She'll get to the stripe first, 794 to 81 miles an hour for Nick Bond over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack as we get our next pair. So, Lexi Winterbottom, the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Saeed Al-Balushi, Bahrain 1, JBS Equipment Junior Dragster. As Saeed taking a chance to get behind the wheel of a Junior Dragster here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, Dad Khaled in Pro Modified competition. The young racer out of the United Arab Emirates over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And Lexi Winterbottom, a little bit shorter commute for Lexi from Langley. The Bowtie Ventures sponsored machine. It's a Winterbottom family heavily involved in racing out here at Mission Raceway Park. Scott will be in competition a little bit later on in Doorslammer competition with his Camaro. So Saeed, 024 on the tree, putting in a good reaction time there for the young racer. With an 804 with an 8 at the line, 80 miles an hour, an 081 light for Lexi Winterbottom, 789 with a 9 at 81 miles an hour for Lexi. As we'll see Lincoln Shirk and Colton Morin. Morin, JBS Equipment, Tires Plus, TDS, Rex Cox sponsored machine, up against Lincoln Shirk, the Titanium Racing, JS Power Sports, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment sponsored Junior Dragster with Dad Derek getting ready to help guide him into the staging beams. This looks like the starter motor being brought in for Morin's machine as it might have quit down there in the starting line. Of course, the big distinction between the Junior Lightning is it looks like it is going to be a single for Lincoln Shirt. So just brought out of the beams there again is a quick reset of the Christmas tree now that it is a single run for Shirk over there in the TCS side of the racetrack. So Lincoln will bring it into the beams once again. So Lincoln 095 on the tree. Runs it through to a 798 with a 181 miles an hour. By the sounds of things, they've got Mr. Morin fired up and ready to go for his qualifying run, his second attempt. So Colton Morin's car coming back to life, and he will now have a single to try and get in that second qualifying hit. Again, the Morin Motorsports Junior Dragster over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Looks like this will wrap up Junior Lightning before we head into Peden Industries Junior Street. So here we go, Colton Morin tripping on that bottom bulb. Goes 0.59 red, again trying to get that best reaction time that he can to set that ladder in an 8 flat with a 0 at the top end of the racetrack with an 82 mile an hour run. So again, I believe that's going to do it for Junior Lightning action. Looks like we got Junior Street lined up and ready to go in the lanes. So Junior Street, relatively new addition to the world of the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series in the junior program, with kids ages 13 to 16 able to run the full-size vehicles down the 8th mile strip. And as long as they have a driver with a full driver's license over there in the passenger seat riding shotgun with them, you can see the cones coming out to help the drivers with the staging process and alert them where the first staging beam is as your first two Junior Street competitors get ready to roll into the water box. So Tyler Smith in the TCS side of the racetrack. Tyler has won, I believe, every single Junior Street race so far in 2023. Has a little bit of a bounty on his head going into the weekend. I believe $50 the wager if anybody can try and take out Tyler Smith driving his 2007 Chevy Silverado over there on the far side. The 1994 Blazer of Taryn Monroe for the young racer out of Surrey. So 021 light for Tyler Smith. Not messing around the Gerry's OK Tires Zap Strap Racing machine as he'll get to the finish line first as well. 1075 with a 367 miles an hour for Tyler Smith and Taryn Monroe. 1145 with a 3 at 60 miles an hour. Again, the 8th mile. So your next two Junior Street competitors making their way up to the line. Isaac Nircello out of Chilliwack in the 2003 Pontiac Montana Montana minivan. over against Richard Peterson out of Alberta, the Pro Power Management. Peterson Fabrication, stitches by Shireen, 2023 Ford Super Duty. Richard Zad Keith, the director of the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Richard actually had a little wager going on with Justin Bond yesterday that if Justin ran a 360 in qualifying, Richard would have to cut his hair. I do not have not seen if that has happened overnight yet, but Justin did run a 368 to put him at the top of the West Coast Pro Modified qualifying order. And Richard Peterson is really one of the first racers out of Alberta to take to the junior street program. And Isaac Nurcello, because when you think drag racing, you think the Pontiac, Montana. Which that goes to show you can run pretty much whatever you want in junior street as long as it passes technical inspection. Also, for more street legal drag racing, you can check out the Mopac Street Legals Friday nights throughout the racing season here at Mission Raceway Park. An 023 light from Isaac in the Montana. Richard Peterson with the power in the Super Duty to drive around him, which when it comes to race time won't really matter. Qualifying just for bragging rights, 970 with a 9, 142 light for Richard, but an 023 light and an 1122 with a 2, 61 miles an hour for Isaac. For the young driver out of Chilliwack and the TCS side of the racetrack. And just like that, we will have our last car in Junior Street. Sophia Getz out of Kamloops, her 1994 Ford Mustang. $199 light for Sophia as she'll make her way down the Lordco Auto Parts lane to wrap up Peden Industries Junior Street, the junior categories. A 10.23 with a 4, 69 miles an hour, and we'll get ready for some non-electronic action, courtesy of National Tire, and we'll hand things back over to Nolan.
First round of eliminations of the Door Wars weekend. Just over 40 cars have set down qualifying passes in National Tire. Non-electronics, as we will be continuing to run ourselves in with a good field here in this one. And then, of course, you've still got your Rad Torque Systems electronics class, which at least at the end of the first qualifying pass had 32 cars exactly on the field. I believe that number may have escalated by about 2 more over the second qualifying hit. At least one, because we saw Dave Jung making a run where he did not make that run in Q1. So start line crews touching up the track briefly as we'll get set to roll into first round of eliminations. Once again, want to remind that 50/50 tickets are on sale, courtesy of Team on a Mission, from 11 o'clock, and they draw at 3. There's 2 sellers that are going to be walking around, and there's also a stationary booth, which is right next to the Pro Shop. And speaking of the Pro Shop, got plenty of ice cream sandwiches, ice cream cones for sale inside if you need a bit of a cold, sweet treat to keep your temperature down. And, of course, should check out the Half Track Snack Shack as well, opening up for lunch just about half an hour ago. And then you have the food trucks as well.
I was going to say, can't forget the food trucks that we have here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park. They are open up on the spectator side of things, and already see a few of you guys hanging out up in the spectator side over by the parking lot. Again, there are 3 food trucks back behind those grandstands that are set up. You can grab yourself something nice to eat over there with one of the 3 food trucks lined up and ready to go for today for Door Wars. They'll be here pretty much all day, and also you can check out, as Nolan said, the Half Track Snack Shack. Go to the Pro Shop, get yourself an ice cream cone, as well as other cold treats, and get yourself your official Door Wars merchandise with t-shirts and hoodies available in the Pro Shop here at Mission Raceway Park, right across from the Half-Track Snack Shack.
For the folks that are sitting around on the spectator side grandstands, if you guys are wanting to take a look down at the cars, get a bit of a closer look at what you can see from up there in the stands, you can feel free to come on over. Your ticket in does come with a day-long pit pass. You can find your way over to the pit side of things via the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge, and you got nice up close and personal. Take a wander through, take a look at what these cars look like up close, and if you're lucky enough, get a peek under the hood.
And if you want to feel like what it's like to be in a drift car, you can check out the Drift to Gift ride-alongs for charity. You can head to their tent in the vendor area and sign up for a drifting ride-along and say hi as well to the Variety BC partners that they have. They'll get you all signed up. Variety, building a brighter tomorrow for a child who needs your help today, and they'll be giving those drifting ride-alongs down at the road course at the top end of the racetrack, the shutdown area. But again, head to the Drift to Gift Ride-Alongs for Charity tent that is set up in the vendor area here over on the pit side of things, and they'll get you all set up for a drifting ride-along. So you can see just a little bit of scraping to do there on the starting line just before we get into eliminations, and some traction compounding laid down there is, again, non-electronics kicking off the eliminations here on Saturday of DOORWARZ. National Tire bringing us that category. Big thanks to National Tire for helping us out, as well as all of our class sponsors here at the DOORWARZ weekend, including MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street, Inline Sales Pro Street, Gerry's OK Tire Real Street, Rad Torque Electronics, Canada West Doorslammer helped out by Paradise Homes this weekend, as well as Peden Industries junior classes, and we got the NWCR stock and super stock competitors out here as well. So a full weekend of racing here at Mission Raceway Park. Well, I think we got Nolan Reppel down there in the staging lanes trying to get word with a few competitors down there. I know Nolan's trying to make his way through. At least throw it down. Nolan, looks like the lanes are pretty full right now as the first pairs are starting to roll up.
Full indeed back down here, and was going to get a word until the engine's fired up. The oil cleaned up from the start line. We're getting set to go racing here for the National Tire non-electronics category, DOORWARZ 11.
Thank you, Nolan. So the first pair getting ready to roll into the water box as we'll have Matt Marshall, the Chevy pickup truck, tower side. Matt out of Hazelton, dialing in at an 1178 up against the Mustang, Jeff Whitworth from Nanaimo, his 1983 Fox-bodied Mustang, dialing in a 1290. And for those of you that are new to bracket racing, you can see the dial-ins. These are what the drivers kind of estimating that their car is going to do. They cannot run over that dial-in. And the idea is, if everybody runs dead on the dial, it's pretty much going to be a dead heat at the stripe. So Matt Marshall, again, the racer out of Hazelton, BC, over here on the TCS side of things. Stage, waiting on Whitworth to bump in. So Whitworth getting a head start, and it's up to Marshall to try and track him down in the truck as they race to the top end. First pair in non-electronics. And Whitworth is going to get there first. 13:29 on that 1290 dial at 97 miles an hour, and at 12:10 on the 1178 dial at 107 miles an hour for Matt Marshall, with that reaction time that started with a 3. Not exactly what you wanted. An 098 light for Whitworth, as the next pair already staged up and ready to go.
Christo allowed it. Hightails up the racetrack at the GMC Jimmy for Titanium Auto Group against Trevor McDonald. McDonald chasing her down. Can't get around her. Christo allowed it, taking the whole shot win. 13.558 at 95 miles an hour. Taking that win by just 10 1,000ths of a second. We'll move to Richard Love in the Reflections Guesthouse SS Motorsports S10 to race Ryan Johnston and the Nasty Fish Racing Investors Group. Down at an 8:26. So about a 2.3 second difference here on the tree. Solid reaction times all around as we'll hightail up towards the top end. It was a 001 for Ryan Johnston. That translates to a race win as he drives around Richard Love and throws down an 8:28, 156 miles an hour. We bring up Brian Heffel to race his Chevrolet against Brandon Piskasek and the Motor in Canada with Thomas Ford Mustang down to the 13:18. Piskasek, one of the slower competitors here in the National Tire non-electronics category. But of course, it's not all about the overall speed. It's about how good you are on the tree, how good you are on the brakes at the top end. And Piskasek will get himself into round number 2 as Brian Heffel turns on the red light by 0.07 of a second. So Piskasek knocks out Heffel in round 1. We'll see him back in round 2. Larry Rodenizer brings up the old Yeller 4, dialed at a 9:45. To race against Rick Hoekstra in the Chevy pickup, dialed at a 10:42. And by 0.06 of a second, it'll go the way of Larry Rodenizer, who will drive around Rick Hoekstra. We'll bring up Derek Shirk to race Blair Criddle. Dave Shirk knocked out in the Blazer, goes red on the tree by almost 0.2 of a second. Blair Criddle will take the Roadster to round number 2. We move to the 2000 Mustang over here, TCS side, to race Andy Antle in the Antle Towing Shop truck F100, dialed at an 8:83. That truck deceptively fast, able to run well into the 8s as Jim Stahl will bring up the Mustang, dialed at an 11:51. As we race to the quarter mile, where a double breakout will give it the way of Andy Antle, the lesser offender, under the dial by just 0.04. Jim Stahl was over a 10th. Next pairing up, Neil Cutherson brings up the Chevy pickup to race Rob Hodgson, a typical hot rod runner in his Dodge Dart, racing at a 1087. Red light start by 0.03 of a second on the tree for Neil Cutherson. TCS side gives the win to Rob Hodgson, who will take it to round number 2. Sean Langley and Everett Heath both breaking out of the top end. Only 5,000 though for Sean Langley, and the Mach 1 Hustler will move to round number 2. Move to John Van Derzen in the 66 Chevy 2 down to the 1045. To race Sylvia Hookstins in the Ford Mustang down to the 1257. John Van Capel, carrying the front wheels down the racetrack and breaks out of the top end by a good half a second. That's a huge margin under. Went at 995 on the 1045 dial. Sylvia Hookstins will move on into round number 2. We bring up Cody Plews in the Ansel Towing Chevy Camaro from 1995 down to 1430 to race Cade Shirk in the Blue Genie Titanium Auto Group Fat Black Incorporated Jimmy. And a red light start for Cade Shirk. We'll see Cody Plews move to round number 2 as Cade Shirk goes 600s right on the tree. Ralph Ehlers brings up the LS Mustang Fox body to race the Racktorque Systems Titanium Auto Group Bucky's Mini Excavating Wheel Standing Barracuda, driven by Jim Banky. Banky hightailing it up and after Ralph Ehlers. Perhaps unsurprisingly, gets around him as Banky winning that race on the tree here. Better by 400s, the margin of victory, 200s up at the top end. We bring up the Studebaker over here, driven by Mark Biscant for Biscant Racing and Lordco Auto Parts out of Vernon. Over TCS side to race Brad Powell out of Linding, Washington in his Chevy Nova, dialed at a 1024 to a 1647. Powell is going to have to be a patient man if he wants to get himself the wind lights around number 2. Not patient enough. Brad Powell, red lights on the tree, left just shy of Muscant, reaching the 8th mile mark, went 79 thousandths red on the tree. Brad Powell will move on to the pits as Mark Muscant will take it to round 2. We bring up Dustin Brewington in the 99 Camaro out of Kennewick, Washington, has proven himself to be a big threat for the Pro and Super Pro titles with some solid performances all season long. Today, racing for $2,500 in non-electronics in the 99 Camaro out of the 1026 against Kevin McCulley in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Force of habit, just rating off of what's on the screen, shows that it's not always the best. Sometimes these beautiful things called eyes tend to work wonders. McCulley gonna race to the top end of the Cutlass. It'll be Dustin Brewington moving on to the next round though. Race 1 on the start line again. 0.04 of a second difference on the tree. Dustin Brewington will move to the next round. We bring up Brad Owens in the 1955 Bel Air out of Bellingham, Washington, dialed at a 965 to race Dale Tippy in the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2, dialed at a 1071. Red light start. Daryl Tippy eliminates himself by just 6/1000ths of a second for Tippy. Will take Brad Owens in the Bel Air through to round 2. Ross Walker will bring up the Chevy 2 down to the 10.07 to race Mal Patterson and his Albion Tire and malfunction indicating down to the 10.15. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need electronics, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Electronics, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first round of eliminations. Wheels up high for Mal Patterson, but all show, no go. 11th thou red on the tree will take Ross Walker into the next round. And only 3/10,000 of a second off the dial as well. Ross Walker was dialed in on that pass. Nate Barnhart will take the barn find Fox Body up against Jeff Bell in the dart. 10.52 to a 9.62, about 9/10 of a second separating this pairing. And a red light start again by Jeff Bell. Good half a 10th red on the tree that time by as Nick Barnhart will move to round 2. Dustin Hunter will bring the Falcon Fast Ford Falcon down to the 9.07 against Chris Stone for the Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Chrysler Dodge Dart. One second exactly will separate these two beasts on the tree. And a red light start for Dustin Hunter. 17 foul red. While Chris Stone with 17 foul to the good. And Chris Stone moves on to round 2. We bring up our next pairing. Matt Warner for the Linden Service Center machine dialed at the 10.56 to race Darren Burst in the Chevy Nova dialed at a 9.90. Warner carrying the front wheels. Back down to terra firma and double breakout gives it the way of Darren Burst. 21 thou under to the 55 thou under for Burst as he'll take it to the next round. Matt Warner going to be packing up early. Terry Kramer will bring up the Dodge Demon to race Barry Patterson in the Coronet. 919 to a 984. Terry Kramer takes the drag pack Challenger through to the win light. Just 11th thou victory over Barry Patterson in the Coronet. Move to Russell Jeffrey down in a 9:30 to race John Tamac of the Rad Torque Systems S10. Down at a 10:54. The number 2 qualifier with a 005 reaction time for Tamac. It was an 028 on his second qualifying hit. And Jeffrey going to turn on the red light as John Tamac will move to to round number 2. And Al Proc takes the Plymouth. Dial at a 1077 to race Kevin Garlock. Dial at an 894 in the Chevrolet. Red light start, Kevin Garlock. Al Proc moves into the next round. We're going to shut things down as reports of a bit of fuel leaking out of Kevin Garlock's Chevrolet on that last pass. So our start line crew is going out, just double checking the track, make sure everything's safe to run. Once again, we've called Rad Torque Systems Electronics to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. This is your second call to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mike McMahon going to be bringing up the MasterCard Camaro in the meantime. Over here at TCS side, we'll be racing Eric Hansen for wanted to thank Mr. Transmission North Vancouver down in the Plymouth over there, Lordco side. And looks like whatever was down the track is either already evaporated or isn't a hazard on the racetrack. So that is some excellent news. It means we can get ourselves back underway to National Tire Non-Electronics. Only a couple of cars left in our first elimination round here in this deal. Really seeing these stands packed full now, especially over here Tower side. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here on a beautiful sunny Canada day as we go racing for one of our biggest events of the year, DOORWARZ 11. Relatively new event, but boy, is it still just exciting every single year. Red light start for McMahon as the Camaro will eliminate himself. Eric Hansen moves to round 2. We bring up Rob Monroe Jr. for SD Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint and Auto Body Solutions, racing Burt Worrell at the 1969 Dodge Dart, dialed at a 1010 to a 1075. And a red light start for Burt Worrell. We'll see Rob Monroe Jr. moving on to round number 2 of National Tire Non-Electronics. That's going to do it for No Box for first round of eliminations. And that will lead us right into Rad Torque Systems Electronics for their first round of eliminations on the day. Another quick look of the starting line, of course. Just wanted to make sure everything is in tip-top shape. Remember, folks, to definitely stay hydrated and stay cool when you're out there. 24 degrees doesn't sound too bad, but when you're standing outside all day long, trust me, as someone that has done that down at the Speed Fanatics road course as the course marshal several times, it will get to you, especially with the noise of the cars and the fumes that they give off. But boy, it's a sensation you never get tired of. Wind has picked up a good bit, as you can tell by the flags above the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. It's up now to 13 kilometers an hour, still blowing off towards the northeast. Temperature's risen as well from 15 degrees at the start of the day up to 21. Still looking for the highs at 24, which will be coming at about 5 o'clock p.m. this afternoon before it'll be cooling down to about 17 degrees centigrade by the time we get down to our finals later on this evening. Sunset not looking to be until just after 9, so still lots of sunlight left. Engines firing up behind the timing tower here. We should be getting back to racing action shortly. In fact, we will, as we bring one of the dragsters up into Lordco lane. We'll be racing Mike Stewart in that Super Chiclet Chevy 2 over here. TCS side. Aaron Phillips will bring him up in the dragster over in the Lordco lane, down in the 8-12 to Mike Stewart and the Ken Specialty Auto. Bucky Mini is excavating Stuart Bros Racing Chevy 2 at a 10:02 over here at TCS side. Phillips having to be very patient. Oh boy, and not even close as Aaron Phillips caught napping to a new level on the tree. 3 seconds on the reaction time. Mike Stewart going to be moving on over into the next round. We will bring up Mike Robinson and a car not on file over in the Lordco lane. Sorry, it's George LeBlane over in the Lordco lane. The Chevelle for Kelowna Dental Clinic. Wild Wart Water Wall Drilling. Got it that time on the first try. And Java Group down in A73. Two green lights. And not too far apart, 18th down to a 002, but it's going to come down to a double breakout at the top end. Only 3 thou under for George LeBlane. He'll take it into round number 2. For Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Jan Christensen dialed at a 792 in the dragster over here. TCS side, Rashid Al-Balushi for JBS Equipment in Bahrain 1. Bringing it up, Justin Bond's Super Comp dragster over Lordco side. Having to clean something up sharpish over in the TCS lane here, right on the start line, as Jan Christensen waiting very, very patiently. Justin Bond, sorry, not Justin Bond, Rashid Al-Balushi. So he's same as JB in that drag. So Rashid Al-Balushi already in the pre-stage beams. There is time though. Balushi fully bumps in now. Now waiting on Jan Christensen. Two green lights. Belushi trying to chase after Christensen up to the quarter mile. And a double breakout. Rashid Al-Balushi knocked out in round 1. Jan Christensen will move on to the next round. We'll bring up Dustin Brewington out of Kennewick, Washington in the 1999 Camaro dialed at a 1026 to race Emily Gerard in the Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical Dragster dialed at a 755. Small touch-up being done again now. Lordco side behind Emily Gerard's car. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, we're calling you to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder coming up to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2. Once again, Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Two green lights, Gerard hightailing it up after Dustin Brewington. And gets around him. Brewington getting there first by 9 thousandths of a second, but going under the dial in the process. Emily Gerard moves to round number 2. We bring up Tammy Peugeot in the Rad Torque Systems Dragster to race Anthony Katnick in the TK Performance Mustang. Big tire shake for Anthony Katnick. I think that might be game over, and it will, as he's going to more or less coast that one through. Tammy Peugeot goes a 796, 145 miles an hour, as Katnick shook the tires something fierce out of the gate. We roll to Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon, dialed at a 907 against Martin Rochelle's Super Street Malibu, dialed at a 1015. Double breakout. Martin Rochelle takes the win by just 5 1,000ths of a second. 019 under for Hunter, 014 under for Martin Rochelle. Dustin Hunter now eliminated round 1 in both electronics and non-electronics. So a really early day for the Falcon Fast Ford. We bring up Kim Jongkind, running the Reckless Restorations as seen on TV, and the Bushwreck Rescue on Discovery Channel. Titanium Auto Group Dragster dialed at an 811 to race Jeff Bell in the Dodge, dialed at a 960. 455 Mopar engine underneath Bell's machine.
Nolan, I think I saw Glenn Braid from Bushwreck Rescue, the Discovery Channel show, down here hanging out in front of the tower.
Oh,
so
no
Glenn
kidding.
on the property today. Former pro street racer back in the day with that wicked street legal Acadian that he had in the battles against Don Murray's famed green Corvette. As we get ready for Kimberly Johnkind and Jeff Bell to head down as your next pair in electronics.
Oh boy. Well, I think this is a race decided on the tree, and it is. Kim Johnkind, 8/10 reaction time. Not exactly ideal. Jeff Bell will move to round number 2. So we'll move to West Voth and the Pontiac Firebird to race. He's another Camaro, or another Chevrolet, I should say, over. It is a Camaro. Rick Modal over in the Lordco lane. 954 to an 850. Acumen Machine Shop over here, represented by Wes Voth over in the TCS lane. Rick Modal puts down an 853 with a 3. Takes the win over Wes Voth by about 0.03 of a second. We move to John Braining and Dan Parsons. John Braining over here, TCS side in the Performance Auto Camaro dialed at an 895 to race Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster dialed at a 1094. John Braining goes right on the tree. Dan Parsons moves into the next round. Now, Cole talked to me about this earlier, about how Al Oman over here in the Thrifty Machine Shop, Kawasaki, looking to be testing out a new delay box on that motorbike. And I'd say so far it's not doing terribly. Dialed in the 918 this time around, racing Cam Shantz. Al Oman, the lone motorbike running here in your Rat Torch Systems Electronics category. We've also got another MRP regular this season, Tom Turan, running over in both Outlaw and Real Street later on this evening when the West Coast Outlaws make their return to the staging lanes for eliminations. For now, we'll see what the 16-time track champion will be able to do. Pair of green bulbs being lit, and it'll be Al Oman by 2/1000ths of a second, moving into round number 2, knocking out Cam Shantz. Ted Buss brings up the Shawnigan Trucking Straight Line Race Car Collisions Ford Roadster, dialed at a 911 to race against Kevin McNichol, dialed at a 1009 over in the Lordco lane. McNichol will move into the next round as Ted Buss goes under the dial by 34,000ths of a second. Nick Angelucci brings up the Malibu this time by to race Danny Hodder in the 2002 Spitzer Dragster. 1070 to a 770, 3 seconds exactly separated this period on the tree. Hodder gonna have to be patient. 32 plus cars qualified for Rad Torque Systems Electronics here on this Door Wars 11 weekend. What has been one of very few weekends so far this season where we have not had to worry so much about the weather catching us off guard. And it is absolutely spectacular. I know last season we ran everything on the Saturdays. We were worried we might not have enough time on the Sunday. With the rain, sure enough, the rain came in force last year on Sunday. Not looking to be the case this weekend as Danny Harder hightails it down the racetrack after Nick Angelucci. And Angelucci gets there first by almost a full 1/10 of a second over Danny Harder. We bring up the next pairing. It's another one of the super combo runners, Warren Jacobson, bringing up the Chevy 2 dialed at a 1089. Very specific. Usually that car runs a 1090. Guess I wanted to test out, see what the throttle stop was able to do on his machine. Racing Al Quigley in the Rad Torque Systems Ford Mustang dialed at a 1082. Pair of throttle stops in play this time by, not like it matters much. Al Quigley goes red by 8 thou. Warren Jacobson moves to the next round. And that brings up Paul Soares in the Soares Hot Shot Pontiac Grand Prix to race John Tabak. The Rad Torque Systems S10 dialed at a 1052. Red on the tree for John Tabak. Tough break for the Dawn Electronics #2 qualifier. He'll be knocking himself out of eliminations here early. So he'll go 003, red on the tree. Brings up Jeremy Soares and Richard Love. Soares Transport and Hot Shot Dragster dialed at a 760 to race Love's Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10. Jeremy Soares goes red by 12 1/1000ths of a second on the tree. Richard Love will get that freebie into round #2. Brings us up for what will be your bye run in round 1 of Rad Torque Systems Electronics here in Door Wars 11.
So Brady Lowe heads down the TCS side of the racetrack, runs a 789 with a 0 on her 787 dial-in at 164 miles an hour for the racer out of Langley for JBS Equipment. Looks like that is going to wrap things up for Rad Torque Electronics in their first round of eliminations.
So real quick before we roll into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, want to make a quick announcement to the Doorslammer group. This is not a call to the lanes. When you do come to the lanes, though, if you could please keep your tow vehicles, whether it be a golf cart, a smart car, whatever, in the staging lanes with your car, please. The reason for that, we will be having a stunt show going on over here where the carts are usually parked with some motorbikes. And obviously, if we're having that going on down here during track prep, we can't exactly have your tow vehicles cluttering up the way. So for the Doorslammer groups, if you wouldn't mind just parking your tow vehicles in the staging lanes with your cars before they come on up, we will let you know when it is perfectly safe to bring you up and around. So you know how the saying goes, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere, so while it may be only 12:30, it might be a little bit early for some, but it's 5 o'clock, I think, middle of the Atlantic right now. So we're going to announce that the beer garden is indeed open. The beer garden is open for business over here on the spectator side, down near the timing tower. So you can swing on down over there. There's also a designated seating area for you guys over there in the pit-side grandstands as well. We'll roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder for first round eliminations. Alex Green and Natanya Peterson bringing it up to the lanes. Alex Green for Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, More Motorsports, dial that on 1190. Peterson for Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, and Rig Construction, dial that at 1272. Natanya Peterson gets there first, but in doing so goes under the dial-in. Alex Green will move to round 2 of eliminations. Nate Green brings out the Global Container Terminals bumper stand down at a 12-12. Hunter Glenn for the BDL Auto Super Steep Tires Diversified Rocket Coating is going to go red on the tree by over a 1/10. And Nate Green will move on to the next round. So that's now 2 of the Green brothers that have moved into the second round of Junior Thunder eliminations. We'll roll to the next pairing. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior Street, we need you to the lanes. Junior Street, this is your call to the staging lanes for first round eliminations. Hunter Thompson brings up the JBS equipment. Junior Dragster dialed in an 891 to race Connor Jackson for TKO Hot Rods Fitness Slab, and Lordco Autoparts dialed in an 895. Nineteenth out red on the tree for Connor Jackson as he will run through, and Hunter Thompson will move into the next round as Jackson eliminates himself. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 30-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, 30-minute standby call. Jack Green brings up his Global Container Terminals bumper stand. Junior Dragster racing Isabella Marshall. And Isabella Marshall going under the dial by 58 thou. Bentley Johnson. Sorry, Jack Green will move on into the next round as Bentley Johnson brings it up in the half-scale Junior Dragster for Lucas Oil Bubba Speed Shop. Now that 9 seconds flat, racing Cadence Rodrigue from Milron Truck Body Ken Specialty Auto and Color Compass Corporations out of the 12:15. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for all junior classes. Final call for all junior classes. And a breakout for Cadence Rodrigue by 0.2 of a second will allow Bentley Johnson to move to round number 2. We will move to Emily White for White Knuckle Racing, for also sponsored by Lordco Autoparts, Walco, and TNT. Dial that a 9-second time. Race Owen Armstrong in the Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Lordco Autoparts, and Badass Garage. Junior Dragster dial the 1640. Double breakout on the tree. Owen Armstrong got there first, but went under the dial by more. As Emily White will move into round number 2 of eliminations. We continue in Peden Industries Junior Thunder. April Bond brings up the JBS equipment machine dialed at 9 seconds. The race Wesley Armstrong for Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Sea to Sky Outlaw, Lordco Auto Parts and Badass Garage dialed at an 11.96. Armstrong already fully staged, just waiting now on April Bond. And another double break, yeah. Wesley Armstrong under by over a tenth. April Bond just by 400ths. April Bond moves on to the next round. Rolls us to Jackson Dew for JBS Equipment, and Grandpa dialed at a 911. Trace Ashton Katnick dialed up on the TK Performance. Lordco Auto Parts Junior Dragster at an 11.95. Making good progress here in our Peden Industries Junior Dragster program. Both juniors race down to the racetrack on green lights. Jackson Dew got there first, goes under the dial, went 9:02 on the 911 dial. Ashton Katnick will move on into the next round of eliminations. And I believe that might be the end of Junior Thunder. Next up, we'd be rolling into Junior Lightning. As I'm going to take the Cole strategy here and eat my words, as I've been informed, there's one more Junior Thunder left to go. As Adam Catton makes his run up, we're going to make a call. Attention in the pits, attention in the stands, by the half-track snack, wherever you may happen to be on the property. This goes out to everybody. We have a lost phone that has been turned in up here in the timing tower. It was discovered by the men's restroom down at the far end of the track, closer towards our motocross track. It happens to have a lock screen of Steve Skokin pulling a pretty sick wheelie, if I did say so myself. If that happens to be your phone, please come on up to the tower and collect it. We'd be happy to reunite it with its rightful owner. Or I should say what we believe to be Steve Skokin. Katnick goes red on the tree and under the dial. Doesn't matter, though, when you have the bye run. Now we roll into Peden Industries Junior Lightning. CL Gagnon going to take the Rad Torque Systems Big Kids Racing Junior Dragster to race against Lincoln Shirk. JBS Equipment, Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, Junior Dragster, your defending Lightning champion, looking to go for a Door Wars win. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock to lanes 3 and 4 for your second qualifying hit. That is once again stock, super stock to lanes 3 and 4 for your second round of qualifying. Lincoln Shirk goes under the dial, went 793 on the 796 dial. CL Gagnon will move to round number 2. We bring up Aiden Katney for Lordco Auto Parts and TK Performance to race against Nick Bond for JBS Equipment. Both racers dialed in at 790. Nick Bond launched too early before the tree was even ready. Aiden Katnick will make a free pass as Nick Bond making a very rare mistake. Tough break there for Bond as Katnick gets that free pass to round number 2. We'll bring up Lexi Winterbottom over here, down at a 790 to race Saeed Al-Balushi over in the Lordco lane. Rad Torque Systems, Bowtie Ventures being represented with the 790 Dragster over here, TCS side. Bahrain 1 Racing and JBS Equipment being represented over in the Lordco side with an 802. And Saeed Al-Balushi turns on the red light by over a tenth of a second. Lexi Winterbottom will move to the next round. Brings up Emma Debris-Coos and Abigail White, excuse me. How about that for a margin of victory? 0.0006. It was just 6 thousandths of a second that Abigail White got there ahead of Emma Debris-Coos. We're talking less than an inch between those front wheels as they cross the traps at the 8th mile. Brings up, I believe, what will be our final pairing in Peden Industries Junior Dragsters with Colton Morin. Bringing it up here. Gonna be more Motorsports, JBS Equipment, Total Dairy Solutions, Rex Cox and Tires Plus Dragster. Dialed at a 799 to race McKenna Thompson for JBS Equipment. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock. This is your second call to lanes 3 and 4. Stock, super stock. Second call, lanes 3 and 4. Final adjustments being made over on McKenna Thompson's machine as Colton Morin waits patiently. Bumps into the pre-stage beams. McKenna Thompson just behind. And Colton Morin under the dial by 26 thou. McKenna Thompson will move to the next round. Both the Junior Lightning champion and the Junior Lightning runner-up from last year in the Summit ET Series being knocked out of competition here in Door Wars 11 in the first round. Neither of them will be able to contend for a Door Wars 11 title. That rolls us down to Peden Industries Junior Street, where it'll be all eyes on Tyler Smith as he is trying to go 6 in a row in Junior Street. Of course, not a points race this weekend, only for the glory of saying you won a Door Wars. Sophia Getz brings up the soft top Mustang over here out of Kamloops out of the 1019 to race Richard Peterson for Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabricating, and Stitches by Shireen down out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, excuse me, dialed at a 975. Isaac Nitro will race against Tara Monroe, Pontiac, Montana versus a Blazer. That last pass, Sophia gets one under the dial by 0.05 of a second. Richard Peterson will move to round number 2. And this time by, it's another pair of green bulbs. This will be decided up at the 8th mile as Tara Monroe trying to stay out in front. But the 0.02 of a second reaction time will go the way of Nitro. Monroe breaks out. Nitro moves on. Hey, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock. We've called you twice. This is your third and final call to lanes 3 and 4. Stock, super stock. This is your last call to lanes 3 and 4 for your last qualifying hit of the afternoon. Bring out Tyler Smith, already on a good run to getting that 6th straight win in Junior Street. Gerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing getting the bye run over here in the TCS lane. So we get sent to roll to Stock, Super Stock for their second qualifying hit here of the afternoon for NWCR.
All right, Jamie up here in the tower with Hard Knock Stunts. I got a little announcement here for the Drift-A-Gift that you guys are hosting for Variety.
Thank you very much. Yes, please head on down to our Variety tent there and sign up for the Drift for Gift. Your chance to be in the drift car. It's a $20 fee for the drift. All proceeds go to charity. Check it out, Drift-A-Gift with Variety BC.
And if I'm not mistaken, you guys are, I think we saw it during some of the eliminations with some of the cars going around. You guys are set up kind of in half of the road course in the little loop there that the Spec D guys are going to be using up a little bit later on in the month here in July. And I know it's a little bit of a sideways ride over there once you get signed up over at the tent. Yeah, there we go. There you can see at the far end, Gaston and some of the drivers down there for Hard Knock Stunts. Putting on a little bit of display. That's the tire that you can see. And again, you can head on down to the Variety tent and get all signed up. All the proceeds going from that to Variety to help out them with their work that they do all across British Columbia. So again, just waiting on the Stock Super Stock combo class to make their way up into the water box. They're going to be coming out for their second qualifying session of the morning, now into the afternoon here at Door Wars. Attention to the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 15-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, presented by Paradise Homes. This is your 15-minute standby call to staging. There we go for round number 2 qualifying here in the NWCR, Northwest Class Racer Stock and Super Stock combo, combining the 2 NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Division classes into one category here for this weekend. John Batinsi in the 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Over here in the TCS lane, the E-Stock Automatic Barracuda up against the Q-Stock Automatic 1995 Dodge Dakota of Bruce Floden out of Abbotsford. Bruce, former NHRA record holder in the Q-Stock Automatic class, with that V6 Dakota over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Wheels up launch for John in the AAR CUDA, going 066 red in the tree, and he'll get to the top end with a 1099 with an 818 miles an hour. Bruce Floden over there in the V6 Dakota, 1310 with a 5 at 98 miles an hour over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Dave Jung, Tower Side, 1996 Camaro, courtesy Lordco Auto Parts. The GTI Automatic machine up against the Camaro of Ed Howder Jr. out of Linwood. Ed going red, 098 red for Ed Howder, but how about a 007 light for Dave Jung in the Camaro? Gets down to the top end with 1093 with a 6 at 122 miles an hour, 1028 at 132. Ed Howder Jr. out of Linwood, Washington, the winner of the Mission Divisional last year in the stock category in that Copo Camaro. Pete Legg, the Q Stock Automatic 56 Nomad, over against the Malibu on the far side, and L Stock Automatic. Pete taking a stab at the tree in qualifying, going way red. 040 light for the Malibu over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, 1196 with a 908 miles an hour. 1375 at 94 miles an hour for the Chevy Nomad of Pete Legg out of Surrey over in the TCS side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, we need a blue Ram move from by the ET Shack. License plate NG7309. Again, a blue Ram 1500. License plate NG7309. Parked by the ET Shack. We need you guys to move that truck immediately. So it's like one final car lined up in the staging lanes, getting ready to roll out for stock, super stock combo here. So here comes, I believe is, the final car in round number 2 of Stock Super Stock Combo qualifying, the Fox Body Mustang, the K-Stock Automatic machine. James Boyce out of Duval, Washington, the Central Welding Supply sponsored Fox-bodied Mustang. 1988 Fox body with a little 302 underneath the hood. Again, running a K-Stock Automatic. going 010 red on the tree, heading down track, the TCS side of the racetrack. James Boyce coming across the stripe, 1166 with a 311.77 miles per hour. Well, you can see it's track prep time, and it's also time for a little motorcycle stunt show. We'll hand things over to Jamie from the Hard Knocks Stunt Crew, who's going to bring you through the whole display.
All right, everybody, it's time for the 604 Stunts Motorcycle Show. Let's bring them on down in front of the bleachers on the tower side. Here they come, Colin, Ray, and Andy. We've got reelies, we've got stoppies, we've got skids all coming your way. We just like to keep the rubber side down. That's 604 Stunts. We've got some burnouts going down here right by the tower. And some standing wheelies. Give it up for the burnouts.
Those 604 motorcycle stunts putting on still a great show on the return road. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 with overflow in 6. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 with overflow going into 6. And again, a reminder with your golf carts and tow vehicles, do not bring them up to the starting line. Keep them into the staging lanes until we direct you that it is okay to bring them down. As Jamie, they're making their way all the way down to the scoreboards there, some of them on the back tires. Putting in a good show from the 604 guys. And I know they're going to be coming back down here. We're going to see a little one-wheel action instead of two-wheel action. So here they come back down the return road, 604 motorcycle stunts, making their way almost to the 8th mile mark to all of those along the fence line. Putting on a show, the full 1,320 feet here at Mission Raceway Park.
.604 Stunts, giving you some burnout action, wheelies and stoppies. Oh, and sometimes we fall down, but we always get back up. That's it for 604 Stunts, rocking the wheelies all the way down. Nice, a standing wheelie in the back end here by the tower. The action never stops with 604 stunts coming to here today at Mission Raceway. Those are the donuts I like, and maybe a chocolate one on the side. It's like riding a bull, you gotta hang on tight. The 604 stunts bike action for you today. Wheelies and burnouts and donuts on bikes. And wheelies all the way down past you in the stands. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. And later today, there will be a drift demo. Don't forget, we have our drift tent where you can sign up and you too can go in the drift car and go for a ride. Check out our Variety BC tent. It's $20 a ride, all the proceeds going to charity. And here they come back down the lane. 604 stunts, wheelies back towards the tower. I love it, drifting around the columns of the Lordco overpass. You don't see that every day on a motorcycle. And giving you a burnout and a little smoke for your attention. And thank you, 604 Stunts, for the bike show. Nice work with the wheelies, the stoppies, and the drifts. That's it. Give it up for 604 Stunts and their bike show. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And that's it for that tire. 604 Stunts. Burning out the rubber. What do you got left in there? Let her go. The smoke flows. That's it. Thank you very much, 604 Stunts. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Bike stunts for your pleasure. Check out that smoke.
All right, well, thank you, Jamie. Thank you, 604 Stunts. I think we got Nolan roaming the staging lanes here for the Canada West Doorslammers, brought to us by Paradise Homes for this weekend. Paradise Homes putting up $3,000 to win come eliminations here for Door Wars in the 2023 edition for the Canada West Doorslammers. And Nolan, if you can hear me and you're roaming around down there, let's see if you can grab one or two interviews maybe with some of the Door War or Doorslammer competitors getting lined up for their third qualifying session. Well, we'll see if Nolan can again get us a word with some of the racers down there as they are just about to get the signal to move things up into the head of staging and a full field of Canada West Doorslammers here this weekend. I believe 42 cars qualifying so far. The Friday session, John DeYoung coming into the session with John DeYoung as your number one qualifier with a 6.62. So again, we'll try and throw it down to Nolan in the lanes. Nolan, pretty impressive field, looks like, of Doorslammers lined up and ready to go. Well, it sounded like Nolan having a little bit of trouble with the microphone down there in the staging lanes, but we will get things ready to go here momentarily. Again, Canada West Doorslammers getting lined up and ready to go. Again, John DeYoung so far sitting at the top of the qualifying ladder with 42 cars in the field. Again, with that 6.62, an impressive pass last night, 209 miles an hour for the Artex Racing Chevy Camaro as we get ready to move on up in the lanes for qualifying here at Door Wars. Make sure to check out the food trucks if you're over on the spectator side of things. Jay's Disco Hot Dogs, Helm's Mobile Kitchen, and the Yardie Grill, all available over on the spectator side of the racetrack. You also got the Bouncy Castle over here pit side for all the kids to check out, as well as Peden Industries mini golf along the fence line close to the 8th mile mark. So big thanks to all the supporters that made that a possibility for this weekend. You can also get your official Door Wars merchandise over at the Pro Shop, but again, some of the quicker cars on the property coming up here in just a few moments. So start heading to the fence, start heading to the grandstands here to check out Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. Then we'll have another quick little bit of track prep, followed by the Pro Modifieds, Top Fuel Harleys, Pro Mod bikes, and then back into non-electronics and electronics eliminations. So it's going to be a busy, busy day here at Mission Raceway Park as we get ready for Canada West Doorslammer qualifying session number 3.
I managed to catch up with Derek Shirk here in the staging lanes. Derek, we've been naming this the Battle Bel Air at this point. Obviously, you've been running the Dakota the last few weeks. How's it feel to be back, though, in the 1955 Bel Air here?
Everything's going good. We got it put back together. We kind of named it the Titanic, Ugly Betty. She's got a few names, but we got it on there to shiny side up.
Well, you certainly got... It's been a solid run for you so far, sitting number 4 on the qualifying sheets. You reckon you can challenge the top 3 here?
We're
3, then we'll give it a shot here later on throughout the course of the night. Derek, who else have you got it done here at the Bel Air?
Thanks.
All right, that was Derek Shirk running that 1955 Bel Air. We'll catch up later on, hopefully throughout the day. Hopefully it'll be a good run for you here in this one.
There you go, Nolan Rempel down in the staging lanes, talking to some of the drivers. That was Derek Shirk with the 55 Bel Air for the Titanium Racing and Titanium Auto Group team. And attention to the pits, West Coast Pro Modifieds, 30-minute standby call. 30-minute standby call for West Coast Pro Modifieds. We mentioned the Hard Knock Stunt team and the Drift Ride-Alongs for the Variety Network, and there you can see that they are currently ongoing down there in the road course portion. You can again head to the Hard Knocks tent set up in the vendors area here over on the pit side of things. Get yourself signed up for that ride-along to donate to the Variety and get yourself ride in the passenger seat of a drift car. They'll get you all set up. They have a little shuttle as well to get you down to the road course end of things here at Mission Raceway Park. So plenty of activities to keep you busy throughout the day. But of course, Canada West Doorslammer is getting ready to take to the racetrack. So the Canada West Doorslammers like to thank some of their 2023 association sponsors, such as Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor for 2023, as well as Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, of course, presenting this weekend's racing action, Associated Tire and Auto, in addition to Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV, bringing us Canada West Doorslammer action for 2023. Well, the tractors have headed back to their places, and the first pair in qualifying session number 3 for Canada West Doorslammer rolling into the water box. And it is Adam DeYoung over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Up against Jan Christensen, Preston Chevrolet JBS Equipment Nova over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. Christensen from Langley runs that Nova that he calls El Gringo, that he has gone back to time and time again as a fleet of cars. We saw him out here in box competition and electronics. As over there, Adam DeYoung, part of the Artex Racing Camp, ran an 850 last night in round number 2 of qualifying as we get ready to go. Both drivers solid reaction times as the Pro Tree in effect for the Doorslammer category. An 8:47 with a 9. Adam DeYoung, 159 miles an hour. Adam's best run of the weekend so far. An 8:62 with a 457. Pause for burnout. For Jan Christensen. Second pair in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying presented by Paradise Homes. Brody Shirk in the Tower Side TCS lane. The 1967 Chevy Nova for Brody for the Titanium Auto Group, Titanium Racing, and Bubba's Speed Shop. John DeYoung over there. We saw his son Adam take to the track in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in just the pair previous. The Artex Racing 68 Camaro. John was originally slated to run in Pro Modified competition with his supercharged Artex Racing Pro Mod, the new setup that he had for the 2023 season. Unfortunately, wounding the motor, easy for me to say. During testing on Thursday, electing to pull out the Canada West Doorslammer and goes right to the top of qualifying with that 662 last night. Brody Shirk in the Nova, capable of mid 8-second passes. DeYoung going 001 red on the tree. Doesn't matter in qualifying. DeYoung quicker still, 661 with a 1, 210 miles an hour. So DeYoung improving on his #1 qualifying effort by 1/100th of a second over last night's pass, an 836 with a 661 miles an hour. Brody Shirk in his 1967 Chevy out of Langley over to the TCS side of the racetrack. So Dave Warren on a mission, the 1962 Chevy Bel Air. And Poe Freeborn. Freeborn out of Courtney in his 1967 Chevy with 1967 Shelby, I should say, with big block Chevy power, 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy, propelling Poe's car down the racetrack for the folks at Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Dave Warren, the longtime racer in that 62 Bel Air, also 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy power underneath the hood of that machine. It's Dave, a longtime racer with the Canada West Doorslammers, taking some time off in the last few years, coming back last season, and has been a regular over the last 2 years here at Mission Raceway Park with the division that, again, has seen a record car count here this weekend. So Poe Freeborn gets to the top end with a 744 with a 483 miles an hour, and Dave Warren 785 with a 169.75 miles an hour for the Bel Air. Terry Langdon Davies out of Yarrow. The Langdon Davies Concrete 41 Willys. Iconic car here at Mission Raceway Park and around the Pacific Northwest, and over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane from Maple Ridge, the Speed Tech Just Mechanical 69 Camaro, Ray Bollinger, the big block Chevy underneath the hood, and Terry Langdon Davies, a longtime campaigner with this 1941 Willys. It's run it in a variety of different categories, keeps coming back to the Doorslammer division here. It runs at Mission Raceway Park and getting ready to turn on that top bulb, waiting on Bollinger to go in as well. Langdon Davies going 013 red, doesn't matter again in qualifying, top end of the racetrack. Langdon Davies an 808 with a 165 miles an hour, an 824 with a 163 miles an hour for Ray Bollinger over there in the Camaro. It's the 63 split window Corvette that had, I believe, Paul Debris driving it last night, Paul Debris Jr. And Scott Robinson over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Chilliwack in his 1994 Beretta, the AFD Petroleum Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, AccuCut Lasers Beretta for the former Doorslammer champion. So Scott Robinson, both of these cars capable of going deep into 7-second zone. as the Corvette flicking on that top bulb over in the TCS lane, waiting on Robinson to go in the Beretta. How about 005 on the tree for Robinson as he gets to the stripe first? 767 with a 178 miles an hour, and a 787 with a 0 to 171 for Paul DeBree Jr. out of Shawnigan Lake. So it is Henry Zacharias, his 53 Corvette out of Surrey, 660 cubic inches. Dart big block up against Dale Jansen in his 66 Acadian Canso with the supercharged small block Chevy shooting from the hood of the car that formerly at Street Car Super Nationals in Las Vegas got the Best Appearing Car Award, and that thing is immaculate if you get the chance to check out that machine down in the pit area. Henry Zacharias started out with a 55 Chevy before graduating to this 53 Corvette out of Surrey. Zacharias going James Bond on the tree, 007, and getting to the stripe with a 760 with a 281 miles an hour. So Zacharias going up to the number 9 position in the Corvette. As over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Dale Jansen running it through to a 784 with 573 miles an hour. As Mark Schuppener, TCS side of the racetrack out of West Kelowna, the nitrous-assisted Chevy Lumina up against Brad Powell from Lyndon, Washington in his 1967 Chevelle. So Powell, who's, now that the borders open back up, has been making regular trips up here to Mission Raceway Park, former regular back before COVID kind of curtailed things, from Linwood, Washington, and Schuppener in the Lumina. Side by side to the stripe, an 816 with a 472 miles an hour for Mark Schuppener. It's Brad Powell in the 67 Chevelle, and 846 with a 557 miles an hour. So Rod Leclerc out of Victoria, helping out with Paradise Homes and helping out with weekend sponsorship in that 1967 Camaro with 598 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power plant underneath the hood of his machine, debuting that new look wrap, courtesy of the folks at M2 Graphics over there on Vancouver Island. As you can see, Rod purging the nitrous system against Steve McKenzie in the 1987 Cavalier for McKenzie Racing. Steve has not yet run quicker than the 870 ET required to get into the Doorslammer field. Not too many rules here in Doorslammer competition, except that you got to have 2 functioning doors, a roof on the car, and you got to run quicker than an 870. So one final purge of the nitrous system for Rod Leclerc, who gets led into the beams. Rod currently in the number 2 qualifying spot. Up against Steve McKenzie again, his best run in the 590s, or rather the 890s. McKenzie's car, big wheel stand, is a 697 with an 8, 697 with an 8, 203.53 miles per hour for Rod Leclerc. Paradise Homes Camaro over on the TCS side of things. Lordco Auto Parts side, Steve McKenzie is still shy of trying to make that qualifying mark in the Cavalier at an 892 with 555 miles an hour. . So the biggest car count on the property here, as Lane Woolley is in the TCS side of the racetrack, the 1970 Duster, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and a special thanks going out to Token Fiberglass for the Hemi-powered machine, up against Steve Wilson in the car that he calls the Angry Pumpkin, 615 cubic inches, a big block Chevy, propelling that 68 Camaro down the racetrack over the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Wilson's car looks like it's hooked up in Holland as Woolley trying to drive around him at the top end. Again, just qualifying, so 769 with a 6. 176 miles an hour for Lane Woolley, and no improvement there for Lane. An 832 with the 7 at 164.23 miles an hour for Steve Wilson in the Camaro out of Langley over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So Howie Winklehurst over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, the 55 Chevy Bel Air, waiting for the Oldsmobile Cutlass of Mike Bedsworth, the backup from the burnout for the racer out of Marysville, Washington. Winklehurst rolling through the beams in his first qualifying run, then getting solidly into the show with an 8:31 second pass, I believe, from round number 2 of qualifying. So Mike Bedsworth getting to the stripe with a 793 with a 2, and Mike wasn't qualified going into this session, so now solidly into the show. 188.92 miles per hour for Bedsworth as Howie Winklehurst runs at 825 with an 161 miles an hour. So Tom Catnett getting ready, trying to get that car backed up from the burnout. Looks like he might have popped one of the chutes. As Peter Lacanis still sitting in the water box, as Lacanis usually doing a short burnout, so Peter's dad down there waiting to give him the signal to get that thing fired up, and there you can see that the chute is out of the pack on Tom Catnett's Metal Flake 68 Camaro. So again, you can't run without the chutes, so that is going to be it for Catnick, who does not have a run so far this weekend. And Peter Lacanis out of Coquitlam in his 1963 Chevy Corvette that has been a staple in the Doorslammer category, with Peter taking over the driving chores. Again, trying to get into the 870s as the winner of the Saturday of Door Wars last year runs through to an 858, 155.71 miles an hour. So Lacanis will get himself qualified in the number 38 position, now the 43rd car to get qualified for the Canada West Doorslammers field. So next pair rolling into the water box in the TCS lane, it's going to be Grant Howell out of Victoria in his 1937 Chevy, the Sunset Racing Engines 632 cubic inch power plant for the naturally aspirated machine. And over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Arlington, Washington, the Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart 1992 Pontiac Firebird of Mike Kenworth. It's mopping up just a tiny bit of water down there on the starting line as they'll put the spray down and get ready for the burnouts from both Grant Howell and Mike Kenworth. So Grant Howell completing the burnout there in that 37 Chevy, and Grant, former Canada West Doorslammers champion, backed up. You can see the crew member giving him the hand signals on which way he wants Grant to back up in the lane so that he is in the position they want him in for that launch off the starting line. And over in the far side of the racetrack, Mike Kenworth in the Purple Firebird, one of the first U.S. racers to come across the border once restrictions were lifted last year, to race here at Mission Raceway Park, with the West Coast Outlaws shootout at the end of last September really being the first chance for any of our American competitors to come up here. Had a few trickle up for DOORWARZ. Howell, 012 light, runs it down the TCS side of the racetrack, and a 766 with a 4 at 176 miles an hour, and 853 with a 0, 161 miles an hour for Mike Kenworth out of Arlington, Washington. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds. West Coast Pro Modifieds, this is your call to the lanes. West Coast Pro Modifieds to lanes 3 and 4. Brian Ritchie from Coquitlam, owner of Ritchie Racing Engines. Greenlight Auto Sales also sponsoring the 68 Chevelle against Andy Hatton in the 1969 Camaro that he calls the Grinch. Ritchie's Chevelle, of course, with the Ritchie Racing Engines 632 cubic inch Chevy power plant under the hood scoop of the blacked out Chevelle. Oh, and Ritchie leaves before the tree is activated. No time's going to be registered for the Chevelle as Andy Hatton drives through in the Camaro to an 878 with a 0, 149 miles an hour for Andy Hatton. So Otto Schulte over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, another one of the Vancouver Island competitors that frequent the Canada West Doorslammer division. It is 2005 Chevy Cavalier, the Georgia Strait Collision next-gen hearing machine. Up against Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd in his 67 Shelby Mustang. Dale also runs in top sportsman competition, the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Series. So Otto Schulte, pre-stage, both of them bumping in at the same time. Schulte getting to the top end first with a 750 with an 8, 183 miles an hour to a 773 with a 776 miles an hour for Phillips out of Chetwynd in the Shelby. Next pair coming up, and it is a pair of Vancouver Island racers. Blake Miller, the Searles Auto Repair 1967 Chevy Camaro, still trying to get into the field. Ran an 890 last night. Kerry Young, the Young's Mechanical S10 with that small block Chevy with a little bit of nitrous assistance for the racer out of Port Alberni. So again, Miller trying to get into the field, running well short of that 870 that is required to get into the Doorslammer qualifying lineup. And Kerry Young in the Young's Mechanical S10 went quite a few rounds in competition in 2021 here at DOORWARZ. Even on the tree as they head down the racetrack, Young will get there second. Blake Miller gets himself into the field with an 838 with a 760 miles an hour for the Camaro over there at the TCS side of the racetrack. The Lordco Auto Parts lane, Kerry Young an 844 with a 259 miles an hour for the small block Chevy-powered machine. As Corey Stewart backing up from the burnout, the 55 Chevy out at Campbell River. Darren missing out on a qualifying hit last night in the Chevy 2. It's Corey Stewart, and I believe one of Kevin Lance's old race cars, that purple and white 55 Chevy. And ready to bring it into the beams at the TCS side of the racetrack. So, 0:20 to an 0:32 reaction time as Stewart gets to the top end first, 8:17 with a 5, and Darren Buick gets into the field with an 8:64 with a 5, just squeaking in. Just past that 8:70 is Buick again putting down that 8:64 with a 5 as Paul Stretch backing up from the burnout in his Chevy Cavalier on the TCS side of the racetrack. And over there on the far side, Mark Thompson in his 1954 Studebaker for Marvel Racing. So Paul Stretch, 638 cubic inches of naturally aspirated big block Chevy, courtesy of the folks at Mid-Island Engines in his hometown of Duncan, and Coldstream's Mark Thompson in that swoopy Studebaker over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Both drivers qualified in the field after 2 hits last night. Thompson, 016 light. Stretch is going to get to the stripe first. 724 with a 591.16 miles an hour. 760 for Thompson. Derek Shirk over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, who Nolan talked to in the staging lanes before his run. Getting ready to back up the beaten and battered 55 Bel Air. And Derek, of course, the man behind the Titanium Auto Group and Titanium Racing, and supporting not only the Titanium Strip, but DOORWARZ here is the presenting sponsor for the weekend. And busy man with a full fleet of Titanium racing cars. Up against Kathy Freeborn out of Courtney in her 1970 Camaro, the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating Limited sponsored machine. So Derek Shirk wanting to get into the top 3 in the qualifying order, currently 0.05 of a second shy of breaking into that group. Over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, the 55 Chevy won Friday at DOORWARZ last year. Freeborn 001 on the tree, which is going to come in handy come elimination. 723 with an 8 for Derek Shirk. That puts him in the number 3 qualifying spot at 188.28 miles an hour for Derek. So Johnny West in the Kingsley Trucking J&L Drive-In 57 Chevy from Port Alberni in the TCS side of the racetrack. And Mike Lucas out of Fort St. John in his 1968 Camaro. The Busted Knuckles Services Limited machine for the former IHRA Top Sportsman Champion. Running with the Canada West Doorslammers this weekend. Johnny West in that 57 Chevy, who's running both Doorslammer competition and he's even tried his hand at Pro Mod with a little nitrous assistance on that 57 Chevy. So West is in, waiting on Lucas. Lucas just on the wrong side of the Christmas tree, 003 red, and at the stripe, 741 with a 969 miles an hour for Johnny West, and an 804 with a 3 at 137 miles an hour early shutoff for Mike Lucas. So it's going to be Scott Winterbottom, TCS lane, that high-winded small block Camaro, up against Devin Jansen in his 1970 Nova over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack at Armstrong. So his dad Dale. So problems for Devin Jansen as he will pull out of the groove in the Nova and down at the top end. 788 with a 971 miles an hour for Scott Winterbottom in the Camaro, and looks like that is going to wrap things up for Canada West Doorslammer qualifying session number 3 here at Mission Raceway Park, and John DeYoung still at the top now with a 661 for the Artex Racing 68 Chevy Camaro. And don't go anywhere because West Coast Pro Modifieds making their way to the lanes. And again, we have called the West Coast Pro Modifieds to the lanes. So a little bit of track prep just ahead of the Pro Modifieds, and then we will get underway with their second qualifying session. So again, the Team on a Mission 50/50 tickets are still available. They're going to be selling them until around 2:30, so make sure to grab those once you get a second. But again, a little bit of track prep here before we roll into opening ceremonies and the second qualifying session for those West Coast Pro Modifieds, with Justin Bond currently at the top with a 368 charge at 205 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark last night in the nighttime qualifying session. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Final call for West Coast Pro Modified to the lanes. Final call for West Coast Pro Modified to the lanes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the first pair of Pro Modifieds roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, we're going to ask everybody to please rise and remove their hats for the playing of the American and Canadian national anthems. Well, there we go, and just like that, the first pair of West Coast Pro Modifieds fires up, and we got Keith Peterson coming up here in the tower from the West Coast Pro Modifieds, and Steve Goddard over here in the tower side, getting ready to roll into the burnout box in his GTO up against Khaled Al-Balushi in the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack.
Yeah, thanks, Cole. Last night was a late night for some. It seemed like a pretty standard night for the Bahrain 1 team. What a professional operation that is. A lot of these lower budget teams like Steve Goddard, they don't have that spare bullet sitting in the trailer. The heads were off, the pistons were out. They were still up at 2 or 3 in the morning filing piston rings on that 800 cubic inch nitrous breathing monster in that GTO of Steve Goddard. So they're a little worse for wear here this morning, but they're definitely looking to get back in the swing of things.
And as we've seen, track conditions still able to lay down a solid pass. There's a few improvements in the Doorslammer category, and looking for some improvements here in the ET department. I know Belushi already running that 71 last night. Goddard running a strong run for him as well, but there's going to be a few guys here coming up in the lanes looking for some big-time improvements when they come up to the water box.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, in the heat of the day, that's going to be a pretty tough go for some of the guys. But Steve Goddard got that. It was hurt last night, so we're definitely looking for a big improvement out of Steve.
So Steve getting ready to bring that thing into the beams, just waiting. You can see the crew chiefs out in front of their respective cars, getting ready to guide them into the first beam to break that and get ready for the first pair in West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. Again, Khaled Al-Balushi, the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro, currently sitting second in the qualifying order. And Steve Goddard, who's been trying to squeak his way into the threes, has run a couple of 4.0s so far in test and tune here at Mission Raceway Park, and that former Top Sportsman GTO turned it on the top ball as we get ready for the first pair of West Coast Pro Modifieds. Belushi has to shut it off, and Goddard gets down the racetrack clean with a 411 with a 377 miles an hour, and Steve and the team have to be pretty happy after having to thrash on that thing and get it up and ready for Q2 here this afternoon.
Yeah, a good solid starting point for Steve Goddard. He'll be turning that thing around and coming up, and definitely looking to get down, like I say, in the elusive 399 range for him. Next pair, this is his last chance to get another lick on the car before his semifinal run to finish off full-blown frenzy. Scott Blake over in the Lordco lane, going to be going up against Steve Horn in that beautiful JS Power Sports Willys.
And Steve, again, having to do some extensive work over the course of the last year or so to get that car back together. Scott Blake returning this year to Pro Modified competition for the former PDRA regular from Alberta. Horn, the supercharged Willys up against the 950 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power underneath the hood scoop of Scott Blake's Camaro. And Keith, a good indication of the different power adders that you can run here in the Pro Modified category. And kind of the beauty of it is all these power adders can come together and create really close racing at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and the 8th mile concept that we're running tightens it up even more. Steve Horn with the Roots blower on the Willys, the big 959 for Scott Blake. There's screw blowers. We don't have any Pro Chargers here this weekend. We do have a twin turbo entry as well, so it's a well-rounded field of combinations for sure.
So Steve Horn out of Burnaby in the Willys, and attention to the pits. Top Fuel Harley, we needed lane 1 Pro Mod bike to lane 2. Top Fuel Harley to lane 1 Pro Mod bike to lane number 2. So Scott Blake, who's been in the 370s in test and tune action here this weekend, unfortunately had to shut it off early last night in qualifying, looking to step up big time in the qualifying ladder up against Steve Horn, who also had to shut off that Willys early. And you mentioned Scott's going to be in the semifinals for the full-blown frenzy, which unfortunately couldn't be finished at Pacific Raceways, but is now coming here to Mission Raceway Park. So the last real checkout pass that Scott gets before he has to step it up for competition coming up in round 3 of West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. Top end, how about a 379 with a 198 miles an hour, and Scott Blake, quickest nitrous car on the property right now. 395 with a 991 miles an hour. Solid run for Steve Horn as well, who does not have a whole lot of runs on that race car after they had to completely rebuild it.
Yeah, that's right. That'll be that's Steve's first pair down the racetrack since getting rebuilt. Again, 395, a good base run. They'll be back for next round, looking to dip it down in the 380s for sure. But 379, that'll make Scott Blake real happy with that. In the heat of the day, he'll have a good baseline for that semifinal round coming up next qualifier.
I believe that moves Scott up to the number 4 qualifying position, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be the 4th car up into the 370 zone. All right, next pair already fired. It is the Battle of the Blowers. Garrett Richards up against Dave Kowalski over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane.
So talking to both these teams last night, Garrett Richards, that car is definitely capable of getting into the 370s, but they've been having a lot of trouble. So Brent Yagi with that Walt Austin Racing engine combo, big block Ford deal, had to back it off so much just so they could get some confidence back in that Shelby 1000 team. The So they just went down, nice, easy 395. Dave Kowalski is on cloud 9 right now. Broke into the 390s in testing and then went 389 last night. We've definitely been given his crew chief, who had car trouble on the way down from Fort St. John. He missed all day yesterday. So we're giving him a hard time that if the car doesn't work right here, that we're going to fire him.
A lot of pressure on Dave's crew chief, as I know he was very excited, as you said, Keith, about even getting into the 390s, then jumping straight over the 90s into the 80s last night. In great conditions here, as you can hear just how loud that Ford Mustang, a Garrett Richards car, is, literally shaking the windows of the tower as it idles its way towards the starting line. As you mentioned, the Walt Austin Racing Boss Hemi with the screw supercharger up against the more conventional root-style supercharger of Dave Kowalski and the C7 Vet over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane.
And all that RCD equipment, RCD a big supporter of West Coast Pro Mods, RCD a big supporter of the Richards team as well.
So Kowalski having to shut it off early to a 444 with a 7, 404 with a 6 at 187 miles an hour. For Richards, getting another A to B pass in the books. Looks like a little bit of raw fuel coming out of the left bank for Richards as it kind of cleaned itself up as it went down. But again, talking about trying to build confidence with that team, as they did not make a clean lap in the test and tune session, but 2 back-to-back clean passes so far in qualifying.
Clean passes, you know, it almost sounded like a bit of a pedal within 60 feet for Richards. 107 on the 60-foot is definitely not where that screw-blown Mustang likes to live. 968 for Kowalski, and something not feeling right about half-track for Kowalski. Clicks it off. So we'll see what's going to be going on with Captain Caveman's car, and hopefully we'll be back trying to get deeper into the 380s for Q3.
And again, race fans, to see these teams go down the return road, make sure to give them a round of applause. Thank them for coming out here to the Door Wars 11, courtesy of the West Coast Pro Modifies, as Dave Kowalski and Garrett Richards' crew head down the return lane to go pick up their drivers at the top end. So here we go with the next pair, and it is a pair of Outlaw 10.5 racers. Ryan Griffin used to have 10.5 tires in the back of that fairly new-built Mustang. The 1967 Mustang unfortunately had an early shutoff last night up against Steve Nicholson, another driver looking for an improvement from last night. Got about 60 feet before the thing drove straight up into tire shake.
Yeah, I'm not sure if what was going on with Nicholson. There's all kinds of power trying to get down through that 10.5 tire. That's definitely an issue. Ryan Griffin, I'm not sure that car ever even saw the track with the 10.5 tire on it. That's what he originally had planned. But saw what the West Coast Pro Mods were doing, put the big tire on it, said, I'm going turbo racing. And a turbo car went a 960-something, 60-foot last night, which is absolutely insane. NHRA Turbo Pro Mod cars are still running 101 60-foots.
And that's been their big thing, as well as always big top-end speed from the turbo cars, but it does take a second for them to get going. So Griffin, if he can get that thing to run the full 660 feet, is going to be deadly with that combo over here on the TCS side of the racetrack. Once again, Pro Mod Bike, we need you to lane 2. And No Box, you are on standby. Pro Mod Bike, we need you in lane 2. No Box, you are on standby. So Steve Nicholson with that big cubic inch. Sonny's power plant over there in the split window vet that, again, running on those tiny 10.5 tires. Steve, multi-time Streetcar Super Nationals winner in the Outlaw 10.5 division. And you heard a little bit louder engine note from a turbo car than you're used to, because Keith, that has a unique feature when it comes to the exhaust on that car for Ryan Griffin.
Right. You don't usually see the bullhorns or some form of single exit on those turbos, turbo Pro Mod entries. Griffin, with a different approach, built 3 pipes as the exhaust exit. The 4th pipe is actually the blow-off valve.
Well, there you go. That's how it's got the 4 pipes on either side. As Ryan Griffin from Olympia, Washington, the state capital, backing up in in that 67 Mustang. Again, trying to get a representative run on the board here in round number 2 of West Coast Pro Modified qualifying up against Steve Nicholson. Purging the nitrous system, over 900 cubic inches for Steve Nicholson. And before we saw a lot of the nitrous cars with the scoop, but some guys electing to take that off and just let the injectors kind of sit out in the breeze.
Well, you know, and some of that is, you know, at one point they had the little 800 cubic inch motors, and then when they put the 959, the scoop just wouldn't fit. And other guys, well, you know, nitrous is so volatile that those intake blowbacks that they get quite a bit, those scoops don't take very well to that. So they just, they don't even bother having it on there because the cleanup time, clean up all that carbon fiber off the racetrack, they'll just leave those scoops off. And so if something does go wrong, well, us fans don't have to wait and for that cleanup to happen.
Well, yeah, it also gives more place for that concussion to go, as you mentioned there, Keith. Is one final purge of the nitrous system from Nicholson, again trying to get down the racetrack. Same thing for Ryan Griffin as the crew members back away, and it'll be up to the drivers in the drivers' hands to get it down the racetrack cleanly and try and get on that qualifying sheet a little bit higher up the order. Cars side by side to the stripe. How about a 414 with an O, 178 miles an hour for Steve Nicholson. Ryan Griffin, a 419 with an 8 at 162 miles an hour, and that was probably one of Ryan's first full pulls in that car under full power to the finish line.
I would definitely agree with that. Even in full-blown frenzy, he was having troubles getting through that 300-foot mark and rolling the boost in. 60-foot was a little off there this morning, but I'm thinking that what they're trying to do is an A to B pass. They wanted to move up into the mid side of the ladder, somewhere around in there, and Nicholson getting that power to the ground in that 10.5 tires. So good on him.
Nicholson, again, could be a sleeper here as we get into eliminations time, as next pair lined up ready to go. Keith Korecki, the TCS lane, the 1967 Shelby out of Kelowna, the 814 cubic inches of Ford power built by KNS Machine, courtesy of Keith and J.R. Lazick.
I absolutely love watching these two race. There's so many stories that these two families can tell. They grew up as neighbors. Keith Korecki, really good friends with the second generation of Gen 3 power, Roy Lazick. And, you know, Roy told Keith was the first guy that found out that Roy was going to have another baby. And the product of that was young Jordan Lazick. Jordan Lazick used to hang out around Keith's machine shop growing up as a kid, learned a lot about building motors, building race cars from Keith Korecki himself, and all through that. So there is so much history in these two families out of the Kelowna region. The motorsports community in Kelowna have a lot to owe to both of these families right here.
And Lazick, who's kind of made a name for himself in small tire competition, no slouch here in the West Coast Pro Modifieds as well. We have seen a slew of 200-mile-an-hour passes here this weekend, but got the first 200-mile-an-hour run at the full-blown frenzy and has a bye run into the final round for that race that will be completed here in the next few qualifying sessions with you guys.
Yeah, he may be paired up against somebody just for the qualifying purposes, but we'll consider it his bye run, and he will move on. Again, I got to say it, if that car goes, he went 208. So if he can get that back towards the 60-foot a little more power in early, and this car will be well into the low 70s, possibly into the 60s.
Lazick, currently number 3. Korecki had his shut-off last night, looking to improve. Big-time tire shake for the Mustang, and another 370 run, a 379 with a 3 for Jordan Lazick, and that is just 1/1000th of a second slower than his 379 with a 2 that he ran last night, and still some big mile an hour, 200.62 miles an hour. So that bunker junker almost looking like a bracket car so far with back-to-back 379s.
Absolutely. So, Ryan Hayward probably just back around the corner in the lanes, getting ready to come up here in his nitrous entry as well. Seen both of the entries from Full Blown Frenzy run in the 370 range. He knows he's got to step up here with that big tire on that Ricky Jones Camaro to get up with them to run their semifinal here. This is Tony Moretto coming into the water box right now. Looks like they might be running him up by himself.
So Moretto in that 55 Chevy, another racer out of Kelowna, getting ready to roll through the water box. Again, 903 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power for Tony. Moretto taking some time off from Pro Modified Racing, kind of coming back tail end of last year. Made an appearance here at Mission Raceway Park for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Getting ready to back that car up. Another one of the guys that had an early shut-off last night. So trying to come back here in session number 2 and move well up the qualifying order. Ran a 560 with an 8 at an off-song 85 miles an hour for the driver that came in as the number 11 qualifier. Has since been knocked down 2 spots to the number 13 position. And Tony, another one of the big supporters of racing here with the West Coast Pro Modifieds, and I know they got the fun little thing between himself and Dean Bettinson's camp and the Bunker Junker crew that you just saw run in the 57 Chevy.
Right, the Bunker Junker having the 24/7 compression and Bel Air Power banners on their car, their compression company, based out of Red Deer, spread out all across Alberta, working in the oil patch. Tony Moretto with Waukesha Pierce Industries, another compression company, worldwide compression company, but they have a big base out at Red Deer and all across Alberta, and they have quite the rivalry going with the West Coast Pro Mods, with WPI sponsoring the Pro Nitrous class, and 24/7 sponsoring the Pro Boost class.
So Tony Moretto, who's at the first Door Wars, hasn't been to one since then, coming back and trying to lay down a solid pass in the TCS side of the racetrack in that gorgeous red 55 Chevy. That thing right off the hit drove hard towards the center line, and Tony having to shut it off again. So continuing to work back in the pit area as they try to sort that race car out. With a 785 with an 8 at only 56 miles an hour, is Tony again coasting through to the top end to make the turnoff.
A couple more drivers pulling out of the arch have been struggling here this weekend. I know Jay Severson had the blower pulley shear right off that screw blower last night on that JS combo. And Ryan Hayward just having a hard time on this side of the border, getting a handle on this racetrack here this weekend. Hopefully he can get things sorted out here and get a good baseline to be ready for his race against Scott Blake in the next round of competition.
So Hayward over here, the RJ race car is Camaro, and the TCS side of the racetrack, and Jay Severson, that 57 Chevy out of Mission, the JS Power Sports Machine. Big time burnout from Mr. Severson, carrying it past the 330 mark and letting her roll right through the traps as well. And he's going to have to back up almost 1,000 feet.
Hey, anybody ever heard of that guy named John Force? I don't think so. I think this Jay Severson guy would have a thing or two to say. Good thing we're not an 8th mile racetrack, or he'd be in the sand trap by now. Holy, Jay Severson, what a showman. We love having JS Power Sports out here. That whole crew, just a wild bunch to run with, and putting on a show for you here at Door Wars 11, presented by Titanium Auto Group. Just loving this. Ryan Hayward rushing up the starting line, but he's got a lot of nitrous to purge out of that thing before he rolls into the beam, so he'll be a minute.
So again, Ryan Hayward, just that one last purge of the nitrous system to get that car all ready to go, as Severson finally backing up from the burnout in the 57 Chevy. Again, did not get a run in last night, as Keith mentioned, had the blower pulley shear clean off the front of that 57 Chevy as he gets ready to be brought into the beams. Hayward's crew waiting for that 57 Chevy to bump in. And Severson has been a runner-up here at Door Wars in the past, but is looking for his first Door Wars win for the long time Pro Modified competitor that used to run a really cool Chevy truck out here before switching to this 57 Chevy Bel Air.
And I've still seen that truck around, haven't I? Somewhere or another. I think it's still running somewhere in the Northwest. But yeah, that thing was definitely a cool deal.
Hayward having to shut it off early there in a 5:59. Not what Jay would have wanted either over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Final call for Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod Bike. Final call for Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley, as you guys are in lane 1. Pro Modified Bike, you are in lane number 2. And Ryan Hayward going to rest on his 383 with a 5 at 195 miles an hour from last night. Currently keeps him in the number 5 position. It's 2 more heavy hitters getting ready to roll into the water box. And the man we mentioned, Justin Bond, running that 368 last night in the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro.
Yeah, 368 in the nice cool air. Both Khalid and Justin running in the heat of the day during testing and still putting on solid numbers in the 70s. Definitely looking forward to seeing what Justin's going to do here. This will really kind of set the tone for what tomorrow is going to be like on Elimination Day for the first couple rounds.
Tom Riethmeyer over there in the other lane in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack in his 1971 Mach 1 Mustang out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. And Tom, another one of the Ford-powered Pro Mods with that Root-style supercharger setup. The block you were saying, Keith, last night actually based off of a Ford.
Yeah, that is a 4.9 bore space, big block Ford motor in that thing. It's maybe not the one out of the pickup truck that you had in your 460, but it's a 526 Hemi Ford block. Ford heads.
Here we go, getting ready for the burnouts from Riethmeyer and Bond.
And Riethmeyer still running the clutch in that Mach 1 Mustang.
A 3-pedal setup over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack as Justin Bond getting ready to back up his machine. Not the car we saw here last year. That's the NHRA Fuel Tech Pro Mod with the Pro Charge combo. They're breaking out again. We mentioned the car that Justin ran at the World Series of Pro Mod down at Peden in Florida, the Outlaw setup with his 68 Camaro.
That's right. Kind of makes sense for a guy that is in the points lead in NHRA right now to maybe save that combo to continue on and maybe win an NHRA World Championship this year. That local boy, doing well down in that scene. Says, let's pull the Outlaw car out and come and kick some butt. They kind of came up here with their NHRA setups last year and ran near at the top of the pack, yeah. But Dean Benson clipping Khalid in the final round. But this year they're not messing around. They've come all guns set on kill.
And they want that DOORWARZ win here at Justin's home racetrack. As getting ready to go with Riethmeyer and Bond again, the 2 supercharged combos, the screw-blown Camaro over here in the TCS side, and the Root supercharged Mustang in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Bond, again, the car driving towards the center line. 405 at 181 miles an hour for Riethmeyer in the Mustang, and that's going to improve on his 414 rather from last night with 170 miles an hour. So Riethmeyer is going to step over Steve Goddard's car for the 9th qualifying spot, I believe.
So that looks like it's going to wrap it up for the West Coast Pro Mods. Big shout out right now. I got to say a few thank yous to some of the sponsors: Artect Racing, Daco Ventures. Come and check out the Daco Ventures Captain Caveman Cafe. Grab a t-shirt. We've got the Chop My Rate merchandise discount there. Scan the QR code for $10 off of shirts and hoodies. We've got candy and stickers for the kids. Come by, stop by, and grab a shirt, grab a hoodie. I know it's a little warm out, but it does cool off once in a while here in Vancouver. But thanks for having me up here. We look forward to chatting again for Q3.
Sounds good, Keith. We'll let you get back down to the pits and get ready for that third qualifying session. We've got Top Fuel Harley lined up and ready to go. Just a little bit of cleanup work to do on the starting line before the 200-plus mile-an-hour Harleys get ready to take to the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need no box, no box. We need you to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. No box to the lanes. Again, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. And box, you are on standbox. Standbox. Box, you are on standby. There we go. Second time's a charm for the Rad Torque Electronics class. So again, National Tire non-electronics, no box. We need you guys to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. And Rad Torque Electronics, box, you are on standby.
Currently, 5 riders have qualified in the Top Fuel Harley field here in this one, as we'll be getting set to roll back into second qualifying hits in just a short little while from out to be Harley Davidson. Top Fuel Harleys. Pete Wall currently sits number 1 on the boards with a 687.9 at 204 miles an hour. Pete Wall, of course, won Top Fuel Harley in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association race that came on out here to play about a month ago now. Nate Gagnon was runner-up in that event. He currently sits number 4, but had to lift off on his one installation hit so far with an 842 at 112 miles an hour. Nate Gagnon brings it up out of Qualicum Beach, Rad Torque Systems, 2012 European World Champion over here, and of course, a runner-up in CMDRA. Pause for burnout as Ron Howneat brings it up in the braided sport fishing advanced fast lane racing and fast lane collision. Top Fuel Harley out of Mission, BC. Some of the most volatile vehicles that you will be seeing on the property all weekend long, and some of arguably the most thrilling as well. These are the one vehicles you couldn't pay me to ride them. Anything I have to put a Kevlar vest on to be safe on, and even then it's still 50-50, yeah, pass. Hard pass from me on that one. Gagnon had to pedal it a little bit at the start, gets back into the throttle though, runs a 731, 212 miles an hour. Ron Howneat goes at a 766 at 142. Rolls us into the next pairing. We'll bring up Pete Waugh over in the Lordco lane. Jim Schellenberg over here, TCS side. Pete Waugh once again taking the win against Nate Gagnon in Top Fuel Harley for the CMDRA race here back in May. Jim Schellenberg currently sits number 2 on the qualifying sheets with a 691 with the 2 at 203 miles an hour. Has to improve by about 400, so he wants to go for the number 1 qualifying spot. Both riders pre-stage. We bump fully forward into the staging beams. Jim Schellenberg, the last driver to stage here. And Jim Schellenberg going to cross the center line, and he'll have this run nullified and voided. Pete Waugh chases it through 7:38 with a 6, 141 miles an hour as Jim Schellenberg took a wild move over to the center line, crossed the center line, and at that point just backed it out.
Jim doing a good job to kind of steer that bike around the cones to avoid further delay there for the rider from Surrey. Is Pete Waugh again getting down the racetrack at 7:38 with a 6, early shut off at 141 miles an hour. Pete deep in the 6-second zone last night, coming into Saturday here at Door Wars as your #1 qualifier in Top Fuel Harley. Is one last Top Fuel Harley getting ready to fire it up. Down there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, Damian Cowden out at Shawnigan Lake in the supercharged Top Fuel Harley, which is different from the regular combination these bikes run. Usually they are injected on nitromethane, but Damian with one of the first combos of this nature here in the Pacific Northwest as they're getting ready to fire that bike up, Nolan.
So far, he is the very bottom of the list, and well, when you're into the Top Fuel Harley runs, when your ET starts with the double digits on the second time, I think that means your run's nothing to write home about. So looking for big improvements, had to shut it off almost right out of the hitch the last time by.
They have been trying to chase the setup in this thing, as they mentioned one of the only supercharged Harleys really up here in the Pacific Northwest. So not a lot of people you can call for advice on the tune-up for this motorcycle, and has still had relatively few passes in its life. Kind of been plugging away with a handful of test sessions over the last season or so before really stepping up the program here for Damian, who's a former threat when the NHRA was running these as part of their national event program. Unfortunately not happening in 2023 for the Top Fuel Harleys. There you can see they're getting that starter motor on the side hooked up, and you mentioned the Kevlar vest that they have to wear underneath of the riding leathers, and the bike actually having to be started with the rider off of it in case the motor hydraulics when they go to turn it over. So looks like, unfortunately, Damian taking off the gloves down there as the bike is not going to start, so they'll have to push that bike back. But still some quick motorcycles in the lanes with the Pro Modified motorcycles getting ready to come on up after the Top Fuel Harleys. So unfortunately, Cowden and the crew having to go back to the pits, find out why that bike would not fire up, and then try it again coming up later on this evening here at Mission Raceway Park. But Nolan, again, we mentioned the Pro Mod bikes getting ready to come up into the water box now.
I think the 1-2-wheel machines that are actually a bit faster than the Top Fuel Harleys when they're on a good pass. Austin Christopher sits #1 of the qualifying sheets in Pro Mod bike as it stands with a 633 with a 9, 214 miles an hour. Now, the reason why that number is such a huge deal is because during the CMDRE weekend, Austin Christopher made a run to reset the quarter-mile record in Pro Extreme. Did so by taking that from a 6:54 to a 6:34. That time that he put down earlier this weekend, best in his record that he already set in on the CMDRA weekend. So Austin Christopher continues to only get faster every single pass that bike comes up. It wouldn't surprise if we saw him go even quicker this time around. Matt McKay-Smith sits #2 on the qualifying sheets with a 687 with a 5 at 196. And then we got this bike right here, Steve Episini, who has not made a qualifying hit. He didn't run last night. He doesn't look like a Pro Mod bike, does it? It really doesn't. It's the looks can be deceiving sort of thing. This bike is very much capable of 180, 190 mile an hour passes. I don't think enough to be able to even come close to contending with Austin Christopher, but hey, it's a bike that's powerful in and of its own right. Definitely a sleeper. Alongside him, Jeff Petre has already put down an 8-second time as well earlier on last night. Looking to improve to potentially the 6-second bracket this time around. Some last-minute adjustments being done on Steve Episini's bike over here, TCS side, and a little bit of fumbling around going on with Jeff Petre over on the left side of that motorcycle, right side as well.
Whoa, hang on, Steve, as he picks up the front wheels, slams it back down, just past the 60-foot, ripping to the top end. It's an 833, 172 miles an hour. Jeff Petrie again with the early liftoff goes 892 at 142. We'll bring up your number 2 qualifier, Matt McKay Smith, 4-time CMDRA Pro Mod bike champ, running the 2018 Suzuki. Made a pass into the high 6s, a 6.8 to kick off his qualifying effort yesterday. Looking like Austin Christopher will not be joining us for qualifier number 2 for Pro Mod Bike. Bumping into the pre-stage beams, now just has to bump forward another 6 inches. And Smith off and away. You hear a bit of a tire shake right at the start, powers through. It's a 696, 200 miles an hour for Matt McKay Smith, as that will wrap up round number 2 of Pro Mod Bike. I believe that will take us to second round of eliminations in National Tire Non-Electronics. So what a wild ride it was for the last hour and a half or so with our next Doorslammer qualifying round. And then, of course, Pro Mods for their second qualifying hit. We got the Harleys and the Pro Mod bike sub. Now we get set to roll back into National Tire Non-Electronics for the next round of qualifying. We slow things back down to earth as we'll bring out the bracket cars. Just doing some touch-ups here on the starting line, making sure everything's good to go after the track torn up by all the Pro Mod action we had out here. It's an impressive Pro Mod field, I believe over double what we had 1 year ago. We were set to have a good 16 cars. I believe that number has dropped a bit more to 14 with some of the attrition that's been going on, but still a very lovely Pro Mod count that we've got out here this weekend, and it's looking to continue to be an entertaining program all the way throughout the course of the afternoon. So burnout's complete for our first pairing of round 2 of eliminations in National Tire Non-Electronics. Ryan Johnston brings up the Nasty Fish Race and Investors Group Corvette out at an 828 to race Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Hustler. A champion from 2022 for Sportsman down at Pacific Raceways. Two green lights as we hightail it up towards the quarter mile. It'll be a breakout for Ryan Johnston by just 4 thousandths of a second. That'll put Sean Langley into round 2 of eliminations. We bring up Krista Loudett in the Titanium Auto Group GMC Jimmy Dodd of the 1357 to race Jim Banky in the Rad Torque Systems Titanium Auto Group Bucky's Mini Excavating Plymouth down at a 10.03. And Banky, on a rare mistake, turns on the red line for the Rad Torque Systems Titanium Auto Group Bucky's Mini Excavating Barracuda. Krista Loudett's going to go through to round number 3. We bring up Mark Muscant to the Muscant Racing Lordco Auto Parts Machine out of Vernon, BC, dialed at a 1655 to race Rob Monroe Jr. for SD Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint and Auto Body, dialed at a 1075. Muscant got his opponent to red light the last time by way of a high dial. Driver couldn't be patient enough. We'll see if Rob Monroe Jr. will make the same mistake. He does not. We have green lights all around. Now the question is, will he feel the need to go under the dial to get around him? He will not. In fact, it's the other way around. Mark Muscant breaking out under the dial, put upon the pressure by the Acadian. Rob Monroe Jr. moves to round 3. We bring up Ross Walker in the Chevy 2, dialed at a 1008 to race Rob Hodgson at a 1085. Wheels up, wheels down for Ross Walker as Rob Hodgson will turn on the red light. Walker moves on to round number 3. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Electronics to the back of staging to be laddered. That is electronics. Come to the back of staging to be laddered for round 2 of eliminations. Brad Owens brings up the Bellingham, Washington, Bel Air. Whoa, carrying the front wheels, and he's going to abort that run after turning on the red light as Eric Hansen gets the free pass into Plymouth into round 3. Red light start for Nick Barnhart. Goes red by a 10th. And that'll put Dustin Brewington to round 3. bring up our next pairing, Brendan Piskasak bringing up the motoring Canada with Thomas Ford, and it'll be all for naught. The Mustang as turns on the red line by a 10. Silvio Hoopstins will go into the next round of the 66 Mustang. Follows it up with a 1270 with the 3 at 106 miles an hour. Terry Kramer will come on up in the Drag Pack Challenger to race Cody Plews in the Ansel Towing Chevy Camaro, dialed at a 1430. Oh, and going up into the smoke is Terry Kramer as he spins the wheels off the hitch. Could not get the Challenger to link up. Cody Plews goes into the next round with an easy win over Terry Kramer in this deal. That brings us up Larry Rodenizer now in the old Yeller Ford over here, TCS side. We'll race Jeff Whitworth in the Precise Mechanical Repairs Ford Mustang, dialed at a 1290 over Lordco side. Again, you hear Whitworth feathering that throttle. Larry Rodenizer try to use that to his advantage and chase him down. And yeah, he does get around him, but on a double breakout, we'll take it with an 04 under the dial to Whitworth's 07. We bring Al Proc in the Plymouth down to the 1099 to race John Tabak at the Rad Torque Systems S10, dialed at a 1052. Tabak will get around Al Proc by 0.4 of a second up at the quarter mile. We move up to Chris Stone and Still and Code Racing, Willowbrook Chrysler Dodge Dart, dialed at a 1007 to race Blair Criddle into Precision Performance Ford Ford, dialed at an 898, the Ford Roadster. And it's a red light start for Blair Criddle. Criddle had his opponent red light in round one. This time it'll be the other way around as he'll turn on the red ball. Then Chris Stone will rocket through to the next round. Bring it up for Darren Burst in the Chevy Nova to race Andy Ansel in the Ansel Towing Shop Truck F100, 987 to an 880. Two green lights as we start to race back towards the quarter mile. And Andy Ansel runs in an 885 to take the win. I believe that'll wrap it up for National Tire No Box, as we will make a little announcement here that there are stickers being given out to the young ones down at the Titanium Auto Group tent. So try to hunt down the Titanium Auto Group tent, and that'll be a good run for you to get yourself a sticker.
So those stickers, again, down there at the Titanium Auto Group pit area from the folks at Reckless Restorations. They're off the show Bushwreck Rescue on the Discovery Channel. I saw them doing some filming down here today for a upcoming episode in their show on Discovery. Again, you can check out Reckless Restorations for more information on that show as we, again, completing non-electronic eliminations round number 2 here at Mission Raceway Park.
Want to also shout out the food trucks down on the spectator side of the fence. We got Jay's Disco Dogs, Helms Mobile Kitchen open till 8, Yardy Grill also open to 10. So we'll have both of those, all 3 of those trucks open for business for several hours as of right now. We also still have a missing phone up here in the timing tower. I think that we would like to return to an individual if this ends up, if somebody can identify whose phone this is. Yeah, definitely coming up to the second floor of the timing tower, and imagine it's being missed. We roll to Rad Torque Systems, Electronics. Richard Love brings it up over here in the SS Motorsports S10 to race Martin Rochelle in his Super Street Malibu. Richard Love stays out in front of Martin Rochelle by 0.3 of a second at that. Love moves into round number 3, the quarterfinals. We bring up another one of the dragsters. As the starting line crew is going to go out and take a quick look at the racetrack, as Rochelle slowing a bit dramatically up at the top end with a bit of smoke as well. So making a quick rundown, we'll make sure everything's in tip-top shape, and we'll be back underway hopefully shortly. Well, I don't think Martin Rochelle was going to be making a run of even if he won that one. Report busted drive shaft down there as they found a big chunk over on the racetrack. So you can see our red safety truck out there now going to evict that piece of unwelcome debris from the premises. And we'll be back underway, hopefully, with Rad Torque Systems Electronics before too long. So Alamon being moved into round number 3 of Radtor Systems electronic eliminations after Brady Lowe goes under the dial by 0.06 of a second. Nick Angelucci brings up the Malibu to raise Warren Jacobson to the Chevy 2, a 10.72 to a 10.89. And it'll be Warren Jacobson moving to the next round first. Angelucci got there first, goes under the dial in doing so. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. We need juniors to the lanes. Juniors to the lanes. Juniors, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, that is juniors lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw 275. This is your 30-minute standby call. Outlaw 275, 30-minute standby call. Kevin McNichol wins that one on a double breakout. Takes it by 14 thou under the dial. We'll bring up Paul Soares at the Soares Hot Shot Grand Prix to race George LeBlane. The Kelowna Dental Clinic, Wild Wart, Water Wall Drilling, and Java Group, Chevelle Dalton, Day 73. We bring up Tammy Peugeot for Radtor Systems in the 2007 Dragster to race Emily Gerard in the Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical Dragster at a 7.56. Two drivers away on green lights. The pair of Dragsters hightailed out towards the top end, and I think that one's going to be one of the tree, and it is. Emily Gerard taking the win as Tammy Peugeot went under the dial, trying to catch her, still got their second. Once again, we have called Junior Dragsters back to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, we've called you back to the lanes. We also have the winner, the first winner of 50-50 tickets here. And the current prize pool stands at $2,216. So get your tickets. We're going to read those numbers out in a couple seconds here. The number for 50-50 tickets to win $2,000, 6825 868. That is 6825 868. It is a blue ticket. Blue ticket 6825 868. If this is your 50-50 ticket, you've won yourself $2,216. You can collect your cash prize up here, second floor of the timing tower. You have exactly 13 minutes and 20 seconds to get here, 1 second per foot of the racetrack before we give your ticket to someone else. Don't time out like some of our races on the tree have today. Get here and get your prize. The pits, attention in the pits. Stock and super stock on standby. Stock, super stock. You are on standby. And now, I put the serious voice on. Attention, every single individual on the property. Attention, everyone on the property. We understand some of you like to smoke. Fair enough. Please be respectful of where you put your cigarettes out. We just had to put out a bushfire because somebody dropped a cigarette on the ground and it did light the grass on fire. Please, we are begging you here. Do not make us have to call the fire department down here. Watch where you put out your cigarettes. Remember, there is a fire ban in effect right now. It is for good reason. We don't want what's on the East Coast over on the West Coast. Thank you very much. Careful where you put out your cigarettes, please and thank you. We're also still waiting on 50-50 ticket winner, blue ticket 6825 868 6825 868. We are still waiting on you to come get your 50-50 ticket, over $2,000. You got less than 10 minutes to get up here and claim your prize. As we're waiting for Peden Industries Junior Dragsters to come around the corner, I can't help but look around and notice how absolutely packed the Mission Raceway property is here in this one. This is an awesome sight to see. This is really our first year where we're being able to open ourselves up to all crowds once again, and it is just amazing to see everybody coming on out to join the sunny weather with us here on an absolutely beautiful Canada Day weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. And we're going to be looking to continue to have ourselves a fun time all the way through the radial eliminations tonight. And of course, don't forget to come on out to tomorrow on Sunday, July the 2nd, where we're going to be getting set to do our Doorslammer and of course our Pro Modified eliminations. You also get, find what it's like to be in a drift car. They are offering drift demos down at the far end of the racetrack. You've probably seen the smoke over there from the cruise, from the drift cruise down at the far ends. You can swing on out there, see what it's like to be in a drift car. That'll perfectly prep you for the Spec D Pro Spec Shootout. That's going to be taking place next week, July 7th through to the 9th. All drifting all day for the Spec D Pro Spec Shootout. Of course, we'll return for the Mopac Friday Night Street Legal over on July 14th. The Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association season opener, they were due to have their race back in May. Of course, the waters were a bit too choppy back then and wasn't able to make it happen, so we had to bump that day up to July 15th. Our next drag racing event, though, will not be until the 28th to the 30th for the TNT Motorsports West Coast Classic, so definitely enjoy this racing while you can. It's been a fun show so far. And we're looking to continue to have ourselves an awesome ride all throughout the rest of this month of July. Attention to the stands, attention to the stands. We're still waiting on 50-50 ticket. Blue ticket winner 6825868. You have 9 minutes to come up and collect your 50-50 winnings. $2,216 on the line for ticket holders. 6825868 blue tickets. Come on up. You got 9 minutes and counting. We're also making that now a final call for junior dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Juniors to lanes 1 and 2. This is your final call. Juniors, lanes 1 and 2. Bentley Johnson will bring on the Lucas Oil Bubba Speed Shop half scale junior dragster down at an 890 as we roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Nate Green for Global Container Terminals bumper stand, gonna bring it up out of Mission BC down at an 1197. Nate Green will take the win over Bentley Johnson, moves into the next round for Green Brothers Racing. We bring up Emily White with a buy run for White Knuckle Racing, Lordco Auto Parts, Walco, and TNT. Down into the 896 over Lordco side. brings up our next pairing. Adam Katnick over here, TCS side. Racing, I believe, against one of the Green brothers over in that Lordco lane. TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts being represented here, TCS side. Alex Green representing Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, More Motorsports. At a mission over on the Lordco side, dialed at an 11.90. 3 seconds separate them on the tree. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super stock to lanes 3 and 4. Super stock to lanes 3 and 4. Super stock, lanes 3 and 4. The NWCR guys, come on to lanes 3 and 4. Red light star for Alex Green. Adam Katnick moves to the next round, was red by about 22 thou on the tree. Hunter Thompson for JBS Equipment will bring it up, dialed at an 8.93 to race Jack Green for Global Container Terminals Bumper Stand, dialed at a 13.95. Both races local to the Mission area. And a breakout for Hunter Thompson on a pair of green lights. Jack Green will go to round number 3 as Hunter Thompson finds himself going under by 82 thou, an 884 on the 893 dial, trying to stay in front of Jack Green, trying to get around him. He did indeed get around him, but by a bit too much. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock and super stock. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Stock and super stock. Second call to lanes 3 and 4. So try to get ourselves a little bit further back on schedule. Ashley Katnick brings up the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts unit, Dragster dialed at an 11.93 to race April Bond for JBS Equipment, dialed at an 8.98. April Bond takes the win over Ashley Katnick, knocks out Katnick as Bond moves over into the next round. Attention in the pits. Well, more attention to the grandstands as well. Once again, blue ticket 6825868. 50-50 blue ticket 6825868. We are still awaiting your presence to collect $2,000+ up your second floor of the timing tower. This is your 2-minute call. Last call for blue ticket number 6825868, or we'll draw another number to replace you. As we continue to work our way now through Peden Industries Junior Lightning, CL Gagnon for Radial Systems, Titanium Model Group, and Big Kids Racing going to bring it up against Lexi Winterbottom for both time advantages of Radial Systems. Both racers dialed at a 790. Well, you missed your chance. We've pulled a new 50-50 ticket. We'll announce that ticket once we get through this next pair of Junior Lightning. CL Gagnon will take that one home as Lexi Winterbottom goes under the dial. Attention 50-50 ticket holders. We have a new 50-50 ticket. The pot still stands $2,216. So listen up. Blue ticket 6825 817 6825 817. If this is your ticket, come on up second floor of the timing tower to collect $2,000+ in cash. You have 13 minutes and 20 seconds starting now. 19, 18, 17. You get the point. Attention in the pits, the grandstands, wherever you may happen to be. We have a lost TD debit card. We have a lost debit card up here in the timing tower. If you have lost your debit card, come on up second floor of the timing tower. We'd be more than happy to return it to its rightful owners. Isaac Neary-Clow taking the bye run into the next round of Peden Industries Junior Street. Here comes Tyler Smith trying to go for win number 6 in a row, while Richard Peterson for Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabricating Stitches by Shireen, trying to knock him out and win $50 in Tim Hortons gift cards, which might just settle the fact that he's got to get his hair cut by Justin Bond later on today. Tyler Smith for Gerry's OK Tires Abstract Racing Dial, then at a 1076. Peterson at a 979. Will Tyler Smith finally be knocked out of competition for the first time all season long? No! Richard Peterson will get the red light. Smith, I believe, will move to the final. 50-50 prize has been claimed. A Mr. Manny has taken the 50-50 door prize. Thanks for playing. Try again next time. We made one call for stock and super stock. We've made 2 calls for stock and super stock. Gonna make this 3rd call for stock and super stock. 3rd call for stock and super stock. As you are getting set to run effectively now. Stock and super stock. If you are not in the lanes, well, you better get there quick because your class is about to run. So start line crew's doing some last minute touch-ups here. We roll to NWCR, stock and super stock. First round of eliminations. James Boyce out of Duval, Washington, bringing out the Mustang Fox body to race John Basinski in the 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Looking to be 11:66 dialed in here, TCS side. 11 seconds on the Lordco side. So just shutting the cars off as some small tech gremlins get worked out behind the scenes. We'll be back up and running in short order in our first round of eliminations for stock and super stock. Following this first run, we'll be having some mild track prep time, and we'll be able to hopefully call the Outlaw guys up once that track prep gets underway. During which point, I believe we'll be having the Hard Knocks Stunt Show Drift team coming on up to make runs as well. Two green lights, we hightailed it up towards the quarter mile, and up at the top end of the racetrack, it'll end up being John Basinski getting there first by a good half a second over James Boyce. We move to Pete Legg in the Chevy, and then a good old Malibu over in the Lordco side. David Rastat takes the win over Pete Legg in the Malibu. Goes a 1.6 second gap up from Rastat. We move to Dave Jung and Bruce Floden, a 10.96 to a 13.11 for the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro and the Dodge Dakota. In the pits, attention to the pits. We're calling Outlaw 275 to lanes 2 and 3. Outlaw 275 to lanes 2 and 3. Limited street to 4 and 5. Outlaw 275 to lanes 2 and 3. Limited street to 4 and 5. Pro Street and Outlaw Street, you are on standby.
So again, some track prep ongoing ahead of the Outlaw 275 guys coming back up to the line for their first run of the day here at Mission Raceway Park. This will be the fourth qualifying session for Outlaw 275, again presented by MDA Fabrication. They had 3 qualifying sessions yesterday with Jordan Brandon currently heading up the qualifying ladder with a 441 in his Chevy Camaro. Is up on the big screen right now. You can get a look at just wrapping up the drift ride-alongs. They'll be back. I believe they're getting lined up and ready to go for a potential demonstration coming up here in a moment. But you can head on down to the road course, the far end of the drag strip down there in the shutdown area, and $20 to get a ride in a drift car down there for charity for Variety Network, and a big supporter there of all things around here in BC. So good way to help out for charity. Heading down, get yourself a drift ride along again at the road course down in the shutdown area here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, can already see some of our Outlaw 275 competitors making their way up to the staging lanes. Of course, don't want to miss any of the action there, but the Justin Bond in the Bahrain 1 camp have their T-shirts and merchandise for sale over their pit area. You can make a stop by there and pick up your Bahrain 1 merchandise. And see the crews milling about in the starting line, just checking the traction down there, checking out the track conditions ahead of this final qualifying session for Outlaw 275. And looks like we got our first pair rolling into the water box. So getting ready. First pair, Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. Jordan Brandon in that gray 2000 Chevy Camaro over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And Jordan coming into this session as the #1 qualifier with a 441 over 170 miles an hour. That was set in the cool conditions of the evening session last night here at Mission Raceway Park in the second round of qualifying. So Jordan Brandon going up against Tyler Bodke in that Mustang from Washington State. And Tyler has not had the greatest couple of runs so far for his Door Wars weekend. Has been down in the 4-second bracket, but tricky track conditions now with the heat for these very small tire cars trying to put down a whole lot of horsepower. Jordan Brandon immediately up into smoke at the hit, and Tyler Bodke runs it through to a 488 with an 8 at 153 miles an hour. So considering the conditions, solid run there for Tyler to get from A to B for the Mustang out of Rochester, Washington. And Jordan Brandon, you can see that car pretty much drive up into tire smoke just after the Christmas tree is really the power starting to come in. Our next pair getting ready. It's Steve Skokin versus Chris Gould. Skokin, the Pro Charge Fox-bodied Mustang over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, going into the 4-second zone with a 470 charge last night. Up against the number 2 qualifier at the moment, Chris Gould, with a 445 from that 2000 Ford Mustang for the folks at CT Automotive out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. And Chris, we mentioned a few times, former Outlaw 10.5 competitor that raced here at Door Wars previously. Making the step in the last few years, running the Outlaw 275 with those very small drag radials, and again, trying to put a whole lot of horsepower to those back tires. We saw Tyler Bodke get the job done, going from A to B with that 488 to kick things off. Jawanda driving up into tire smoke, 494 at 142 miles an hour for Tyler Levy out of Maple Ridge. So another car getting A to B, also in the TCS side of the racetrack, is Jawanda driving up into tire smoke and pedaling his way to a 564 with a 945 miles an hour. So getting ready for our next pair, Mike Hawkins. Up with Jason Gagnon in the Nova for Gen 3 Speed, JS Power Sports, and Precision Concept out of Kelowna. So Jason Gagnon making big power with that twin turbocharged setup. Gonna have to try and back it down here to get down the racetrack in the heat of the day. Mike Hawkins out of Chilliwack, the 1981 Chevy Malibu, the nitrous-assisted machine. So here we go with Hawkins. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Pro Street and Outlaw Street. We need you guys to lanes 2 and 3. Pro Street and Outlaw Street, lanes 2 and 3. And attention the pits, Real Street. We need you guys in lanes 4 and 5. Real Street, lanes 4 and 5. So Mike Hawkins getting guided into the beams. Again, that 1981 Chevy Malibu. It's been in the 480 zone throughout the weekend up against Jason Gagnon, coming in as the number 3 qualifier. Wheels up a pair. Gagnon gets through to a 457 with a 3. Great run there for Gagnon over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. 169 miles an hour, big speed for the turbo car. 474 with a 953 miles an hour. Hawkins also getting from A to B over there in the TCS racetrack. Saw the replay up there on the big screen, the Lordco Auto Parts live stream. So Dan Rodrigue, now on the TCS side of the racetrack. Rodrigue in the 81 Chevy Malibu known as the Boo. The big block Chevy nitrous combo for Rodrigue. Lined up and ready to go over there, the Radial Flyer. That venerable Nova is just taking a quick look at the racetrack at the moment over in the TCS side of things. It's like potentially a piece of debris or something down there that's getting retrieved as that'll get picked up and ready to go. So J.R. Lazick back behind the wheel, the Radial Flyer, and JR also running, of course, with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. And in this car, managed to get a win at DOORWARZ back in 2018. So, again, just waiting on that quick track check. And see Dan Rodrigue. Kent Specialty Automotive, Milron Truck Bodies, and Gray Metalworks. Bring us your defending Outlaw 275 champion here at Mission Raceway Park with the West Coast Outlaws. And the Radial Flyer with J.R. Lazick back behind the wheel. Jay Severson racing that car at DOORWARZ last year. So Dan Rodrigue and J.R. Lazick getting ready as they will back it up from the burnouts, the turbocharged combo for the Radial Flyer of Lazick and Rodrigue, the nitrous machine. So looks like it'll be the last pair. Round number 4 of qualifying here in Outlaw 275. As purging the nitrous is Dan Rodrigue and JR trying to get a representative run for the Nova over there on the far side of the racetrack. This will head into Gulf and Fraser limited street action. First, we'll see what Dan Rodrigue and J.R. Lazick can do in the heat of the day. Saw that 450 from Jason Gagnon there in the Nova over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And we'll see what both of them can do as building up the boost is J.R. Lazick. So backing him out of the beams as they'll line him up and try it once more. You hear Lazick building up the boost again in that turbo car and trying to hold back that car, as it's pretty difficult to stage the turbo cars. You have to really grab a handful of brake and kind of bump that thing in. And in qualifying, you want to just barely trip that bottom bulb and stage as shallow as possible, because if you go in too deep, it starts to rob you ET-wise. It'll be helpful in eliminations, but not in qualifying. Lazic waiting to build a boost. Pedal job for Rodrigue. Gets to the top end with a 5:32.1 at 153 miles an hour for Daniel Rodrigue, and JR Lazic a 5:26 with a 147 miles an hour as JR waiting to build up the boost till that Nova was good and ready, and makes an A to B pass here. Get some data for later on in the day for JR Lazic and Daniel Rodrigue going down the racetrack with that 5:32 with a 1. So yeah, that'll do it for Outlaw 275. We got Golf and Fraser Limited Street action getting ready to come up next. So Limited Street, kind of the step down from Outlaw 275. A little bit tighter rules on what you can and cannot do to the race car. Still a heads-up 8th mile bracket with cars running on drag radials and getting ready to come underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge with the first pair in qualifying. So later on in the evening, Outlaw 275 kicking off their elimination rounds. They will finish up things tonight here at Mission Raceway Park. So Limited Street in the water box with Max Nielsen, the first car up. And William Wood pulling into the water box alongside. Nielsen, currently the number 2 qualifier in Limited Street. Nielsen, last pass of last night, running a 5:17. Vanessa Richards, currently quickest in class with a 5:16 with a 0 at over 133 miles an hour for the racer out of Kelowna. But Max Nielsen from Sturgeon, Alberta, right there behind Richards in a close battle at the top of the Limited Street time charts as William Wood, nitrous-assisted 1992 Fox Body Mustang with that small block Ford. So Wood, who has been consistent throughout this one, building up the boost, getting ready for another hit. Both cars going to make it down to the top end. Max Nielsen runs it through to a 5:24 with a 7, 134 miles an hour. And again, given the conditions, solid run there for Max. A 5:66 with a 425 miles an hour for William Wood. For the racer out of Langley, is both drivers getting down the racetrack here. And you're not going to see any times really challenging for that top spot. Just some drivers maybe in the mid-pack trying to move up a position or two, or drivers that did not quite have the runs that they wanted on the previous 3 sessions. Trying to, again, get up that qualifying ladder just a little bit more is Chris McGraw out of Abbotsford in his 1990 Ford Mustang, nicknamed Flipper. The TCS side of the racetrack up against Justin Lee, the convertible Mustang. Justin completing the required licensing runs in that machine over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane over the course of the weekend, now fully licensed for competition. Fortunately, Justin straight up into tire smoke off the hit, and Chris McGraw runs it through to a 5:39 with a 4. Down there at the top end, 130 miles an hour. Good run there for Chris. As your next pair already into the water box. So McGraw having to rest on his 5:35.7 from earlier. in qualifying, coming in round number 3, currently having him in the number 5 qualifying spot. As you see in the water box there and up in the big screen, the orange Mustang of Jason Gibson, the winner of the Seattle Points race in limited street competition earlier this year at the full-blown frenzy at the end of May down at Pacific Raceways. He is up against Matt Black out of Kelowna, his 1994 Jeep Cherokee. A turbocharged machine that's obviously been converted to rear-wheel drive. Black currently rather towards the bottom of the qualifying order in the 11th spot is 6:38 with a 321 miles an hour, the best run for Matt. It was down in the 5-second zone in test and tune competition earlier on in the week. And Jason Gibson, who went from the bottom of the qualifying order all the way up to the number 4 position behind son Justin. In round number 3 of qualifying, it's both drivers getting ready to bump it in. You'll hear the boost start to build on Black's Cherokee, and Jason Gibson turning on the bottom bulb in the Mustang. Both cars struggling for traction as Black shuts off the Cherokee at the top end of the racetrack. Jason Gibson runs it through 7:01 with a 2 at 119 miles an hour on and off the throttle. You can see in the replay that both cars, Black's car actually hooking up, lifting the front end, and Matt actually having to get out of it as a result, and Jason Gibson gets down to the finish line, not trouble 3, and coasts through to a 7:01 as the ins are coming to us in the tower side of the TCS lane. That is Justin Gibson out of Surrey in his 1988 Ford Mustang and 427 cubic inches of forward power up against Pat Hearn from Surrey in his 1988 Fox-bodied Mustang. So Hearn, who managed to get in the 5-second zone last night just with the 599 with a 5, sneaking into the number 10 spot up against Justin Gibson, who is currently in the number 3 position with a 424 with a 6. Gibson having to pedal it as Hearn making his way down track and gets to the stripe. Pat Hearn, 572 with a 6, 130 miles an hour, and Hearn actually improving on his run from last night, and that's going to put him up the order into the number 8 position. So number 8 spot for Pat Hearn, getting the job done there out of Surrey, jumping up a few places. The Gen 3 Speed, Gibson Racing Teams, BCIT Aerospace sponsored Mustang. Justin Gibson pedaling his way to a 595 with a 6 at 129 miles an hour. So Vanessa Richards in the YE50 Mustang. Still your number 1 qualifier. As she rolls up to the line, 5:16 with a 0 at 133 miles an hour in round number 2 of qualifying yesterday as she purges the Nitro system on that Ford-powered Fox-bodied Mustang. And in the Mercury Marquis, over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, that is Josh Collin. Josh currently in the number 7 qualifying spot with a 570 with a 2 at 122 miles an hour. Got some big airtime. Put that thing up in the back bumper in the 3rd and final session that we had last night in qualifying. Again, wrapping things up for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. Qualifying-wise, we'll have their eliminations coming up the next time they hit the racetrack. So Richards pre-stage, Colin pre-stage. Bumping the Mercury in, Richards is in. Wheels up both sides of the racetrack, and Vanessa Richards gets to the top end first. 47 with a 706 miles an hour off the throttle a little bit early. 571 with a 3 at 117 miles an hour. For Josh Collin over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Calgary in the 86 Mercury wagon is Bobby Ehlers. Coming up the line, and we'll, from the looks of things, round out limited street qualifying. So Bobby out of Maple Ridge in the LS-powered 1989 Fox-bodied Mustang. Quick pedal there for Bobby as he makes his way down the TCS side of the racetrack. 612 with a 719 miles an hour for Bobby Ehlers. And I believe that will wrap up round number 4 of qualifying here for Limited Street. So it'll be Vanessa Richards heading into eliminations as the quick qualifier with a 5:16 with a 0 to 133 miles an hour. Max Nielsen stays in the number 2 spot with a 5:17 with a 5. And it's Justin Gibson in the 3rd spot with 5:24 with a 6, 5:26 with a 3 for Jason Gibson. Chris McGraw rounding out the top 5 in qualifying with a 5:35 with a 7. And it's William Wood, Josh Collin, Miguel Fatino in his Ford Mustang that we did not see come out to make a pass in the number 8 spot with a 5:83 with a 6. 12 cars qualifying for your Outlaw 275 field here for Door Wars 11. Getting ready. Next time they are going to hit the racetrack, it will be for eliminations, and we'll decide who moves on to round number 2 with those eliminations coming up for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275.
Never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At home with the live feed.
Ford Rangers, the Vanishing One stunt team. And the wind light position here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Stunt and Pro competition. A beauty. $2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. So the replay of that about Valley Tech Production. This is just the beginning, folks.
So just a quick check of the track before we head off into Pro Street action. Our 2 Pro Street competitors and a whole host of the rest of the West Coast Outlaws classes. So Outlaw 275, Limited Street wrapping up. Then we got Pro Street, Outlaw Street, and Real Street all coming out for their 4th and final qualifying sessions. We'll hand things over to Chrissy to take back control of the mic here as Nick Duda in the water box waiting for the go signal just as soon as everybody is cleared off the racetrack.
All right, thanks so much, Cole. Cole, actually, isn't he the greatest announcer in the world? I'm totally fangirling over Cole. Sorry, I just am. You can check him out on Instagram. It's Sorensen Speed Talk on Insta. If you're an Insta kind of person, check him out. He probably even has a podcast. Knowing him, he is that cool. Nick Duda here in the TCS lane, 63 vet running a 393 small block Chev, sponsored by Performance World and Mopac here in Pro Street. Door Wars 11. Great to see you all out here. What a great day. Happy Canada Day. Oh, Canada, Pro Street. Nick Duda pulling toward the center and having to shut that down. Fourth round of qualifying here for Nick Duda. Coasting his way down the track. A 15.38, 22 miles an hour. Obviously not what he was looking for, but of course had to let out of it. Safety first, folks.
Of course, yeah, Nick had a wild ride there, Chrissy, that you and me watched last night where he did a little lane change action there and unfortunately took out one of the 8th mile timing blocks, but a 430 from earlier, 430-ish pass. Don't have the exact number in front of me on his first qualifying hit. He'll reside on that as our second racer in Pro Street will get ready to come underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. So inline sales bringing us Pro Street is, looks like, switching back and forth. We got Bree King rolling up in the water box and another one of our competitors from Real Street making the move up into Pro Street in that fox-bodied Mustang. We're there on the TCS side of the racetrack.
Bree King in the Lordco lane from Red Deer, Alberta, in the 2000 Chevy S10.
Scott Kolodachuk, let's go with that one, in the 1991 Ford Mustang from Surrey. Again, we saw him in Real Street competition, switching over and the little bit of a smaller car count in Pro Street and getting some double class action here on the Saturday of Door Wars. Is again their 4th and final qualifying session, I believe, scheduled for Pro Street. Bree King in the Wheels Up S10, getting ready for another trip down the racetrack. Bree from Red Deer. Bree had it wheels up, then things started kind of sashaying around the 330-foot mark, and she'll shut it off to a 6:13 with an 8, 81 miles an hour. 691 of the 701 miles an hour for Scott over there in the Mustang, as he'll have to hot lap it back around and come to the tail end of the Real Street lineup, and that's going to finish things off for Pro Street for Inline Sales. So big thanks to Inline Sales for stepping up here for Door Wars in 2023, bringing us the action for the Pro Street category. So Outlaw Street, relatively new class here with the West Coast Outlaws, heads up for street legal cars and bikes, taken to the 8th mile, and they'll be rolling up next, again, for their final qualifying session. I know we said we have eliminations coming up for the West Coast Outlaw categories tonight, but plenty of racing still tomorrow with all the rest of the categories here for Door Wars. And, of course, Pro Mods crowning their champion for 2023 and try to hand out that $10,000 prize for the Door Wars winner tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as the Canada West Doorslammers wrapping things up for their weekend presented by Paradise Homes. So, looks like Bree King in the S10. That is what the holdup is. Unfortunately, Bree's truck has come to a stop at the top end there. You can see that the safety team just checking to see how they can get that truck off of the racing surface. So that is, again, what we are paused for at the moment before we head into Outlaw Street competition. So attention the pits, attention in the pits. We need non-electronic to the pit area, or not to the pit area, you're already there, to the staging lanes. Non-electronics to the staging lanes. National Tire, non-electronics. We need you guys to the lanes. So Nick Duda quickest in Pro Street qualifying with a 4:08 with a 9, and Bree King back there in the number 2 spot. She had a 4:96 with a 645 miles an hour in the S10, which looks like it's making its way off the top end there. They got the gate opened here on Canada Day for Door Wars at Mission Raceway Park, and big thank you to all the folks at Valley Tech Productions for helping us out here at Mission Raceway Park and giving us these great live streams, of course, with the multi-camera live streams for Door Wars, and as well as the weekly Lordco Auto Parts live stream. It's, again, getting a nice shot of that up on the big screen as we speak. Still plenty of things to do down in the pit area while we got this tiny bit of delay. Looks like should be getting cleared up within the next few minutes or so.
You know, I was heading in the pits a little earlier, and I saw that bouncy castle. It looked very inviting. I had to hold myself back, but if you're a little kid and you'd like to go bounce around, check it out down trackside. Big bouncy castle. So much fun.
Plenty of other things, too, down by the bouncy castle on the midway. And I know I ran into you over at one of the food trucks over there on the spectator side of things. They're all still open. You can go check them out. We got Jay's Disco Dogs, Helm's Mobile Kitchen, and the Yardie Grill over there on the spectators side of things. So the food trucks over in the parking lot. Want to go check them out. Of course, the Half Track Snack Shack open for business. The Jack's Beer Garden is also still open. Big thanks to Jack's for helping bring us the beer garden back here to Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Strip. Discover the world of exceptional beverages at Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. Jack's offers a vast selection of beers, wines, and spirits to satisfy every palate. Located just minutes away at Mission Junction, Jack's is your go-to destination for all your beverage needs. Visit today and experience the ultimate shopping experience.
Hearing about all the fun our tower staff has had participating in the drifting action, folks. We have a Variety Club booth up there, and you can purchase a ticket and go ahead and go for a ride in a drift car. Everybody's just vibrating when they come back. They're like, oh man, drift cars are so cool. So definitely get down there and get yourself a ticket and do some drifting.
was a fun side race ride. Managed to get down there myself at the far end of the racetrack, climb in the passenger seat of one of those cars. And again, most of the drivers that they have down there are professional stunt drivers and do drifting as a little bit of a practice in between to keep up on their reflexes and skills behind the wheel. So West Coast Outlaws Street time, and Chrissy will let you take it away again with our first pair coming out of the water box.
Thanks, Cole. It's Tom Tarand in the TCS lane. He's racing the Kraken 2017 GSXR going against Rob Monroe Sr., that 31 Ford Model A, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing and Gibson Racing. Here in the Outlaw Street class, going to the 8th mile here at DOORWARZ 11. Bulbs are lit. A 5.61 at 122 for Rob Monroe Sr. Tom Tarand with the red, but it is qualifying a 5.53 at 130. Outlaw Street, of course, to the 8th mile. Corey Craig, TCS side, in the Hayabusa. He's from Chilliwack, going against Matt Marshall from Hazelton, BC, 1991 Chev truck, sponsored by River Hideaway Ventures. Truck just spinning, getting not a lot of traction there. It is a warm day out there. Expect way faster passes as we go through the day. 5.51, 137 miles an hour for Corey Craig. And Matt, a 7.7 at 87. We'll see these guys back in the elimination rounds. Matt Robert from Airdrie, Alberta, 1979 Camaro, sponsored by Archon Solutions and Lordco. He's a wheel stander. We've been watching him actually all weekend so far. There we go. Keeps it down. Awesome. And 6.52, 107 miles an hour for Matt Robert.
Yeah, I think that Matt has really had to tame that thing down or put a lot of lead on the front of that Camaro, because it was getting some serious hang time every single pass, pretty much. As I believe that is going to do it for Outlaw Street. And yes, it will. We will move on in to Real Street coming up next.
Real Street racing to the quarter mile. These are generally cars that drove to the track. We have Robert Unger in the TCS lane from Langley. He's racing that 1966 Chevelle called Daisy, going against Scott Warden from the Okanagan. 1953 Chevy pickup called Lumpy. Bulbs are lit. Double green. Nice pass for both of these guys. 0.02, 134 miles an hour for Scott Warden, and Robert with a 10.49 at 128.
So, of course, with Real Street going back to the quarter mile, you have to have the car actually street legal to run in the division. The only stipulation being that you have to run quicker than an 11.99. Bikes are also allowed in the category, and we'll see a few of our Outlaw Street competitors hot lapping it back to the tail end of the staging area and trying to get back in line here for Real Street competition.
Rob Monroe Jr. in the TCS lane, 69 Acadian, running a 385 small block Chev, sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint and Body, and SD Performance, going against Joel Smith from Abbotsford, the 71 Pontiac, sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire, RPM Alignment, and Zapstrap Racing. Nice little lift off for both these cars. Pretty much side by side racing here in the real street class, but it's going to Joel Smith. A 10.26 at 133 miles an hour, and Rob Monroe at 10.71 at 123. We've got Raj Lal here in the Black Widow. I was talking to him earlier. That's a 91 Civic. Now, he calls it the Black Widow because they fight, and he says he had a word with that Black Widow, so hopefully that gets straightened out. Going against Sean Langley from Linden, Washington in the Hustler. 69 Mach 1 Mustang. Looks like he's going to have another talk with that naughty Black Widow. Sean Langley at 11.92 at 112 miles an hour. He was the Pacific Raceway Sportsman Champ in 2022, and Raj Lal, a 14.10, 91 miles an hour. Scott Kolodachuk from Surrey in the 1991 Mustang called Snoop, going against Rob Monroe Sr., hot lapping it, double classing there in the 31 Model A. Sponsored by White Knuckle Racing, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, and SD Performance here. Real Street, Door Wars 11. A great launch for Mr. Monroe Sr., but a little too quick on the draw. A 002 red for Rock. An 8.80 at 150 miles an hour. And Scott a 10.97 at 125. Carrying on here in Real Street, Door Wars 11. Happy Canada Day, folks. The beer garden is open if you'd care to celebrate that way if you're an adult. And of course, the Pro Shop, ice cream, pop, everything you could need. Tom prefers his tires very, very warm. Tom Durand, 2017 GSX-R called the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. Not only does Tom hang out and drag race these cool bikes, he's also into those adventure bikes, touring bikes. He's a great guy. Stop by and talk to him if you're into that kind of thing. He'd love to talk to you about it. Tom Durand, a regular here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway in Real Street, Door Wars 11. Oh, big wheels up for Tom Durand. Tom Durand, 8.81, 156 miles an hour with the wheels in the air. Wow. That takes some big kahunas to race those. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Electronics. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Electronics to lanes 4 and 5. All right, Krista Louette and Andy Antle. Krista from Maple Ridge in that 1990 GMC Jimmy, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. Going against Andy Antle from Lac La Hache, sponsored by Antle Towing. No. Krista Louette taking off first. Andy Antle's chasing her down, however, goes 0.17 red. Krista Louette moving on into the next round. Cody Plews in the 1995 Chevy in the TCS lane, sponsored by Antle Towing, going against Eric Hansen from North Vancouver in the 68 Plymouth. He'd like to thank Mr. Transmission North Van, Cody Blues, and Eric Hansen here in non-electronic class, Door Wars 11. And a double breakout, but this one going to Eric Hansen, a 12.77 at 105. Larry Rodenizer in the Lordco lane, 1946 Ford called Old Yeller, dialed in at a 944. Dustin Brewington in the TCS lane from Kennewick, Washington, and that 99 Camaro, dialed in at a 1027. Liftoff as the Old Yeller's going after Dustin. Can he do it? Double breakout, this one going to Dustin Brewington. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The final call for non-electronics. Final call, non-electronics. Please, you should be in the lanes. Chris Stone, TCS lane, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing. He's a Mission resident in that 68 Dodge with a 440 Mopar, going against Ross Walker from Langley in his 66 Chevy 2 with a 427. Dial-ins are pretty even, 1007, 1008. Here in non-electronics, Door Wars 11. Waiting for Ross, here we go. Double green, great launch here. Heading down the track here in eliminations of non-electronics, very close. It's going to Chris Stone at 10.07 at 127 miles an hour.
So Chris Stone dead on the dial, 10.07 with a 0, almost perfect to the 10,000th of a second, 5/10,000ths of a second away from being completely perfect for Chris Stone out of Mission in the Dart. On that previous pair in the TCS lane is Sylvia Hoogstens and Sean Langley up for the next pair. Battle of the Mustangs. Houston dialed in with the 1265. Langley dialed in with 1193.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock and super stock to lanes 5 and 6. Stock and super stock to lanes 5 and 6, please.
So Sylvia getting the win over there in the TCS side of the racetrack, running a 1263 on that 1265 and a 1187 for Sean Langley, so a double breakout, but Hoogson's breaking out by the least in the Mustang as deemed by the computer.
Pretty exciting racing here at Door Wars 11 in the non-electronics class. Actually, all the classes. It's been great racing all weekend. Here we are, Saturday, Canada Day, and tons of racing. We're going to be racing deep into the night, folks.
So here we go with the next pair in non-electronics. So it is Rob Monroe, who's also running in Real Street this weekend, up against John Tabak over there in the Rad Torque Systems Chevy S10. Things fairly even in the dial-in department as Tabak dialed in at a 10.52, and Monroe, the TCS side of the racetrack, dialed in with a 10.72, so a very slight head start. So Rob Monroe getting ready to try and take out John Tabak, who's been on a tear so far throughout the day. Both of them leave clean and green. Tabak trying to track down Rob Monroe as they get to the top end. 10:53.6 for John Tabak getting the win on his 10:52 dial-in. Rob Monroe running 10:78 with a 719 miles an hour, the TCS side of the racetrack. So Tabak is going to be moving on to the next round of non-electronics for the racer out of Maple Ridge in that 1989 Chevy S10. So Rob Monroe getting fortunately taken out there by John Tabak in third round of eliminations for non-electronics. And of course, non-electronics brought to us here this weekend by National Tire here at Mission Raceway Park. And a big thanks to all of our sponsors and supporters here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, moving on for eliminations and all those classes such as Gerry's rather Rad Torque Electronics, National Tire non-electronics. The junior classes all going to be back tomorrow for second day of eliminations here and qualifying. Of course, qualifying in the morning, going through eliminations in the afternoon here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, the Pro Modifieds, Canada West Doorslammers deciding their winners as well. So another full day here at Mission Raceway Park. All right, well, we got a little bit of downtime. Nolan Reppel had the chance to go through the staging lanes, talk with some of the limited street racers before they managed to head on out onto the racetrack for their final qualifying session. We're going to throw to an interview now with your number one qualifier in limited street, Vanessa Richards.
So standing by in the stage lanes, the titanium strip with number one qualifier so far, limited street, Vanessa Richards. Vanessa, obviously the Fox body's been running well. It's a 5-second car thus far, 133 miles an hour. What's been the secret thus far today?
Well, you know what, just getting down the track, A to B, I think, and consistency is going to be key. We have a pretty tight field this year, so it's pretty exciting to see that we're going to have some fast cars and bigger class too. We were pretty stoked to rip that off last night, though. We weren't expecting to go that fast, so always feels good.
What do you think you're going to have to do to see if you can't get yourself a potential win here in limited street then here?
Like I said, I think consistency is key and just racing smart. So got to see what the ladder looks like. But yeah, like I said, just getting A to B and making sure we have a quick car and playing our cards right.
It's looking to be a very competitive field. We'll wish you the best of luck then when we get set to go racing here later on this evening.
Thank you very much.
Vanessa Richards, your number one qualifier thus far, limited street, entering queue number 4. Standing by.
Great interview, Nolan. Wow, that's pretty fantastic. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors, you are on standby, please. Juniors, you're on standby. Door Wars 11, boy. Happy Canada Day. Oh, Canada, we are so blessed to be residents of this fine country. I don't know, I just love Canada Day. So great to see all you guys out here celebrating with us here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. It is smoking hot out there. Be sure that you keep hydrated. The Pro Shop, I know, lots of cool drinks as well as a huge ice cream and freezy selection. I'll be moseying on by there later to get myself some freezies. Also, some really cool t-shirts and such available. I know the West Coast Pro Mods, they've got some merch for sale. I picked up a really cool Zippy, Pro Mod Zippy. And of course, Bahrain 1 there, they have t-shirts for sale. Haven't made it over there yet, but I am absolutely not leaving this track without a Bahrain 1 t-shirt, that is for sure. Famous people on the property, be sure to go say hi to Khalid Alabushi and Justin Bond.
So here we go with electronics. Coming up, another round of eliminations for them. Their third round of eliminations.
Jan Christensen, from the TCS lane from Langley in that Dragster, one of the collection of vehicles that Jan has. Now, I heard he has this Dragster because he wants to know how to beat all the Dragsters. Is that correct, Cole?
That is what I heard as well. Gerry, Lucky, one of the other announcers here, and me were talking, and Jan added this one to the fleet to see what the Dragster craze was all about. And here he is now going rounds in electronics, courtesy of Rad Torque coming on board, sponsor of the class. And of course, Rad Torque Systems, big supporter of drag racing all across North America, also sponsoring Dallas Glen and the NHRA Pro Stock Series, as well as many other local racers and national racers. And Emily Gerard, a winner in electronics at the 2021 edition of Door Wars over there in the Rad Torque Systems JS Power Sports machine. Well, it's Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical on board, trying to go into the next round. 793 for Christensen, 755 the dial-in for Emily Gerard over there out of Chilliwack in the Lordco Auto Parts lane.
Breakout, but Emily breaks out last, 7.5, 470 miles an hour. Going into the next round, Jan, a 7.91 at 169. We've got Al Oldman from Abbotsford, sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. He's a 15-time track champion, a 2-time Division 6 champion, going against George Lebain. He's from Creston in that Chevelle, sponsored by Kelowna Dental Clinic, Wildwood Water Ball, Drilling, and Java Group. Looks like Al breaking out. This one's going to George, 8.7, 454 miles an hour in that Chevelle. Moving on in electronics. Kevin McNichol in the TCS lane, 1967 Nova. He's the 2014 Super Pro Champ. He's going against Robert Love from Asoya, sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports in that 1989 S10 with a 383. Bulbs are lit. Double green, here we go. Pretty even, but it can only be one, and that today is Kevin McNichol at 10.14 with an 827 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round of electronics. Door Wars 11. Carrying on here, electronics class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All junior classes to lanes 1 and 2. Juniors to lane 1 and 2, please. Warren Jacobson from Mission in the TCS lane in a 67 Chevy 2 going against Jeff Bell from Oliver in that 76 Dodge, running a 455 Mopar. Oh, big wheels up for Jeff Bell. And who's going to take this one here? Double breakout, but going to Warren Jacobson, breaking out less, 10.87, 134 miles an hour. And Jeff, a 9.5 with a 7 at 138. Great racing action here in electronics. Door Wars 11. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, please make your way to lanes 1 and 2, please. Juniors to lanes 1 and 2.
All right, here we go with, looks like a rerun of things in round number 1 of eliminations in stock, super stock. A little bit of a miscue with the ladder there. So we'll have attempt number 2 at round number 1. As your field coming up to the line, it'll be Fox-bodied Mustang over here in the tower side of the racetrack. The K-Stock automatic Fox body for James Boyce out of Duvall, Washington. Up against John Buksinski in his 1970 Barracuda over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side. An 1101 dial-in for John, 1167 for Boyce, so the Barracuda going to have to wait on the Mustang. He's going to lead the line first. Wheels up, launch a pair is Buksinski trying to track him down as they get to the top end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Buksinski running an 1101 on the 1101 dial-in, 1101 with a 7 thou away from being perfect for the Barracuda as James Boyce runs it through to a 1179 with a 0 on his 1167 dial-in. And up next will come Darren Stobie here, tower side, the 1965. Chevelle up against the Camaro of Ed Howder Jr. Stobie getting a slight head start over in the TCS lane, but still some problems for Stobie as he'll click it off early, and Howder runs it on through to a 1039 on the 1030 dial for the Camaro out of Linwood, Washington, the winner of the Lucas Oil Divisional race at Mission Raceway Park last year here at the Titanium Strip. As you got to look at the instant replay up there on the big screen, and the next pair already getting ready to stage it is Pete Legg out of Surrey, his 1956 Chevy Nomad up against David Rastad and his 1980 Malibu. David out of Maple Ridge. 1315 for the Nomad, 1199 for the Malibu. This one's going to be all David Rastad as 119 red goes Pete Legg in the Malibu here in the TCS side of the racetrack. So Legg having to leg it out, gets to the top end, unfortunately going red. As up next will come Dave Jung out of Surrey, his 1996 Camaro for Lordco Auto Parts. The Super Stock machine up against Bruce Floden. The Q Stock automatic Dodge Dakota with the V6. And Bruce with a 1304 dial-in will get a big head start over Dave Jung with a 1096 dial-in the Camaro. So the Dakota leaving the line, trying to run dead on that 1304. Dave Jung now in hot pursuit in the TCS side of the racetrack. Top end of the racetrack, it is going to be Dave. The Camaro getting the job done, 11-12 on the 1096. 13-16 with a 1 for Bruce Floden on the 1304 dial-in. So the Camaro moving on to the next round of stock, super stock combo, as we'll put Canada West Doorslammers on your 30-minute standby call. Again, that is Canada West Doorslammers 30-minute standby call. So Junior Thunder and Lightning presented by Peden Industries. Lined up and ready to go for their eliminations as they continue to roll through them. So again, wrapping up stock, super stock combo here at Mission Raceway Park as we continue on with eliminations for the rest of the classes here on the Saturday of Door Wars 11th Titanium Auto Group Strip.
Also, just to let you know, as we move into our junior classes, that Junior Street has a prize wheel at the Junior Street tent. Big thanks to our sponsors, Peden Industries, Bubba Speed Shop, the Badass Garage, Performance World, and the Titanium Auto Group. So come on over to the Junior Street tent and chat with them about racing in Junior Street and all of their amazing sponsors. Junior Street, check out the prize wheel at the Junior Street tent.
So just making sure that the junior ladders are all set up, we'll throw to another interview that Nolan managed to capture for the limited street competitors down in the staging lanes. Justin Gibson, the runner-up from Door Wars last year, coming up on the big screen.
Standing by with Justin Gibson, enters queue number 4, third place at the moment on the ladder. Justin, how's the Fox body been running thus far?
Absolutely great. Couldn't be happier.
Obviously, the Fox bodies tend to be the most popular body style as it stands in limited street. What is it that seems to bring this car out to play?
They just work so well without doing a whole lot to them.
And obviously, you're looking to see if you can attack Vanessa Richards on the number 1 spot and others. What do you think you'll have to do to try to push yourself further up the ladder?
Just got to turn it up more.
Turn it up even more, hopefully not too far. Wish you the best of luck then here in queue number 4.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you can see the Junior Thunder ladder up there as we'll get ready for elimination round 3. Junior Thunder coming out of the water box right now.
Of course, juniors Great way to get your kids and your whole family involved in racing. Keeps the kids out of trouble and keeps those screens down. Here in Junior Thunder coming up, it's April Bond in the TCS lane. A Mission resident, sponsored by JBS Equipment, going against Emily White, also for Mission, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing, Lordco, Walco, and TNT. Emily dialed in at 900, April and 896. You see the fathers out there coaxing their daughters on. Justin Bond, of course, dad of April, and Colin White, the dad of Emily. Great family racing action here in the junior class. Door Wars 11 on Canada Day on the Titanium Strip. Double green bulbs here. April Bond versus Emily White. Neck and neck here, folks. Oh, but it looks like Emily breaking out and is going to April Bond, a 9.01 at 72. Emily, 0.6 off her dial. Nate Green in the TCS lane now, part of the Green Brothers racing team. He's a Mission resident, and he's sponsored by Global Container Terminals and Bumper Stand, dialed in at a 12. It's a bye run for Nate Green here in the Junior Thunder class, Door Wars 11. Looks like the party is just getting started here in the beer gardens. If you're an adult and you so choose, please come on down and have a refreshing beverage here in the beer garden, sponsored by Jack's. Juniors racing to the 8th mile at 12.02, 53 miles an hour for Nate Green. A bye run, so the red doesn't matter. Jack Green, part of those Green Brothers racing team, dominating Mission Raceway here. Jack in the TCS lane, sponsored by Global Container Terminals and Bumper Stand, going against Adam Katnick in the Lordco lane, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Jack Green dialed in at a 1410 and Adam a 890, so he's going to have to be very, very patient in that Lordco lane. Round 3 of eliminations here in Junior Thunder. Who will be moving on, Jack Green or Adam Katnick? Jack will be taken off first. Adam will be patiently waiting. Jack Green taking off, and here comes Adam Katnick. Will he be able to get by him in the top end? Yes, he does. An 8.93, 71 miles an hour for Adam Katnick, and a 14.06 at 44.2 miles an hour, and off his dial by 0.031. So Adam moving on into the next round here, Junior Street at Door Wars 11 on Canada Day. junior classes here at the Titanium Strip Mission Raceway. A lot of these youngsters have their parents racing in the bigger classes, but I know, you know, in 15 or so years, we're going to be calling out these names up in Pro Mod and Hot Rod. You just wait and see, folks. These are the racers of the future. Abigail White in the TCS lane, sponsored by White Lightning Racing. Lordco, Walco, and TNT going against Ciel Gagnon from Qualicum, sponsored by Rad Torque, Titanium Auto Group, and Big Kids Racing. Got the dads out there, Colin White with Abigail. We've got Nate out there with Ciel. Side-by-side racing action here. Junior Lightning in the DOORWARZ 11. Who will be going into the next round? Junior Thunder. Will it be Abigail? Will it be Ciel? Which of these ladies will be moving on? Bulbs lit. Double green. This will be run on the track, and look at this 8:01 with a 1 for Abigail, 75 miles an hour. Ciel an 8.02, 82.7 miles an hour. Wow, close racing here in the Junior Lightning class. Eliminations round 3. Here comes McKenna Thompson on a bye run here. Junior Lightning. She's sponsored by JBS Equipment. McKenna Thompson taking off for her bye run, a 7.89, 80 miles an hour, just 007 off her dial, but doesn't matter. Bye run in Junior Lightning. Moving on into the next round. All right, that finishes out our junior classes. Big shout out to all the parents of the juniors. You are doing parenting right. Way to go. And way to go to all you kids in our junior classes. We know that you are the best and you are the future. Don't forget, Junior Street has a prize wheel at the Junior Street tent. So big thanks to our sponsors, Peden Industries, Bubba's Speed Shop, Badass Garage, Performance World, and the Titanium Auto Group. Be sure to go spin the wheel and you can win. Oh, see how rude of me. We do have Junior Street. Now, I know there's a big bounty on Tyler's head. I wonder if someone's going to take away Tyler's crown. And big bucks, you know, big bucks being given away at this race, folks. I do believe it's $250 to the winner of the junior classes. That's some big bucks, you guys. That's some big bucks to get put back into their race cars. Now, Junior Street, of course. You have to be between 13 and 16 years old to race Junior Street. You can race until your 17th birthday. All right, this is the final. We've got Tyler Smith in the Lordco lane, and he has a bounty on his head. The pressure is on, sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing. Isaac Nericho from Chilliwack in the 2003 Pontiac, Montana. So here it is, the final Junior Street for the money, for the glory. Oh, man. Oh, man. Tyler running away with it. Red for Isaac, a 10.60 with an O, 68 miles an hour. Tyler on a tear here in Junior Street. Congratulations, sir. Tyler Smith. 6 in a row. Now, how dare he? Now, okay. Another 25 bucks right here. We got to stop the madness.
Tyler Smith again going 6 in a row there in Junior Street. An impressive feat as we'll get ready to do a little bit of track prep, and then we're going to do some stunt showdowns. So they're just going over what they are going to be doing down there. Track side, kind of walking through what they have planned to the track officials so that we make sure that everything is all set up and ready to go. We'll have the Hard Knocks stunt team coming up in a little bit of track prep ahead of Canada West Doorslammer. So still a little bit of time to kill here, but we will have track prep coming up with the Hard Knocks stunt show in just a few moments.
Everybody, we're moments away from the Hard Knocks Stunt Show.
So Jamie up here with the Hard Knocks Stunt Crew. I know you guys just moments away from the stunt show. Just give us a quick taste of what you guys have planned here while we're getting the track ready.
We're going to have a little bit of 2-for-1 action right now. We are going to have the Hard Knocks Drift Team come on in, and they're going to be drifting around the column of the Lordco overpass, as well as the Motorcycle Boys, the 604 Stunts, will be giving us some wheelies and burnouts in front of the bleachers on the tower side.
So plenty of action here as we get ready. Again, just a few moments away from the Hard Knocks Stunt Team. We'll turn things over to the capable hands of Jamie to bring you on through the stunt show.
In just a few moments, we will see Gaston Morrison coming around in his 240XS, burning up the rubber as he goes around the column.
Jamie, if I'm not mistaken, these are two drift drivers in the demonstration, are the same ones that were giving rides earlier on to help raise money for charity down at the end of the road course.
That's right. Yeah, they were down there giving everyone a little bit of fun for the kids. We had Gaston and Alex giving everyone a little bit of fun to give the kids a little bit more time to play. And here it goes in 3, 2, 1, action stunt team. Here they come. 604 Stunts on their motorcycles, headed down towards the bleachers. Followed closely by the drifters. Alex in front and Gaston behind following. The closer they get, the better the drift it is. A little too close and Gas might trade some paint. He does like bumping Alex around. Nice work, Hard Knocks Stunt Team. That's the drift. If you want to have yourself some fun in the drift cars, make sure you sign up for the Variety BC Drift for the Gift. Nice, going around the other direction. These guys know how to turn left to go right and turn right to go left. And there's the smoke for you, ladies and gentlemen. And as well, we've got the bikes coming back down in front of the bleachers. Wheelies and burnouts to come.
Yeah, you can't forget about the 604 stunt bike team as they come down the return road in the grass all over the place, up on the rear tire. These guys putting on a show as they come back down the full length of the quarter mile here at Mission Raceway Park and getting ready for some donuts as well.
There he goes. That's my kind of motorcycle donut. Burn up that rubber. And taking over underneath the Lordco Pass, we've got the motorcycles trying to get their drift on. And you thought it was hard to ride on two wheels. We've got one, and why not stand on the seat at the same time? Give these 604 stunts a hand. Nice wheelies coming up. Wheelies all the way down in front of the bleachers. If you haven't been to the back of the track yet for your ride-alongs, please sign on up with the Variety BC tent. Go in and go for a jump in the passenger seat and become the drifter. And here comes 604 stunts again, making their way past the bleachers, all the way down, legs up in the air. Wheelies for days, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, 604 Stunts. Thank you for that motorcycle madness. And the bikes are making their way back down at the end of the Hard Knock Stunt demo. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed the show. Drifting and Bike Spectacular. Giving you some final wheelie action as they come down to the end of the track. That's how I like to ride my motorcycle everywhere I go. Just stand on the back and make my way down. All right, 604 Stunts. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, 604 Stunts. And after all that work, you've just got to walk that bike away.
So thanks to everybody from 604 Stunts and the Hard Knocks Stunt team for that drift demonstration. And again, make sure you sign up for those ride-alongs. Get yourself in the passenger seat of a drift car down at the far end of the drag strip by the road course. And still just a tiny bit more track prep to do, and then we'll get rolling on in with the rest of our Door Wars program here at Mission Raceway Park.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
You folks at home with the live feed.
Ford Rangers, the Vanishing Lord stunt team. And the wind light position here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Stunt Pro competition. Beauty. $2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay of that about Valley Tech Production. This is just the beginning, folks.
Attention. Wow. Okay. Get it together, Chrissy. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We have a parts call out. Stephen Robert is looking for a oil pump pickup for a big block Chev, a 7-quart pan. That's an oil pump pickup for a big block Chev, 7-quart pan. You know what it is. Do you have a spare? Do you have something for Stephen Robert? If you do, he is in the 34 Roadster, the gold and blue one, over by the concession stand. And if you can't find him, come on to the tower and we will put you in touch.
And attention to the pits, Canada West Doorslammers, Paradise Homes, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Once again, Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. Just make sure that Terry heard that. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. So you made the call for Canada West Doorslammers. Big thanks to their weekend sponsor, Paradise Homes. Paradise Homes, founded in 2001 by two Vancouver Island businessmen. At the time, they both had full-time careers with a strong desire to build quality houses, and so they created Paradise Homes Limited. For years now, they have successfully designed and built many single-family homes, duplexes, townhomes, and condominiums. Many long-term relationships have been formed along the way with subtrades, suppliers, and customers, which relates back to the best possible pricing and service from our trades and repeat business from their very valued customers. That's Paradise Homes, presenting all of the Canada West Doorslammers action this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, their association sponsors Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor for 2023. Total Dairy Solutions, say that 3 times fast. Green Light Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley, Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV, all helping out with the Canada West Doorslammers for 2023.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Remember, we're looking for that oil pump pickup for a big block Chev 7-quart pan. If you can help Stephen Robert out, that would be wonderful, or he will be unable to continue to race this weekend. Stephen Robert looking for an oil pump pickup for a big block Chev 7-quart pan. Please let us know if you have one. If you can help out Stephen Robert, that would be amazing. Let us know if you can't find him. He's in that 34 Roadster, the gold and blue one, over by the concession stand. He's definitely hoping he can find that so he can carry on with his racing program.
Once again, make sure to check out those food trucks as well over there on the spectator side of things. The Jay's Disco Dogs, Helm's Mobile Kitchen, and Yardy Grill all coming out here over on the spectator side of things. Grab something to eat here before we wrap up track prep out of the Doorslammer qualifying session. Also, Helm's Mobile Kitchen, as well as the Yardy Grill, they're going to be joining us at the Spec D Drift Weekend event coming up next weekend here at Mission Raceway Park on July 7th from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. and August 8th from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. So if you like the taste of drifting action that you saw here tonight, make sure to come on out next weekend here at Mission Raceway Park down by the road course to the Spec D Shootout here at Mission Raceway Park, full weekend of drifting. Taking over the road course here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, titanium strip here. Plenty of action throughout the month of July. TNT Shootout coming out as well. And then the first week of August, Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags coming back to Mission Raceway Park. So a full schedule on the table here. Mission Raceway Park in the upcoming months here for 2023.
And if you'd like to get a taste of what being in a drift car is all about, the opportunity is here today at DOORWARZ 11. Head on over to the Variety Club booth trackside, and for a donation, you can take a drive in a drift car. Now, I've got to get over there because a number of my fellow tower staff have done that today, and I mentioned it, their smiles on their face are just huge smiles. They're like, Chrissy, you got to get over there and check out the drift cars. I absolutely do need to, and it's for a good cause, of course. So head on over to the Variety Club booth and get yourself a donation so you can go and ride around in a drift car. It's pretty cool. Also like to mention the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals are on July the 15th. Watch some drag boats, eat some barbecue, and hang in the beer gardens if you so choose. That's July the 15th. Gates open at 9 a.m. for fans. Spectator tickets are $20, and kids 12 and under are free with a paid adult. I know for sure I'm going to be on the beach Not necessarily in the beer gardens, because, you know, that's not really my thing. I do like my sugar-free Gatorade. I mean, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to be on the beach in my chair, enjoying drag boats. What do you think, Cole?
Well, I know drag boats actually in the 80s and 90s part of this racing facility that before the drag strip was actually built, they had quite a regular series there with the Fraser Valley drag boats, and good to see that that is coming back once again. And again, you mentioned July 15th, the big day that the drag boats return to the Fraser River here at Mission Raceway Park.
Just heard that those drift cars will be taking those rides until 7 p.m. 7 p.m., drift cars. Go and make a donation at the Variety Club and have a ride in a drift car. I guess I need to hurry up and get over there and take a ride myself.
Also, make sure to check out the Kids Zone. That'll be closing up at 7 o'clock as well with Bouncy Castle and all sorts of fun activities down there right across from the 8th mile mark on the pit side of things, right up against the fence. So again, the Kids Zone wrapping up at 7 o'clock. So make sure to check that out as Canada West Doorslammers rolling underneath of the bridge. So this will be their 4th qualifying session for Canada West Doorslammers. John DeYoung still at the top and actually improving on his run from last night with a 6:61 in the 3rd session. Brody Shirk out of Langley. The Titanium Racing Bubba's Speed Shop 67 Chevy over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Dave Warren in the regular from Mission in his 62 Bel Air. The Blue Max Bel Air getting backed up from the burnout. And there you can see again signals from the crew members. You got the crew member back behind the starting line, directing the crew member in front of the car where they want to back that car up after it's made its burnout. Try and get it in the best possible position in the lane to get the best possible amount of traction all the way down the racetrack. Again, you can see up there in the big screen the difference where the rubber's been laid down right in the center of the groove. You want to be in that prepped part of the racetrack that offers the most traction, especially when you're trying to put down such high horsepower machines with the Canada West Doorslammers. Folks at Valley Tech Productions, again, doing a great job giving us a live stream is Dave Warren. And just making sure that that car is lined up straight, nice and dead center in the lane for that Blue Max Bel Air. As Shirk is waiting to bring in the Titanium Racing machine over in the TCS side of the racetrack. So 42 cars qualifying for the field as of this 4th session. 44 on the property, Canada West Doorslammers Association record here during the DOORWARZ weekend for Paradise Homes, Canada West Doorslammers. Warren is pre-staged, Shirk is pre-staged. .023 light for Shirk as Warren's going to drive around him, though, again in qualifying. Just for bragging rights, who gets to the stripe first, trying to lay down the best ET possible. 787 with a 169 miles an hour for Dave Warren, and Brody Shirk goes 835 with a 7 at 161 miles an hour over on the TCS side of the racetrack. So up next will come Adam DeYoung. Looks like he's going to be on a single. The Artex Racing 1967 Chevy Camaro. Adam making the step up into this car. It was formerly his dad, John's. So Adam DeYoung at 041 light had a solid run in that second session. Goes 847 with a 9 for Adam DeYoung, and side-by-side smoky burnouts from John DeYoung and Rod Leclerc. Lighten up those rear tires to at least the 330-foot mark as DeYoung from Abbotsford getting ready to back up in the 68 Camaro. Rod Leclerc from Victoria in the 1967 Chevy Camaro for Paradise Homes. So John DeYoung, that 6.61 second run, currently at the top of the qualifying order for Canada West Doorslammers as the Canadian flag removed. John feeling festive for the Canada Day weekend, and Canada Day here at the racetrack is purging the Nitro system is Rod Leclerc, the racer again out of Victoria and the owner of Paradise Homes, helping to sponsor the category and helping to put up that $3,000 prize for the winner of Canada West Doorslammer come Sunday here at Mission Raceway Park. So there you can see Leclerc's crew getting the hurried up side from the starter down there as they will get ready to bump it in, and DeYoung already pre-staged, waiting on Leclerc to come in. John DeYoung and Leclerc side by side, 1 and 2 qualifiers at the moment. How about a 658 with a 9, 210 miles an hour, and John DeYoung goes quicker still at the top of the field. 677 with a 2, 203 miles an hour for Rod Leclerc in the Paradise Homes Camaro over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, but John DeYoung continuing to extend his advantage over the rest of the Canada West Doorslammer field with a 658 with a 9, 210 miles an hour.
John DeYoung definitely not messing around there, just getting faster and faster. Here at Canada West Doorslammers Door Wars 11, Poe Freeborn in the TCS lane. That 1967 Shelby running a 632 big block Chev, sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Going against Kathy Freeborn. Husband and wife racing here. Kathy, also obviously from Courtney in the 70 Camaro. Also sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Poe and Kathy here, side by side racing, husband and wife team who a 7.44, 184. Kathy, 8.51 at 160 miles an hour.
So here we go with one of the drivers trying to crack into the Canada West Doorslammer field. One of the 2 cars that have not run an 870 yet. That is Steve McKenzie and his 1987 Chevy Cavalier. You can see it's equipped with the sunroof, and Steve uses that to help clear out the smoke from after the burnout. as Paul DeBree Jr., the 1963 Corvette over there in the far side. We're used to seeing Paul run his Valiant here at Mission Raceway Park, taking some time off of racing, but coming back just for this weekend in that split window vet, as Steve McKenzie getting ready to bring the Cavalier in. DeBree Jr., red light over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Again, not mattering in qualifying, runs through to a 787 with a 6. And Steve McKenzie coming oh so close to that 870 and 872 with a 6. So still 0.02 of a second off of getting into the Canada West Doorslammer field, as Mark Thompson out of Coldstream in that 1954 Studebaker, the beautiful silver and black machine for Marvel Racing, up against Mark Schuppener in the 1995 Chevy Lumina out of Kelowna. The Pendozzi machine, Wix Filters, Federal Mogul sponsored Lumina, that a little bit of a late arrival to DOORWARZ, managed to get in a quick qualifying pass this afternoon that put him into the field. .024 light, .035 light. The reaction times on either side of Mission Raceway Park, 7:57 with a 2 at 181 miles an hour for Mark Thompson out of Coldstream. Mark Schuppener runs down to an 8:10 with a 9 at 172 miles an hour for the Lumina.
Steve Wilson in the TCS lane. He's from Langley in that 68 Camaro, running a 615 big block Chev called the Angry Pumpkin. It's going against Mike Lucas from Fort St. John in the 68 Camaro, running a 632, sponsored by Busted Knuckles Services Limited. Steve Wilson versus Mike Lucas here, Canada West Doorslammer. Trouble there in the
So both cars on either side having some problems, as Wilson's out of it, goes through to a 1292 with a 2 and a 930 with a 2 for Mike Lucas, shutting it off and then pedaling it. Mike thinking about getting out of it, got a little bit sideways and then got back in the throttle there to try and get that car going. Is backing up. It's the Chevelle, Brian Ritchie, out of Coquitlam. Unfortunately, Brian rolling through the beams there. So Ritchie and the Chevelle up against the 67 Chevelle of Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. See Powell doing a little bit shorter burnout than Ritchie, so starting the starting line procedure a little bit later. They'll back him up, bring him directly into the staging beams over there. So Ritchie turning on that top bulb is Brad Powell bringing in the Chevelle. So Ritchie's stretching out that gap as he heads down the Lordco Auto Parts lane to a 790 with a 671 miles an hour. Brad Powell goes through with an 844.8, 158 miles an hour. It's side-by-side smoky burnouts from Andy Hatton and Lane Woolley. Woolley out of Langley, the 1970 Duster for Bucky's Mini Excavating. And a special thanks going out Soaking Fiberglass with 678 cubic inches of Hemi power underneath the hood up against the Grinch Camaro for Andy Hatton, Bubba's Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing bringing us that car. So Hatton getting ready to bring the green Camaro in. Had a little bit of an off-song run last time out. Had to shut off the car a little bit early up against Lane Woolley. He's made a series of 770 runs. Little bit of smoke starting to come out of Hatton's car as they head down the racetrack. 773 with a 9 for Lane Woolley. Hatton goes through the top end with an 825 with a 662 miles an hour. So it looks like the red lights are on the Christmas tree, so a quick look over the TCS lane as Andy Hatton's car is showing some smoke out of that machine for pretty much the entire length of the run, right off the hit of the throttle. Saw a little bit of something swept off the starting line, so a quick check by our track crew to make sure that the TCS side is all good to go, and then we'll get back to qualifying session number 4 for the Canada West Doorslammers. Terry Langdon Davies and Jan Christensen in the burnout box at the time that, again, turning those red lights on, getting those guys shut off for the moment as we once again take a quick look at the TCS lane.
Great to see everybody out here celebrating Canada Day with us here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Good to see you. Good to see all the little kids running around as well. It's a beautiful day. Be sure to stay hydrated, folks. Head on over to the Pro Shop or the concession stand for everything you could possibly want to drink to stay refreshed and cool, as well as lots of ice cream and freezies at the Pro Shop. BS Espresso, of course, they've got their iced coffees with all sorts of whipped cream on top. Apparently they're delicious. I'm not a coffee drinker, but everybody has them, so it must be yummy. DOORWARZ 11 here, just a little check of the track. We'll be carrying on with the Canada West Doorslammers.
You know, I saw Al Morin down there pulling up to the tower with the Morin Motorsports golf cart. And come Pro Mod time, they're going to be giving away the old door off of Steve Horn's old body from his Willys Pro Mod. They're going to be driving up and down both sides of the racetrack and looking for somebody who'd like a piece of an NHRA Pro Mod. Again, that's coming up for Pro Modified action, which is in just a little while, is still got to go through the Canada West Doorslammers, presented by Paradise Homes. Jan Christensen out of Langley over there. And the El Gringo Chevy for Preston Chevrolet. JBS Equipment, JS Power Sports up against Terry Langdon Davies. The Langdon Davies Concrete 41 Willys. An 8:10 last time from Terry. Jan solidly in the 850 so far this weekend. Terry Langdon Davies gets to the top end, 8:07 with a 264 miles an hour. Solid run for the 41 Willys. Jan Christensen an 8:63 with a 956 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorst is up next out of Abbotsford. The 55 Chevy Bel Air lined up alongside of Blake Miller. The Searles Auto Repair 67 Chevy Camaro out of Langford. So Winklehorst getting ready to go in that 55 Bel Air that was formerly Henry Zacharias' ride. Miller first off the line with an 013 light as they head down to the top end of the racetrack. 837 for the Camaro at 161 miles an hour, and 825 with the 662 for the Bel Air with the big block Chevy underneath the hood.
Just noticing all the smoke down there from the drifters. You have about an hour left, folks. An hour left to go and try out a drift car. Head on over to the Variety Club booth and make a donation and go for a ride in a drift car. Apparently it's unbelievable, life-altering. So get on over there and make a donation to the Variety Club today.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock, super stock. Stock, super stock combo. We need you guys to the lane. Stock, super stock combo to the back of the lanes. Well, we saw Henry Zacharias' old car in the previous pair, in that 1953 Corvette. 2 generations of Corvette and Doorslammer competition with Peter Lucanis out of Coquitlam in his 1963 split window vet. It's pretty much been running in the class, either Peter or his dad, since the inception of Canada West Doorslammers. The Transporter's logistics machine getting ready to be brought into the staging beams, and Peter taking out the Saturday of Door Wars last year in the Canada West Doorslammer class. Henry Zacharias over there, a solid 7-second player in his 53 Corvette. At the top end, 757 with a 778 miles an hour for Henry Zacharias. Peter Lucanis, an 858 with a 955 miles an hour for the racer out of Coquitlam, as her next pair is lined up and ready to go.
We have Scott Grant from Langley in the TCS lane, 2001 Camaro running a 565 cubic inch motor. Special thanks to Bubba Speed Shop, going against Mike Bedworth from Marysville, Washington. Great to have our American friends up here playing with us at Door Wars 11. He's driving that 96 Cutlass. Scott Grant on the TCS lane, Mike Bedsworth in the Lordco lane. Bulbs are lit. Qualifying pass here in the Doorslammers, an 8.19 for Scott Grant, 168 miles an hour. Mike Bedsworth, a 709 at 191. Ray Bollinger in the TCS lane now, 69 Camaro with a 565 big block Chev, sponsored by Speed Tech and Just Mechanical. Dave Phillips from Chetwynd, that 1967 Shelby. Dale Phillips running 700 cubic inches under the hood in that Lordco lane. 44 competitors in the Doorslammers, our last round. Last round of qualifying here, Doorslammers. Green light. Well, it sounds like they have one more round of qualifying after this. Good race, 7.74 for Dave Phillips from Chetwynd, 175 miles an hour, and 8.25 at 163 for Ray.
Well, up will come Scott Robinson, the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Zach Joyce over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Two completely different cars. The beauty of Canada West Doorslammers, so many different combinations could come together. Again, as long as you got two doors on the car roof, it's actually really a full-bodied car. You can run it in Canada West Doorslammer. So backing up from the burnout in his 1994 Beretta is Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack, the AFD Petroleum Titanium Rad Torque AccuCut Lasers machine, up against Zach Joyce, that 1948 Austin. Is run into the 7-second zone. And here's Zach blipping the throttle over there in the Austin, the 512 cubic inches of Mopar power. The supercharged machine getting guided into the beams against the naturally aspirated Beretta for Scott Robinson. So both cars leaving, well, not relatively together, an 015 light compared to a 177 light for Joyce and a 766 with a 178 miles an hour. For Scott Robinson, 783 with a 573 miles an hour for Zach Joyce, as Otto Schulte in the Cavalier up against Paul Stretch in the Cavalier. The battle of the Chevy Cavaliers is Schulte from Black Creek, BC, just outside of Courtney on Vancouver Island. And Paul Stretch, another Vancouver Island competitor from Duncan. Mid-Island Engines machine, 638 cubic inches of big block Chevy for Paul Stretch. Both cars naturally aspirated, 598 cubic inches of Sunset Racing engines for Otto Schulte over here. And the TCS side of the racetrack is like the top bulb. It's like Schulte's going to go in first. Stretch follows. So double 01 red for Schulte, which would have been painful in elimination. 746 with a 0, 183 miles an hour for Schulte, and a 727 with a 7 for Paul Stretch, 187 miles an hour. So John DeYoung still at the top so far as we've continued to run through the field with that 659. Scott Winterbottom, that high-winding small block Camaro, 358 cubic inches, a small block Chevy for Winterbottom. And Jason Field with the small tire Nova, 632 cubic inches, running on pump gas. Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Induction Solutions, all helping out Jason Field getting to the racetrack. The Ritchie Racing Engines Nova. So we'll back him up and try it again. And still, it seems, no end to the line of Doorslammers back there in the staging lanes. Again, a record number of these race cars showing up here to Mission Raceway Park as they continue to roll into the water box. So Field versus Winterbottom. Scott Winterbottom heading down racetrack, having to go through the gears. The clutch car is 795 at 171 miles an hour. How about an 817 with a 7 for Jason Field, 164 miles an hour for the Nova on that little bitty tire in the back. As Kerry Young from Port Alberni, the Young's Mechanical Machine, the 2003 S10 with small block Chevy, up against Corey Stewart in his 55 Chevy, backing up for the Burnout, one of Kevin Lance's old cars, the purple and white machine. Corey again solidly into the show with a couple of runs in the 820 range up against Kerry Young. That little S10 pickup ran an 841 last time out in session number 3 of Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. So here we go, Stewart stage, Young's in. So 003 red for Corey Stewart, runs it through to an 818 with a 263 miles an hour. 8:45 with an 8 at 159 miles an hour for Kerry Young in the Young's Mechanical S10. As Mike Kenworth, the racer out of Arlington, Washington, the Speed Mart, Illusion Motorsports, Pontiac Firebird, up against Paul Soares coming down from Terrace, the 1995 Pontiac Grand Prix in the early 90s. Pontiacs going head-to-head here. Kenworth getting ready to bring that Firebird in up against Paul Soares again. Paul had another driver licensing in that car earlier on this week, climbing back behind the wheel. 055 red as these drivers trying to take their best shot at the tree in qualifying when it doesn't count if you throw a red light. An 8:48 with an 861 miles an hour for Mike Kenworth. Paul Soares runs it through to a 797 with a 571 miles an hour for Paul in the 95 Pontiac Grand Prix is backing up from the burnout. It's going to be Grant Howell from Victoria, the 37 Chevy up against Derek Shirk in the 55 Bel Air for the Titanium Auto Group, JS Performance, Bubba's Speed Shop, SP and Illusion, or rather, Bubba's Speed Shop again rounding out the sponsorship list there for Derek Shirk in that Chevy Bel Air. As Grant Howell getting brought in to the beams in the 37 Chevy. The Battle Scar Bel Air getting brought into the staging beams by Derek, running her through to the number 3 qualifying spot with a 753 earlier on. .005 red, as there you can see more of these drivers taking shots at the Christmas tree, is again in qualifying, but 725 for Derek Shirk at 188 miles an hour, and it was a 720-second run that Derek had earlier. My mistake there with that 750. As Derek still sitting in that number 3 spot. Grant Howell, 765 with an 876 miles an hour for Howell as Darren Buick is up in the Chevy 2. So Darren Buick from Mission, short commute to the racetrack for the Evans Excavating sponsor machine that I believe was formerly owned by Paul Stretch. And now has his Chevy Cavalier. So Darren Buick heads down the racetrack, puts in a solid 861 with a 155 miles an hour, as it is going to be side-by-side Jansen's. Father and son, Devin Jansen in the Nova, the 1970 Chevy Nova, up against Dale Jansen, the 1966 Acadian Canso. Devin Jansen purging the nitrous on the Nova as the supercharged Acadian gets brought into the beams. That beautiful machine over there for Dale Jansen. So Dale Jansen getting to the top end first with a 786 with a 573 miles an hour. And Devin Jansen, 858 with a 3 at 153 miles an hour for the Nova over in the TCS side of the racetrack. This looks like coming up, got a little exhibition grudge match coming up between two of our box competitors lined up and ready to go. Already see some of our West Coast Pro Modified competitors lined up in the staging lanes, as well as some of the Top Fuel Harleys. So Kim Jong-kind and Tammy Peugeot gonna do a little friendly matchup here between their two dragsters. The Titanium Racing Machine for Kim Jong-kind and Tammy over there out of Abbotsford. Again, the two box competitors. Looks like we're also going to squeeze in the semifinals for the stock super stock combo race. Had a Pro Modified as well. Just trying to get a little bit ahead in the program is Jong-kind and Peugeot going to go at it. Again, for the friendly matchup between the two of them, the Rad Torque Dragster for Tammy and the Titanium Racing Machine for Kimberly. Kimberly out of Langley, Tammy out of Abbotsford. Kimberly sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, GS Power Sport, and Caddick Customs up against the Rad Torque Dragster again over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. So, run into their dial-ins, and fortunately, Kimberly, a bit of a problem off the starting line, and Tammy's going to get to the top end and get the job done with a 770 with a 471 miles an hour. Kim Jong-kind goes through with an 817 with a 964 miles an hour over there on the TCS side of the racetrack as we will roll in to the next round of eliminations for a stock super stock combo. Again, we got the Pro Mods in the staging lanes, so gonna get ready to roll it up here. Dave Jung, tower side, up against the Barracuda over there for John Buksinski. So again, Dave Jung, the Camaro, dialed in at a 1098 in the TCS side of the racetrack. And John Buksinski dialed in at a 1099. 1/100th between these two. Barely noticeable the difference when the tree comes down. We'll see who comes out on top. Even off the starting line is both of them trying to play the game on who's going to get out of it and who can try and stretch it. And how about John Buksinski going 1099-2 on that 1099 dial for John. And Dave Jung breaking out 1097 with a 6. Fourth out too quick for Dave, and John goes dead on that 1099 to move on into the next round. So Ed Hodder Jr. over there in the Camaro with the 1030 dial. Dave Rastad in the Malibu over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So this will be to see who gets into final round here for stock super stock combo. The factory stock D Camaro, the Copo Camaro of Ed Hodder Jr. out of Linwood, Washington. TCS side over on the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. David Rastad, the Malibu, trying to advance to face off with John Buksinski. So we'll have a little bit of track prep coming up after this. So here we go. Problems for the Camaro on the starting line. Howder, car shuts off, is going down. David Rastad runs it through to a 12:42 on the dials. So tough break there for Rastad as Howder Jr. gets the car fired back up. He's going to coast it down the lane. That's going to do it for the semifinals of stock, super stock combo. It'll be John Buksinski and David Rastad facing off in the final round. So some track prep here as we get ready to move on with the rest of the program here. Pro Modified is going to be coming up. And plenty of action here, as well as Top Fuel Harley, Pro Mod Bike, non-electronics after that. Still rolling through eliminations as we continue on with the Saturday into the evening here at Door Wars 11.
Is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At home with the live feed.
Ford Rangers, the fantasy world stunt team. And the wind light position here looking for that outside line. We're going to ramp it up big time from here.
Stunt pro competition.
A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome replay. That about balance up the best. This is just the beginning, folks.
Sports gang making their way down to the t-shirt cannon on the spectators' side as they are getting restocked and ready to go almost all the way down to the end of the spectators' side grandstands. You can imagine they're going to be coming back for pass over here the pit side as well. And we were mentioning Pro Mod just around the corner here with some track prep. The Moore and Motorsports group going to be giving away the old door off Steve Horn's Pro Mod. The original body that he had on his Willys. They're going to be driving up and down both sides looking for someone who would like a piece of an actual NHRA Pro Mod. So again, that'll be coming up during the Door Wars Pro Modified qualifying session number 3. They'll be giving that out. And again, driving up and down both sides of the racetrack, trying to find the lucky spectator who will get to try and take that home here as we continue on with track prep. Ahead of Pro Modified Q3 here for the West Coast Pro Mods. West Coast Pro Modifieds like to thank their 2023 sponsors, Pro One USA, Chop My Rate, Daycal Ventures, 24/7 Compression, RCD Engineering Incorporated, WPI, Artex Racing, Van Ross Services, and Power Management, all bringing us West Coast Pro Modified action here at Mission Raceway Park. Pro Mods will be back here for the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event coming up at the start of August. You can head to Mission Raceway's website for more information on those upcoming big events here at Mission Raceway Park. So getting Pro Mods already in the lanes with Justin Bond still on top after that run in Q1 of Pro Modified qualifying. Run through to a 368 at over 205 miles an hour here at Mission Raceway Park in his Bahrain 1 Camaro. Cal Belushi still sitting in the second qualifying spot in his machine.
Attention, Justin Bond. Attention, Justin Bond. We have no need for scissors. We have them right here for you, down to the starting line. Justin Bond, we got scissors right here for you.
Well, if you wanted to have a bit more context to that announcement, we had a little bit of a side wager in West Coast Pro Modified action here yesterday, as Justin Bond with that 368. So Keith Peterson with the West Coast Pro Modifieds, his son Richard, has a little bit of long hair, and let's throw it down to Nolan Rempel right now because Justin Bond has a little special haircut that he might be giving down there trackside. So Nolan, take it away.
So earlier on this weekend, there was a little challenge put down. If Justin Bond can run a 3.6 second time, he cuts Richard Peterson's hair. He ran on his first pass, so we're here to witness that this challenge is hereby fulfilled. So Richard Peterson is standing right next to me, Justin Bond across from him, scissors in hand. I wouldn't trust the racer with scissors as far as I could throw him, so let's see how this one goes as he gets set to cut the ponytail. Seesawing through and the ponytail be gone. Richard, how does it feel to be one ponytail lighter?
I don't know.
Justin Bond has a gleaming smile on his face. Richard Peterson is a few hairs shorter. And we're going to send it back up for one of our second to last runs of Pro Mod qualifying.
Well, thanks, Nolan, and I'll trust Justin Bond to drive my Pro Mod at 205 miles an hour. I won't trust him with scissors anywhere near my hair. So the ceremonial scissor cut complete again, still just putting the final touches on the Mission Raceway Park surface, and we are going to get ready for some Pro Modified action. Well, there you can hear the first Pro Modified coming to life down there. Just shy of the burnout box, getting ready to roll through the water box, and it is the 1957 Chevy of J.R. Lazick out of Kelowna. The screw-blown bunker junker As it is known, the Bel Air Power Rad Torque 24/7 compression sponsored machine. Lazic currently sitting in the number 3 qualifying spot with a 379 with a 3. Just a few thousandths of a second ahead of Scott Blake's 379 with a 7. Big speed, though, for Lazic, 208 miles an hour, which is an unofficial West Coast Pro Modified record and a Mission Raceway Park 8th mile track record in Pro Modified competition that he set last night in qualifying. Came back, ran within 1/1000th of a second in the heat of the day in the earlier qualifying session, as J.R. Lazic, who runner-up in Door Wars 2021 and also is in competition, Outlaw 275 competition, getting that 57 brought in to the staging beams. The car owned by Dean Bettinson. Dean used to run this car in Top Sportsman, and Dean, the defending Door Wars winner, unfortunately selling off the Pro Mod operation, but keeping this car that he has so much affection for as the Bunker Junker gets ready for round number 3. J.R. Lazic was carrying the front end, and he blipped the throttle to try and bring it back down. A 4.27 with a 2 early shutoff at 130 miles an hour. So J.R. Lazic, you'll get a look at it in the instant replay. Again, carrying the front wheels, and fortunately putting that car down as the chute comes out just as it crossed the line there in the TCS side of the racetrack. So Lazic, the first car on track for round number 3 of Pro Modified qualifying. And we'll come on up to our next pair, and it is the battle of the 1969 Camaros here in Pro Modified competition, with Scott Blake in the TCS side of the racetrack up against Ryan Hayward over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And this is going to be the semifinal from the full-blown frenzy down at Pacific Raceways. Unfortunately, they ran up against the curfew, couldn't complete the semifinals and the finals, so this side-by-side pairing will decide who advances to the finals of that race, which will be decided in qualifying session number 4. Both of these cars want to get down the racetrack. Scott Blake, TCS side of the racetrack, former regular in PDRA competition. 950 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power plant underneath the hood of Blake's machine, up against Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington, in the Code Blue 1969 Chevy Camaro. And Hayward took out Streetcar Super Nationals last year in the Outlaw 10.5 class, has those big tires on the back of that Camaro. Comes in as your number 5 qualifier here in West Coast Pro Modified with a 383 with a 5, 195 miles an hour, as Scott Blake gets ready to bring that machine into the beams. And again, see some of these guys shutting off if it's a qualifying run, but this is an elimination run again from the shortened full-blown frenzy race to decide who gets into the finals. So both of these guys, if there's any hint of tire shaker, they're going to be on and off the throttle, trying to pedal those their way into the final round. Final purge of the Nitro system for Ryan Hayward. Again, the racer out of Marysville, Washington, coming up to Door Wars and running in Pro Modified here for the first time up against Scott Blake, a man with plenty of Pro Modified experience, as we get ready to see who goes into the finals from the shortened race at Seattle. Side by side to the stripe, 382, and Ryan Hayward wins it on a hole shot, 12 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory at the stripe for Hayward in the Code Blue Camaro. 382 with a 197 miles an hour. Scott Blake out of Red Deer running through to a 378 with an 8, 199 miles an hour. And both of those racers going to like that with qualifying numbers, not improving in the case of Scott Blake with that 378 with an 8. Actually, it will improve and put Blake up to the number 3 position, moving J.R. Lazic back to the number 4 spot in the Bunker Junker.
Whole shot went on that deal, as Ryan Hayward left well before Scott Blake, and yet only won that one by 12 thou. Tell you what, that was a quarter mile. If that was a quarter mile race, I don't think Hayward would have won that one.
It was very close at the stripe, but the beauty of 8th Mile is that close finish is Justin Bond over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane up against Dave Kowalski. So, Kowalski in the Corvette from Fort St. John, but the racer that spends a lot of time down here in the southern part of British Columbia with his business Daycow Ventures. Going up against your current #1 qualifier, the only man in the 360 zone. 368 with a 205 miles an hour. Justin Bond had to shut that car off in qualifying round number 2. The screw-blown Camaro up against the conventional Root Supercharger. On Dave Kowalski's car, who ran a career best number on Friday night in round number 2. Went straight into the 380s with a 389 with a 4. So Kowalski currently sitting in the number 6 qualified spot. And again, Bond at the top of the heap as both crew members bringing their cars into the beams. You can see them looking over. And as soon as both drivers are ready to bring it into the beams, break that first beam and turn on that top bulb, they're going to be set. Crews walk to the back of their cars. Kowalski pre-stage. Bond turns on the top bulb, and we are ready for Justin Bond and Kowalski to see what's going to happen if they can improve. Strong run from both. How about a 371 in the heat of the day at 205 miles an hour for Justin Bond, the racer out of Mission in the JB Equipment Bahrain 1 Rad Torque S&T TD Steel Chevy Camaro. Not improving on that 368, but a solid 371 with a 205 miles an hour. Dave Kowalski gets back on the right track after again having to shut off on his first run of the day. A 394 with a 185 miles an hour. It looks like Kowalski's chute maybe knocking loose one of the quarter-mile blocks down there. Sensors, so make sure that that has been retrieved off the racetrack before we roll on in to the next pair here in qualifying for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. So again, as we mentioned, West Coast Pro Modifieds in these next 2 sessions trying to make up for the full-blown frenzy at Pacific Raceways. They tried to run the final there and unfortunately came up against the curfew after some weather delayed the racing action a little bit. And so Jordan Lazick, who's the first car up, had a solo pass into the final round, and he is going to face off against Ryan Hayward. And the 69 Camaro is Khalid Al-Balushi, who came so close to winning DOORWARZ last year up against Steve Goddard out of Red Deer, Alberta in his 2008 GTO. So again, making sure that that cone is firmly in place at the top end of the racetrack before we send this next pair. And Steve Goddard in the GTO. That car was formerly Scott Blake's, we saw earlier in that red nitrous-assisted Camaro. And Steve Goddard taken over in that machine and has been trying to turn what is essentially a top sportsman car into a pro modified. And they have been trying to get that machine into the 3-second zone and into the 4.0s so far. And that machine is Steve Goddard, currently coming in at the number 10 qualifying spot at a 411 with a 177 miles an hour, while Belushi sits second in the qualifying order with a 371 with an 8 at 205 miles an hour.
You know, these cars might look very sleek, Cole, but it cannot be understated, the aerodynamic power that is behind these machines. And I think that incident with that quarter-mile block demonstrates that perfectly. It wasn't even a hit with the chute. It was just the wake of Kowalski passing so close that blew the quarter-mile block out of position. It's enough to knock you off your feet if you're standing close enough.
Well, those cars are, again, going over 200 miles an hour in some cases at the top end with both chutes out, so obviously a big draft that comes by and kind of knocked that cone off, but looks like it is back in place as the crew's starting to head back to the starting line, so we should be getting ready to light off this next pair in just a few moments. Khaled Belushi for Bahrain 1 Racing, again breaking out what is essentially the backup car for the NHRA side of things in that Camaro, and ran that car at the World Series of Pro Mod event down at Bradenton, Florida. It was a 32-car field. It was pretty much all in the 360-second bracket in the 8th mile at over 200 miles an hour, trying to fight for 100 grand down there. And Khaled and Justin were in competition. Another Canadian racer came in and took the top prize from Ontario. Steve Goddard, again, one of the smaller teams, West Coast Pro Modified, trying to come up and be the giant killer this weekend here at DOORWARZ. When we talk about Khaled Al-Belushi as well, he is also a former NHRA top fuel driver for All Inabi Racing, and Alan Johnson, 4 NHRA national event wins in top fuel competition. And Belushi, a very accomplished Pro Modified racer over in the United Arab Emirates and multi-time Bahrain champion. The racetrack that they actually have at the Bahrain F1 track that runs along the back straight at that facility, that is the drag strip in Bahrain. So both cars fired, getting ready to roll into the water box. Steve Goddard getting ready to light up those big rear Hoosiers, and Khaled Belushi in the TCS side of the racetrack. Belushi, big burnout, almost out to the 330-foot mark as he gets ready to back that machine up. We've pointed it out over the course of the weekend, but Belushi coming up 1/1000th of a second short last year, with him and Dean Bettinson running side-by-side 375s at over 200 miles an hour at the finish line stripe. Again, they were separated by 1/1000th of a second. The difference being Dean Bettinson had a 2/1000ths of a second advantage when he left the starting line. So here we go with Khaled Belushi, the screw-blown Camaro, up against Steve Goddard. And when we say a screw supercharger versus the root supercharger, that's the actual shape of the blades inside of the supercharger itself that is the difference in that. As Steve Goddard has already lit the pre-stage bulb, waiting on Belushi. The final adjustments back with that wheelie bar height that has become oh so important in the tune-up here in Pro Modified competitions. Goddard still waits, now bringing in Belushi. Crew member will walk to the back of the car, and we will get ready for the next pair. Belushi trying to move up to the number 1 spot, currently sits second with a 371. Belushi runs it out, 377 with a 205 miles an hour for Khaled Belushi, and a 410 with an 8, 177 miles an hour for Steve Goddard out of Red Deer, and that's going to be a slight improvement in the ET department for Goddard, but it's not going to move him up in qualifying order. Is still 10th with a 410.
It wasn't like that at the start of the day.
Just attention to everybody kind of watching where all the golf carts are, to just take a quick step back from the railing if they are in fact watching, just for safety reasons. Do not lean over the railing at any time down there at the front as we get ready to fire up the next pair in Pro Modified qualifying. Chrissy, just got a lane announcement coming up.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No box, you are on standby, please. No box, you're on standby.
So here we go with the next pair. Tom Reithmeyer Out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, the Ford-powered Ford Mustang. Heading into the burnout box up against another Ford-powered Ford Mustang, Keith Korecki out of Kelowna. Tom Riethmeyer not having a little bit of a weird burnout there, but we saw him do that in the test and tune on Thursday, and he still managed to run a run that was well into the 14s for the experienced racer and dedicated Ford guy. It's had a Mach 1 Mustang well, not exactly like this, but Mach 1 Mustang since high school. Actually incorporated the roof of that car into this Pro Modified. So a steel roof on the 71 Mach 1 up against Keith Korecki, the 1967 Shelby, with 814 cubic inches of Ford assistance, and Keith Korecki with his K&S machine actually builds most of his own motors, does most of his tuning on this race car, and Keith has been running in Pro Modified since the 1990s, almost since the inception of this class on the West Coast. And we've seen a few Shelby-bodied quick Doorslammer cars in the Canada West Doorslammers and in Pro Modified. And Keith Korecki, kind of the man to thank for that, developed one of the first Shelby Pro Modified molds back in the 1990s when he first started racing. So Riethmeyer coming into this session with a 4:05 with a 9, 181 miles an hour. Korecki at the bottom of the qualifying list, looking to move up after not getting a clean run on both of his passes so far. Whoa, Riethmeyer getting across the center line. Korecki pedaling his way to a 4:20 with a 4 at 172 miles an hour. Korecki, you can see the tire tracks. That thing drove right over to the edge of the groove, and Korecki having to get off of it and make sure the thing was pointed back towards the center of the groove, where he got back on it to try and move up the qualifying list with that 4:20. And Korecki will go from the number 15 spot to the number 13 spot, so a 2-position improvement for the Shelby Mustang out of Kelowna, and Tom Riethmeyer getting close to the center line there in the 71 Ford Mach 1 Mustang. Managed to get it back over without clipping a cone or doing anything serious to that Mustang. So they'll get that thing buttoned back up and try it again in their session coming up tonight, Q4, later this evening. So the next pair firing up, we got Steve Nicholson running on a 10.5 tire. And Steve always likes to point out this is not a Pro Mod, it's an Outlaw 10.5 car, and he runs it with the West Coast Pro Modifieds pretty much each and every Door Wars. As over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Ryan Griffin, the turbocharged 67 Mustang out of Olympia, Washington. Griffin making his first Door Wars start in that 67 Mustang, the twin turbocharged machine. It's the only turbocharged car on the property. Keith Peterson with the West Coast Pro Modifieds were talking, and strong 60-foot numbers from this turbo car. Sub 1 second 60-foot, which is almost unheard of with turbocharged cars that tend to have their power come in closer to the finish and have big time mile an hour. As Steve Nicholson in that split window Corvette getting backed up from the burnout, over 900 cubic inches of Sonny's racing engines for Steve Nicholson. As you got to look at the back of Ryan Griffin's Mustang, shoots out the back, the wheelie bars. Again, the wheelie bar height is so critical to the tune-up of these race cars. So the final few checks at the back of the car is Steve Nicholson will purge the nitrous system. The guy who came as a runner-up when we had the Outlaw 10-5 division as their own class here at Door Wars. And Ryan Griffin, who originally built this car to run in Outlaw 10-5 before slapping the big tires in the back of it. And Ryan actually making really his first representative run with that car. First full pull with a 419 with an 8 at 162 miles an hour earlier, currently putting him at the 12th spot. Nicholson just ahead of him in the number 11 position at a 414 with a 178 miles an hour. Nicholson pre-stage, waiting on Griffin to bump in, and then you'll hear him build up the boost in the Mustang. Griffin looks like he had to drive through some tire shake, and improvement on Steve Nicholson at 409, improves from his 414, and that's going to put him one spot up on the qualifying order to the number 10 spot, knocking Steve Goddard with that 411 back down to the number 11 position. So Ryan Griffin still running 427 at 159 miles an hour, but having to drive his way through some serious tire shake. As up next, a pair of screw-blown cars, and it is going to be Jay Severson Tower side. TCS lane out of Mission is 57 Bel Air, known as Black Betty, and up against Garrett Richards, the Ford Boss Hemi powered 2012 Shelby, a two-time Door Wars winner, getting ready to light it up and get ready for some burnouts.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics, no box to lane 2 and 3. No box to lane 2 and 3, please.
So here we go with Severston, who is stuck in 14th in the qualifying order, up against Garrett Richards in the 8th spot. Richards in that Shelby. It is a Walt Austin built machine, the engine department, for that 2012 Shelby. And of course, you might have remembered Garrett from Pro Street Competition back in the day, having a series of wicked quick Chevy pickups. We're switching over to this very swoopy Shelby Mustang. Two-time Western Drag League Racing champion and a two-time Door Wars winner. Getting backed up from the burnout. And again, Walt Austin Racing developing this engine for Top Alcohol Funny Car competition for his son, Pat Austin. And unfortunately, the NHRA kind of writing it out of the rules department. The motor was sitting around, and Garrett sticking it in the Outlaw Pro Modified, and it is over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane up against Jay Severson, who runnered up at the first Door Wars, and again had the pulley shear clean off the front of the supercharger on his second qualifying hit, and kind of idled down the racetrack to a 550 pass in round number 2 of qualifying. So here we go, Severson trying to move way up the ladder, and Garrett Richards solidly in the show, the number 8 spot with 397. 390, big speed, 199.29 miles an hour for Garrett Richards out of Tacoma. And Richards improving in the laps time department with that 390 and moves up one spot, knocking Steve Horn back to the 8th position. Richards now up into the number 7 qualifying spot.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get non-electronics 2 lanes 2 and 3? Non-electronics 2 lanes 2 and 3. Stock, super stock, and box, you are on standby.
So another tough break for Jay Severson, as they will have to push that 57 Chevy back once again, and not what he wanted to see. Is they've continued to fight that car with a few different problems over the course of the weekend presenting itself. One point it sheared the blower bell off right in the hit. So Severson will get towed back to the pits. We will get ready for what looks to be the final pair in West Coast Pro Modified before we get into Top Fuel Harley action. So it is going to be Tony Moretto over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Tony, that beautifully prepared 55 Chevy. The second half of the JS Power Sports team. Steve Horn, the 41 Willys, that was rebuilt after a little bit of a top-end incident at the Langley Old Time Drags, Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. Steve coming back, and really his first full run with the car back. Ran a 395 with the 9, having to shut off in the first qualifying session, but coming back in qualifying round number 2. So Jay's going to get out of the Chevy and get ready to help start up Steve's machine down there on the starting line. And Tony Moretto, who's at the first Door Wars and then had some time off from racing, came back recently, made his first trip back to Mission Raceway Park last year, and now his first Door Wars appearance since, well, the first Door Wars. So, one more time, again, non-electronics, lanes 2 and 3, and stock, super stock, you guys are on standby, and also box, you are on standby. So you can see the crew coming back right now. So a very full pit area here. Just getting a report that we had 231 tech cards turned in across all the classes here at Mission Raceway Park. So great turnout here for Door Wars. And again, we mentioned the record numbers in the Canada West Doorslammers as well, and great field of West Coast Pro Modifieds. Unfortunately, Chris Murphy having some motor problems with his 55 Chevy that we have not seen out. Chris, fortunately, crossing the center line as well during his only qualifying pass. And John DeYoung, who is supposed to be out here in his 67 Chevy Camaro, having a engine explosion in test and tune. So 2 cars unfortunately down, but still strong rest of the field getting ready for that final session coming up tonight of qualifying. As Steve Horn fired up and ready to go on that 41 Willys. Big smoky burnout from Steve Horn. Again, the S in the J&S Power Sports is Tony Moretto. 903 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power for the 55 Chevy Bel Air. A Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for Pro Mod Bikes. Final call for you, Pro Mod Bikes.
So Moretto done purging the nitrous system as both crew members signal to their drivers to bring it on up to the staging beams. Get ready to break that first beam and trip on that top bulb. So we'll see what Steve Horn out of Burnaby can do up against Kelowna's Tony Moretto. Both cars getting down the racetrack, 391 with a 2, 191 miles an hour for Steve Horn, 404 with a 9, 168 miles an hour. Tony Moretto's best run of the weekend. That's going to put him all the way up to the number 10 position for the 55 Chevy. Horn's going to stay where he is in the number 8 spot, but improves on the ET department. And again, you can see the Morin Motorsports crew going down there with the door off of Steve Horn's Willys. They're trying to find somebody that they can give that door to down there. So they're going to be taking their time, making a pass down the return road and trying to find a lucky fan that gets that door from Steve Horn's Willys as Top Fuel Harley rolls into the water box. So don't worry over there on the spectator side. The next time that the West Coast Pro Modifieds come up, the Morin Motorsports team's going to give away the other door over on your side of things. But the pit side getting the love right now to see who gets that door. Here we go. Top Fuel Harley, Jim Schellenberg, and Ron Howneat back on a Top Fuel Harley after a long absence from the class. Looks like one lucky fan getting down there. One young guy gets a door off of a 1941 Pro Mod Willys, courtesy of Morin Motorsports. Thanks to those guys and Steve Horn also for putting up that prize as we get ready to watch some 200-mile-an-hour motorcycles with Jim Schellenberg out of Surrey in the Braden Sport Fishing Fast Lane Racing Fast Lane Customs. Harley Davidson out of Mission for Ron Howneat. Schellenberg pre-stage over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack is Ron getting ready to bump on that top ball. But here we go, Top Fuel Harley, first pair in round number 3 of qualifying. Schellenberg exploring all of the real estate in the Lordco Auto Parts lane as he rides on through to an 889 with a 4. And Ron Howneat on and off of the throttle with a 766 with a 2 at 153 miles an hour, coasting it on through in the TCS side of the racetrack as another pair getting ready to fire it up. And it is the Big Kids Racing teammates.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All electronics to lanes 2 and 3. Electronics to lanes 2 and 3. Stock and super stock to lanes 4 and 5, please. Electronics to 2 and 3. Stock and super stock to 4 and 5.
So again, Big Kids Racing in the box right now, getting ready to roll out with Pete Waugh out of Nanaimo. The TCS side of the racetrack, Nate Gagnon over there out of Qualicum Beach. The Rad Torque Systems Harley for the 2012 FIA European World Champion. Nate actually spending an extensive amount of time in Europe racing these Nitro Harleys in their Top Fuel bike category as Pete Waugh getting ready to light off that big rear slick in the Big Kids Racing Harley Davidson over in the TCS lane. Both of these bikes have been over 220 miles an hour, and again, carrying that front wheel for well over half the racetrack if everything goes to plan. Waugh running a 689 earlier on this weekend at over 200 miles an hour. So here we go. Pair number 2 in Top Fuel Harley. Side by side to the top end. How about a 649 with a 6,216 miles an hour low ET and top speed of the meet for Nate Gagnon, and a 691 with a 593 miles an hour for Pete Waugh, the TCS side of the racetrack. So Nate Gagnon over 216 miles an hour to round things out for Top Fuel Harley, and we got Pro Mod Bike rolling into the water box next. So big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson bringing us all the Top Fuel Harley action, as well as all of the sponsors for the Western Canadian Series, such as Rad Torque Systems, Big Kids Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, and ChopMyRate.ca, helping out the Top Fuel Harleys here for the 2023 season at Mission Raceway Park. So, Pro Mod Bike time, and it is Steve Abusini out of Port Coquitlam up against Matt Smith from Merritt. Abusini on the CBR, the 2018 Suzuki. Over on the other side of the racetrack for Matt Smith, 1,100 cc's for Abusini at his disposal, and Smith, 1,300 cc's. These turbocharged machines, and Abusini's bike has been well into the 7-second range at over 180 miles an hour. Matt Smith trying to hunt for a 6-second pass for the racer out of Merritt. Make the trip down the Coquihalla. So we'll get ready with Abusini pre-staged, and here comes Smith. Abusini having to get in and out of the throttle at the top end of the racetrack. 681, 200.98 miles an hour for Matt Smith, for the rider out of Merritt, the 4-time CMDRA Pro Mod Bike champion, and Steve Abusini a 762 with a 175 miles an hour. So getting ready to fire up the, what looks to be final Pro Modified Bike in the water box, and it's Jeff Petrie coming to us out of Yellowknife, the Northwest Territories, and Jeff would usually get the long haul award, but unfortunately the Belushi family kind of ruining that for Jeff this weekend. So Jeff Petrie, and if you look at the helmet down there, he's got the Wicked Mohawk coming out of the top of the helmet, the Peden Productions machine. Pretty much the sister bike to Matt Smith's machine. Again, 1,300cc Suzuki. As Jeff Petrie gets ready to roll it into the beams, finish off Pro Modified Bike here at DOORWARZ for their third qualifying session. Petrie, a little bit of a soft launch as he rolled into the throttle. Going to carry it through to the top end with a 837 with a 0, 149 miles an hour. That's going to do it for Pro Modified Motorcycle. And we got non-electronics rolling into the water box.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, you are on standby, please. Juniors, you are on standby.
So National Tire Non-Electronics getting deep into the eliminations. So Chris Stone. Stone over there in the Dodge Dart, the Mission Raceway Staple and Bracket Division competition in NHRA Summit ET Series action. Ran a 10.07 with a 0 on his 10.07 dial-in in the last round up against Sylvia Hoogstens in the 66 Ford Mustang dialed in with a 1263. Chris Stone having to play catch-up in the Dart as he tries to reel Sylvia in, and it's going to be Chris Stone on a double breakout. 10.06 with a 6 for Stone on his 10.07 to 12.47 with the 3 on the 12.46 for Sylvia in the Mustang.
Krista Loudon in the TCS lane from Maple Ridge. She's racing a 1990 GMC Jimmy with a 350 small block Chev sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. It's going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington in the 99 Camaro, running a 408 LS. Dustin dialed in at a 1025, Krista a 1348. Off Krista goes, and here comes Dustin after her. Non-electronics class here at DOORWARZ 11. Dustin Brewington moving on, a 10.26, 123 miles an hour. Next up, it's John Tabak from Maple Ridge, 1989 Chevy S10 truck, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, going against Eric Hansen from North Vancouver in the 68 Plymouth. Big thanks to Mr. Transmission in North Vancouver. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get the juniors to the lanes, please? Juniors, can we get you to the lanes, please? John Tabak taking this one, moving on. In eliminations and non-electronics, a 10.57 at 106 miles an hour. John Tabak, also a former announcer here. Great guy as well. Juniors, please make your way to the lanes. All juniors to the lanes, please.
So we roll to the stock, super stock final for NWCR, where John Basinski out of Bit Meadows, BC, dialed at a 1098, going to go up against David Rastad of the Malibu, dialed at 12 seconds. Both racers pre-staged. It'll be a pair of green bulbs. This a race for the quarter mile. Basinski trying to run down Rastad. Double breakout. David Rastad going to take the victory. Went 1198 on the 12-second dial, whereas it was a 1092 to a 1098. For John Basinski, David Rastad, your winner in NWCR Stock and Super Stock.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, you are on standby, please. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, you are on standby. Happy Canada Day, folks. Thanks for spending your weekend here, your Canada Day with us here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. DOORWARZ 11. 231 vehicles racing here. It's been an amazing time. Lots more racing, folks. We'll be racing into the night. Don't forget to check out the food trucks. The food trucks out there. Jay's Disco Dogs, Helm's Mobile Kitchen, and Yardy's Grill. That's Jamaican. I bet you they make a mean jerk chicken. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, we need you to the lanes, please. Juniors, to the lanes, please. The beer gardens is open and there is some shade there. Come on down to the beer garden, sponsored by Jack's. It's time to get refreshed. Jack's sponsoring the beer gardens today. Come on down. Moving into the Rad Torque Electronics class. It's Warren Jacobson in the TCS lane, 1967 Chevy 2, running a 454. He's dialed in at a 1087. Going against Kevin McNichol. He's the 2014 Super Pro champ, racing a 1967 Nova with a 434 small block. The Rad Torx Electronics class here at DOORWARZ 11 on the titanium strip. And bulbs are lit here, Warren and Kevin. It will be Kevin McNichol as a 004 red for Warren. Tough break. Kevin McNichol moving on at 10.05 at 133 miles an hour. George LeBlain from Creston, BC. Racing that Chevelle with the big block 582. Sponsored by Kelowna Dental Clinic, Wild Water Wall Drilling, and Java Group. Going against Emily Gerard from Chilliwack, a 582 Sunset motor sponsored by Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. Emily dialed in at a 753, George an 873.
So, Chrissy, the winner of this is going to go to the final round of electronics.
It looks like it's going to be George going to the final round at 8.73, 155 miles an hour. Moving on into the final in the electronics class, the Rad Torque electronics class.
So, unfortunately there, Emily Gerard breaking out for the racer out of Chilliwack, running that 748 and 753 dial in, a 873 with a 6. On the 873 dial for George LeBlain. See, even I can't say George's last name right now as we get a little bit later on in the day for the racer out of Creston. Going to the final round of Rad Torque Systems Electronics.
All right, we'll be moving on into our Junior Thunder class. Junior Thunder. We're going to have April Bond going against Nate Green here, the winner moving into the finals. Looks like Adam Katnick on the other side of the ladder. He'll be getting a bye run into the final round. Door Wars 11 here on the Titanium Strip. Happy Canada Day. Thanks for spending your Canada Day with us. And shout out to everybody on the live stream. Hope we can see you coming on out tomorrow.
Of course, again, that one last day to check out Door Wars 11 here at Mission Raceway Park is seeing the spectator side of things. The food trucks starting to pack things up. It's still the Half Track Snack Shack open over here in the pit side of things.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. Can we get you to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5, please? Outlaw 275 to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, folks, Junior Thunder here. We've got Nate Green going against April Bond. One of these two will be going into the final round. Junior Thunder here, Door Wars 11. Nate in the TCS lane. April in the Lordco lane. The winner of this round will be going into the final round for all the glory, all the money, and it's big money. Semi-final action here, Junior Thunder. Here we go. Who will it be? Nate Green or April Bond? Lights lit. And April going after Nate. Can she make it? Can she get around him? $250 in the final round. Who will be going to the finals? Nate Green. 12.05, 53 miles an hour. Boy, oh boy. So apparently that's the biggest Junior Thunder field that we have had here. And boy, these kids are having fun. Shout out to all the kids involved and all the parents doing parenting right. Adam Katnick getting the bye run into the final round. Adam from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco.
Once again, attention the pits, Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. We need you guys to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 in Limited Street. Join them in the lanes. Again, Outlaw 275 in Limited Street. Head on to the staging lanes.
Here goes Adam for his bye run into the final round against Nate Green for the $250 in that final round. That's big money here for our Junior Thunders. And 891 on his 890 dial. Adam moving into the final round with Nate Green. All right, a final round here in Junior Lightning. We have Abigail White here in the TCS lane in the final round, going against McKenna Thompson. An all-ladies final round here in Junior Lightning, going for the glory, the money, going for the gold. Abigail, sponsored by White Lightning Racing, Lordco, Welco, and TNT, and their dial-ins are identical, folks, 790s. A real drag race here for Junior Lightning. Abigail White, McKenna Thompson. Final round, Junior Lightning at Door Wars 11. Bulbs lit. Here we go. Oh, a heartbreaker for McKenna Thompson. Congratulations to Abigail White, 7.94, 80 miles an hour. A red light, a .019 for McKenna. Good job, all of you junior classes, amazing. Of course, we got the final round coming back for the Junior Thunders. We'll see who goes for the gold there. Nate Green and Adam Katnick. Juniors is a great way to get your kids involved in drag racing, folks. These kids staying out of trouble. And Abigail White, of course, they're showing the ladder on the big screen. Abby White taking this one.
All right, sounds like a little bit of some prep here as the Outlaw cars lining up in the lanes, and we'll get ready for their first round of eliminations coming up here for Saturday of Door Wars 11, presented by the Titanium Auto Group at the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway Park.
Never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At home with the live feed.
Ford Rangers, the Vanishing One stunt team. And the win light association here looking for that outside line. We are going to wrap it up big time from here.
Stunt pro competition. A beauty. $2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay of that about Valley's up to that. This is just the beginning, folks.
Well, back from commercial break there. Nice word from, of course, the Titanium Auto Group and Valley Tech Productions. You got to look at the top end on the big screen there, the shutdown area here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, the Outlaw 275 competitors getting lined up for their first round of eliminations. They're going to decide their Door Wars winner this evening, as well as the limited street gang. As you'll take a look at the Outlaw 275 ladder, you can see that Jordan Brandon going to get a bye run to face either the winner of Tyler Bodke and Steve Skokin, then Dan Rodrigue teamed up with Todd Sosa, the Malibu of Mike Hawkins up against J.R. Lazick, and then on the other side of the ladder, Chris Gould and Tyler Stamler. Then you got Jason Gagnon, Rick McLeod, Parm Jawanda, and Tyler Levy rounding out your MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 ladder here for Door Wars. Is again getting ready to roll into eliminations just as soon as we are finished up track prep. Here to make sure that the track is at its best for those small tire cars to apply all that horsepower through those radial tires, and limited street also in the lanes behind them, or should be in the lanes. So we've made the call again for Outlaw 275 and limited street to make their way to the staging lanes here for the West Coast Outlaws. Attention in the pits and in the stands, for that matter, all across the property. Glenn Chaplin, I believe we might have your phone in the tower. Glenn Chaplin, your phone is in the second story of the timing tower. Also, if you are missing a BMO bank card, that is also up in the tower. So again, Glenn Chapman, come get your phone. And if you're missing a BMO bank card, we also have that in the second floor of the timing tower. Hey, and right in time for me to finish up the missing things announcement. Hannah Loberg, we have your driver's license in the tower. So let's just review that. Glenn Chapman, we have your phone. There's a BMO bank card. And Hannah Loberg, we have your driver's license. That is all on the second floor of the timing tower.
We really appreciate if you do find something, bring it on over to the tower so we can reunite it with its owner. We've had great luck reuniting stuff with their wallets, driver's license, stuff you're going to kind of need. So yeah, if you see something on the ground, please just bring it on over to the tower. Happy Canada Day, everybody. Beautiful day. These cars are only going to get faster as things cool down. We have a ton of racing left. We're going to be racing into the night. I know last night we were here racing probably till 11:30 at night. So a lot of racing action. Of course, those Doorslammers deciding the winner today in their eliminations. And lots of final rounds and lots of good racing to come. Big thanks to the Titanium Strip, the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Sponsoring Door Wars 11, thank you very much. And also big thanks to Valley Tech Production Group, that beautiful screen there, doing interviews, helping us with our sound, video, Lordco TV, everything. So thank you, Valley Tech Productions. Don't forget, if you're feeling a little thirsty and you're an adult and you'd like to have a nice, cool adult refreshment, the Beer Gardens is open and waiting for you, sponsored by Jack's. Jack's, of course, located in the Mission Junction Mall. Jack's is your go-to destination for all your beverage needs. Beer, wine, specialty products. It's all there at Jack's. Come check out our beer garden next to the tower. It's nice and shady, and they've got some ice-cold, refreshing drinks for you, of course, 19 years of age and older. Good news, we've reunited the driver's license with the young lady that lost that. She's probably going to need that. So again, if you find anything, please bring it on over to the tower. Just saw the big $250 check going out for Abby White, winning her class there. Congratulations, girl. Big thanks to Peden Industries for sponsoring the juniors. Peden Industries, a big part of the junior classes, so thank you very much. Just a reminder, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals are on July the 15th. It's drag boats, folks. Drag boats in the Fraser are back. Come on out July 15th and partake in watching the drag boats hang out on the beach. There'll be a beer garden and barbecue to eat, drag boats July the 15th here at Mission Raceway. Canada Day here at Door Wars 11. Big thanks to some of our sponsors, Mountain View, Harley Davidson, MDA Fabrication, Gulf and Fraser for sponsoring Limited Street, Inline Sales, Gerry's OK Tire, Rad Torque Systems, National Tire, and Peden Industries. Also, of course, big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group here sponsoring Door Wars 11, and we are racing on the Titanium Strip. Lots more racing to come. 231 cars on the property. We have a ton more racing today, and of course, all day tomorrow. I know I'll be coming back tomorrow as a spectator, so I can see how the rest of this race goes down.
So the equipment is cleared off the racetrack, and the Outlaw 275 guys moving to the head of staging, just a few moments away from rolling around that first pair. And again, Outlaw 275 going into eliminations, going to finish off their Door Wars weekend tonight here on the Saturday of Door Wars. And last year, it was Jordan Brandon taking home the win in that Camaro. And Jordan, your number one qualifier heading into round number one of eliminations. All right, getting ready to go here in Outlaw 275 with the first pair in eliminations. So Chris Gould rolling into the water box in the Mustang over there in the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane, coming in as your number 2 qualifier. So here we go with Chris Gould in the Mustang over there. Again, the number 2 qualifier up against Camaro over there in the TCS side of the racetrack. So here we go as Gould building up the boost, and there you can see the Camaro just breaking the beams in case Chris had a miscue, and Chris sitting and making sure that that did not happen. 446 at the top end. So Chris Gould moving on to the next round of Outlaw 275 competition here in round number 1.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Street and Real Street, you are on standby. Outlaw Street and Real Street, you're on standby, please.
All right, here we go with Jordan Brandon. I would say the second pair, but Jordan, as the number 1 qualifier, will get a bye run into the next round with the odd qualified field here at Door Wars. 13 cars qualifying. So Jordan Brandon will get ready to bring up the Camaro and try and make it all the way down the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So your defending Door Wars winner getting guided into the staging beams, and we will see what Jordan can do. Went right up into tire smoke on his only qualifying pass that the Outlaw 275 guys got earlier today. Here goes Jordan. Makes it past the shake point. Jordan Brandon, 446 again. 446 with a 7. We saw Chris Gould go a 446 with a 0 on the last pair, and Jordan Brandon almost matching him down to the 1,000th of a second, 7,000ths of a second shy of going completely the same as Chris Gould's Mustang out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. So Jordan Brandon out of Sherwood Park moving on into round number 2 with that bye run, but not taking it easy, as Steve Skokin will go up against Tyler Bodke. Skokin in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the the TCS side of the racetrack, and Tyler Bodke over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So the winner of this pairing will have to face Jordan Brandon in round number 2 of competition. Skokin, again, a former Door Wars winner, coming into this round is the number 7 qualifier up against Tyler Bodke, the number 8 qualifier. The Bodke Built Racing Mustang out of Rochester, Washington, up against Surrey's Steve Skokin. So Skokin with the Mustang, got the Pro Charger on it. we'll see who moves on. Again, Skokin missing out on Door Wars last year. Split the final round with Justin Gallant back in 2021. And Tyler Bodke trying to take out the veteran Outlaw 275 competitor in Steve Skokin. Skokin, slight advantage on the tree, but unfortunately having to click it off early. And Tyler Bodke, 459 with 449 miles an hour, gets the win. Skokin is going to have to pack her up, and that's going to be the end of his weekend for Steve Skokin. You can see it was pretty even on the starting line, then a little wisp of smoke as Skokin shutting it off as he coasts through the traps. You get a look at the Rocket Coatings finish line cam down there. It's Tyler Bodke, again, out of Rochester, Washington, moving on to round at number 2, and he will have to face Jordan Branded Bodke, running a 459 with 449 miles an hour, and Branded a 446 with a 770 miles an hour. So bit of an advantage in the ET department for Brandon, but Bodke will try and close that up. And Outlaw 275, a very unpredictable class at that. So getting ready to move on here with the next pair. That is Tyler Levy up against Part Jawanda. Levy over here in the TCS side of the racetrack up against Parm Jawanda over the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Surrey. Levy from Maple Ridge. Tyler Levy with reaction time advantage, but Parm Jawanda drives around him at the top end. 478 with a 1, 160 miles an hour to a 492 with a 1 at 142 miles an hour. And 011 light for Tyler Levy and 097 reaction time for Parm Jawanda. And there is the margin of victory just by a nose for Parm Jawanda at the finish line, able to drive around Tyler Levy at the top end and move on in to round number 2. So here we go. Next pair is in the water box. J.R. Lazick up against Mike Hawkins. Lazick from Rutland, a suburb of Kelowna, and Mike Hawkins from Chilliwack. Kent Specialty Automotive, Malibu. And JR not quite with the run he wanted in qualifying, really any of the qualifying sessions, and trying to make a big improvement here. And a rarity for him coming in is the lower qualified car coming in at the number 10 spot. Hawkins, your number 5 qualifier, heading into eliminations, the higher qualified car. So Hawkins, purging the Nitro system, will have to go down the TCS side of the racetrack as Lazick trying to make something happen in the TCS side of the racetrack. And Lordco lane, that is Mike Hawkins. So good look there up in the big screen at the radial flyer, the Nova, where the turbo outlet is. On that machine, smack down in the middle of the hood for J.R. Lazick, who has won Door Wars before in this car. Up against Mike Hawkins again. Car that used to run an open comp here at Mission Raceway Park, back at the Canadian Pro Street Association. And here we will go. One last purge of the nitrous for Mike Hawkins. Lazick already has that top bulb lit and waiting to go in. And they are still waiting. And they are still waiting. a little mini staging duel between Hawkins and Lazic down there in the starting line. Who's going to go in? Hawkins gets directed to go in. Lazic building up the boost after sitting for a while, using up all that 7 seconds. Oh, Lazic, big reaction time advantage. And it is going to be J.R. Lazic, 466 at 158 miles an hour, beating out Mike Hawkins, 470 with the 5 at 154, 117 light for J.R. Lazic and a 446 light for Mike Hawkins for the racer out of Chilliwack. So Lazic with that big starting line advantage holds it out, runs the better elapsed time as well with that 466 with a 4 for J.R. Lazic. So little bit of a burn down there in round number 1, but Lazic getting the job done. He's going to move on into round number 2 of Outlaw 275, and we've got Jason Gagnon up against Rick McLeod. And if you've seen Rick in competition before, you know that this isn't Rick's regular car. Rick, unfortunately, having some problems in the dart. Dusting off the backup, the Chevy Malibu, to try and get some points. The other feature car in the DOORWARZ t-shirt. And that's Rick's dart, not the Malibu wagon. So Rick will do what we saw Tyler Sandler do in the first round of competition up against Chris Gould. Just bring that machine up to the beams and try and break the beams, and in the odd chance that his opponent red lights or crosses the center line, he'd be awarded the win to move on in competition. So Rick McLeod's hoping that something weird happens over there with the Nova of Jason Gagnon, that twin turbocharged machine coming into this round of eliminations is your third quick qualifier over the number 12 spot for McLeod. Well, there's no problems for Gagnon as McLeod shuts it off in a 519, 137 miles an hour, clicking her off early for Jason. For the racer out of Kelowna, the Gen 3 Speed Power Sports Precision Concept Chevy Nova with twin turbochargers, and that car, again, capable of much more than that. But Jason saving the equipment there with a relatively easy pass into round number 2 of competition. So it looks to be a competition single for Dan Rodriguez, as Todd Souza not showing up in his Fox Body Mustang for this first round pairing. So Rodriguez getting the competition single into round number 2 for the Boo, the 1981 Chevy Malibu, the winner of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder last year at Mission Raceway Park, and also your defending Outlaw 275 track champ, or rather West Coast Outlaws champion. Of course, the track champion by virtue of having the 2 races here at Mission Raceway Park. Purging the nitrous system as the big block Chevy for Dan Rodriguez, getting ready to bring it into the beams, and looks like this is the last car to go down the racetrack for round number 1 of eliminations here in Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. So Dan Rodriguez trying to finish off the round in style and see what the Boo can do with really no danger of not moving on to round number 2 of eliminations. Big wheels up moment, getting her sideways and managed to gather it back up. That thing was all over the racetrack in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for Dan Rodriguez. Wisely decides to shut it off and coast to a 511 with a 6. Take a look at this in the instant replay. Oh, big hang time. Then the car gets down, makes a wicked little move right before the traps, and Dan shuts it off. So that's going to do it for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, and we are going to move on now into Gulf and Fraser Limited Street action. So here we go with Gulf and Fraser Limited Street, and it is Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge taking on your number 2 qualifier, Max Nielsen from Sturgeon, Alberta, the 1997 Ford Mustang. Ehlers in the 1989 Fox Body Mustang with the LS power plant under the hood. So Ehlers again coming in as the lower qualified car, the higher qualified car in Max Nielsen, the number 2 spot. And Bobby Ehlers, the number 11 qualifier, coming into the first round of eliminations for Gulf and Fraser Limited Street. Again, step down from the Outlaw 275 class, a little bit more restrictions in the rules and what you can or cannot do to these race cars. In some cases, are still street legal. As we get ready to go for Limited Street. Whoa, Bobby Ehlers. Huge hang time, and he stayed in it. Comes up on the losing end of it, but nobody was looking at Max Nielsen's 522. They were looking at Bobby Ehlers carrying the front end almost to the 330-foot mark in the TCS lane as he finally touches down. Here's the replay. And it is up on the bumper and comes back down with a bang for Bobby Ehlers, 618 at 102, but Max Nielsen will move on into round number 2 of Limited Street. Well, that one was almost high enough. It almost got picked up on the radar at Abbotsford International Airport. As we get ready for our next pair, you can't say that there's no lack of traction here at Mission Raceway Park as Justin Gibson is into the water box next, up against Justin Lee. Justin making his first DOORWARZ Limited Street appearance, lining up against the runner-up from last year, Justin Gibson. So Justin Gibson bringing his Mustang into the lanes. Nolan talking with him a little bit earlier. Saw that interview. That was before their final qualifying session for West Coast Outlaws Limited Street. As Gibson is in and Lee building up the boost over there. Gibson, big-time reaction time advantage, carries it out to the finish line. 5:52 with the 0, 110 miles an hour. 7:15 with the 3 at 113 miles an hour for Justin Lee, who spun the tires and the hit of the throttle over there on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Gibson moving on as you get a look at that on the replay.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Street, can we get you to lanes 2 and 3, please? Real Street to lanes 4 and 5, and Pro Street, you are on standby. That's Outlaw Street to lanes 2 and 3, Real Street to 4 and 5, and Pro Street, you're on standby, please.
So Chris McGraw getting the competition single, as it does not look like Pat Hearn is going to make the call here for round number 1 of Outlaw 275 action here for MDA Fabrication. So McGraw and his Mustang, known as Flipper, will get ready to see what he can do on a single. Hard launch as it lifts up the left rear tire down the racetrack to a 5:32 with a 5. Solid run there for Chris McGraw at a 110 miles an hour for Chris. So he will move on in to round number 2. Again, Pat Hearn not making the call for the racer out of Surrey in his Angry Bird Ford Mustang. So we will move on now to the next pair. This looks like picking up a belt off of the racetrack there that Chris McGraw's car spit out. So just as soon as that is clear and everybody is clear off the racetrack, we will roll on in with the next pair that you can hear getting ready to fire up down there at the starting line. We got Josh Collin out of Calgary. His 1986 Mercury wagon up against William Wood out of Langley in the 1992 Fox Body. So the Marquis versus the Mustang. Colin just getting his license there earlier this week. Managed to get all his passes in to the test and tune and qualify for this limited street field. We've seen Josh's brother Justin in action in Outlaw 275 competition before here at Mission Raceway Park. As William Wood already completing the burnout in his nitrous-assisted Mustang, backing up, getting ready to bring it up to the line. So Wood run a little bit of spray in the small block Ford over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Josh Collin with the 302 under the hood with the turbocharger. As the power adder of choice for Josh Collin and the racer out of Alberta that's formerly run with their 6-week drag and drive event. So the Mercury actually street legal. William Wood getting ready to turn on that top bulb. Both drivers getting ready to go in, building up the boost for Collin. Even off the line as it's going to be a close race at the top end, and it is going to be William Wood on a hole shot. 5:67.8 to a losing 5:59.2, an 0.83 reaction time to a reaction time that started with a 1. Margin of victory at the stripe, 0.12 of a second for William Wood as he just hangs on. You can see that on the instant replay.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Street to lanes 2 and 3, Real Street to 4 and 5, and Pro Street, we are removing you from standby. You are no longer on standby.
So here we are with an oddball pairing. Just about the only thing that is similar between these two cars down here in the starting line is they are both from the Okanagan Valley. Vanessa Richards out of Kelowna. Her 1989 Fox Body Mustang, the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang, up against Matt Black out of Kelowna, the Jeep Cherokee. So your defending DOORWARZ winner and your quick qualifier tonight for the weekend. With a 5.16 with a 0 is Black bumping in, getting ready. The nitrous Mustang up against the turbocharged Jeep. Black's car backfiring, and it's Vanessa Richards moving on to round number 2. 5:24 at 132 miles an hour. The TCS side of the race in Black. Looks like there is some steam coming out from underneath the hood of that machine, so car is starting to overheat just a little bit on the starting line, then got about 60 feet before it popped and shut off for Matt. So Vanessa Richards running it through to 5:24 at 132 miles an hour. She is going to go on in round number 2. So Jason Gibson with what looks to be the final car in limited street for the West Coast Outlaws and Golf and Fraser Financial. So backing up from the burnout, Jason, who's already got 1 win under his belt this year in that orange Mustang. Jason saw Justin earlier. Is purging the nitrous is Jason. Seen him out as well here at Mission Raceway Park in his 1966 Ford Mustang. This one also street legal. You can see the plates on the back. For Jason, Miguel Futino unfortunately not showing up for his run against Jason, as some parts damage from one of the qualifying runs, keeping him out of action. Maybe it's a little bit good there for Jason as he chirps the tires on the start, 623, 124, pedaling his way down the racetrack, and it's like that'll wrap up Golf and Fraser Financial Limited Street. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Another call for Real Streets coming up to the lanes. Final call for Outlaw Street. Final call for Outlaw Street, and another call for Real Street to make their way to the lanes.
Matt Marshall in the TCS lane. Here in Outlaw Street, he's from Hazelton, BC. 1991 Chevy truck, sponsored by River Hideaways Ventures. Going against Tom Tarrant in the Kraken. He's a local fave, a 2017 GSXR in the Lordco lane.
Tension in the pits, Junior Thunder finalists. We need you guys to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder finals. We need you to the lanes.
Tom Tran, 5.5, 130 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round of Outlaw Street. Matt Marshall with a 7.69 at 84 miles an hour. We've got Corey Craig in the TCS lane. He's from Chilliwack. On his Hayabusa, going against Rob Monroe Sr. from Langley. 31 Model A, running a 414 small block Chev, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing and Gibson Racing. Corey Craig versus Rob Monroe Sr. Big liftoff for Rob. And side-by-side racing here, but it's going to Corey Craig. 5.37 with a 1 at 141 miles an hour. Corey moving on into the next round of Outlaw Street. Matt Robert in the TCS lane from Airdrie, Alberta, 1979 Camaro, sponsored by Archon Solutions and Lordco. No liftoff this time for Matt Robert. .05, 73 miles an hour for Matt. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get electronics to the lanes and non-electronics to the lanes? Please, box and no box, electronics and no electronics to the lanes. Heading into Real Street. Joel Smith in the TCS lane from Abbotsford. 1971 Pontiac, sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire, RPM Alignment, and Zabstrap Racing. It's going against Rob Monroe Jr., the 69 Acadian, running a 385 small block Chev, sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmission, Horizon Paint and Body, and SD Performance. Joel Smith and Rob Monroe Waiting for Rob to light that first bulb up. Joel dialed in at a 1031. Rob a 1073. Bulbs are lit. Real Street. DOORWARZ 11. Looks like bad luck for Joel. Going to red, and Rob Monroe Jr. moving ahead into the next round of Real Street. Scott Warden in the TCS lane from the Okanagan, running that 53 Chevy pickup called Lumpy. Beautiful patina on that thing. Going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, the 1969 Mach 1 Mustang called the Hustler. He was the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman Champ. It's Scott Warden and Sean Langley. Real Street, of course, to the quarter mile. Scott's dial-in is a 995. Sean is a 1194. So Scott's going to have to be very patient while Sean makes his way down the track, but not patient at all. A huge red light for Scott Warden. The win going to Sean Langley, a 12 even at 112 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Raj Lal and Scott Kolodichuk, we need you both to the staging lanes, please. Raj Lal, Scott Kolodichuk, we need you both to the lanes with your vehicles. You're getting set to run your class. As well as that, attention all competitors throughout the course of the day, especially finalists and current winners. As many of you are aware, we've got Valley Tech Productions on the property doing an amazing job with us so far here this afternoon. We are going to be prepared to interview winners throughout the course of the evening as well as we move through tonight's proceedings. So if you are a winner or even a runner-up and you want to have yourself an interview down in the MRP Winners Circle, you feel free to either just chill out there. We'll be able to get to you as soon as possible, or you can send a crew member or a driver or somebody associated with the team up to the timing tower. We would be more than happy to get one of the camera guys down there and give you a little chat.
All right, Nolan interviewing the drivers, and he's been doing some pretty darn cool interviews all day, I must say. Well done, Nolan, and of course, Valley Tech Productions helping us out with everything. And you know, that big screen only gets cooler and brighter as it gets darker. Cars getting faster, everything's cooling down. Soon that sun will be down, track will cool off, and we have tons of racing action ahead, folks. Happy Canada Day to everybody. Thanks for spending your day here with us. Door Wars 11 on the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway. What a great day it has been, and it's only going to get more awesome as we go. All right, looks like a single pass here in Real Street. It's Robert Unger in the TCS lane. Driving Daisy, he's from Langley. Competition single. .70 at 105 miles an hour for Robert, getting a little tire spin as he took off. Now we've got Rob Monroe Sr., 1931 Model A, running a 414 small block Chev, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and SD Performance. He's dialed in at 888. Rob Monroe Sr. in Real Street here at Door Wars 11. Nice liftoff for Rob Monroe Sr. as he barrels on down the track. A 9.06, 148 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get all the juniors over to the grassy area next to the tower, please? All the juniors over to the grassy area next to the tower. We have something for you. Tom Turand here in Real Street in the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. All right, a bye run for Tom 006 Red, but a bye. So again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get all of you juniors over to the side of the tower in the grassy, shady, breezy area, because we have a present for you. Juniors, come on next to the tower. We have a present for you. All right, next up, we've got our Junior Thunder Final, folks. Junior Thunder Final. All comes down to this here for Nate Green and Adam Katnick. The big bad final for the big cashola, $250 for the winner of this next round, Junior Thunder. We have such a huge field of juniors this year. It's absolutely amazing, but we have room for you and your kid. Get them involved in drag racing young. Keeps them out of trouble, folks. Involves the whole family. It's a great bonding experience for the whole family. Junior Thunder, the final round, coming right up here.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dustin Brewington, we need you to the staging lanes. Dustin Brewington, we need you guys to the lanes. And last call for the beer garden is going to be at 9 o'clock. By 9:30, everybody has to have all their alcohol consumed and out of the beer garden. Again, last call, 9 o'clock. By 9:30, everybody has to vacate the beer garden. Brought to us by Jax. Big thanks to them presenting them, but more importantly, Junior Thunder Final is getting ready to head down the track.
Junior Thunder Finals, we've got Adam Kadnick in the TCS lane, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Nate Green in the Lordco lane from Mission, sponsored by Global Container Terminals and Bumper Stand. Nate dialed in at a 12:00 and Adam an 8:90. Adam's going to have to be very patient as Nate takes off first down the track. Bulbs are lit. Junior Thunder Finals. Nate is off. Can Adam catch up? Adam Kadnick, your winner here. Junior Thunder Finals. Congratulations, sir. An 8.98, 67 miles an hour. Congratulations to all of our juniors. You are all winners. And a special shout out to all of you junior parents doing parenting right. Make sure all of you juniors check it out next to the tower. We've got presents for you. I could hear you cheering. You guys are all super cool.
All right, Nolan here. I know another thing that we're going to be trying out with the broadcast here is maybe some winners interviews. And if you want a winners interview, Nolan, how can you get yourself a winners interview?
Well, you can get yourself a winner's interview just popping on down to the winner's circle. You can either hang out there, wait for a few minutes until we inevitably realize you're down there. We'll send one of our camera guys over, or alternatively, if you're not looking to wait around for a few minutes, you can send one of your crew guys, the driver themselves, or somebody associated with that team up to the second floor of the timing tower. Let us know you're wanted in an interview. We will be more than happy to rendezvous one of the Valley Tech camera crews down there, and we'd be more than happy to be able to have a little chat.
Wow, well, that was super exciting. Junior Thunder Finals. Holy moly. Big thanks to Peden Industries for sponsoring our juniors. And happy Canada Day to everybody. Happy Canada Day. And thanks for spending your day here with us at DOORWARZ 11 on the Titanium Strip at the Mission Raceway. Moving into the Rad Torque Electronics class here at Mission Raceway, DOORWARZ 11. Kevin McNichol in the TCS lane. He's from Mission, 1967 Nova here in the TCS lanes, 2014. Super Pro champ going against George LeBlanc from Creston in the Chevelle.
So George having to play catch up here as we'll see if he can catch Kevin. And at the stripe, it is going to be Kevin McNichol taking home the win in electronics for Rad Torque Systems. 10:05 with a 6 on a 10:04 dial to George LeBlanc's losing 870, breaking out on his 873 dial.
Looks like we have some fans up here jumping around, fans of Kevin McNichol, making the whole tower shake. Electronics here, a fun class to be in.
So there is your Rad Torque Systems Electronics final ladder with Kevin McNichol rolling in to victory lane. The winner of Rad Torque Systems Electronics, taking out George LeBlain, making the tow from Creston. So Outlaw 275, we need you guys on standby. This is your standby call for Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication for round number 2.
All right, moving into non-electronics here, the National Tire non-electronics class at DOORWARZ 11 on the titanium strip. Semi-final action here for the National Tire non-electronics class is John Tabak in the TCS lane from Maple Ridge. It's racing that 1989 Chevy S10 with a 365, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, running a 2000 or a 1999 Camaro, rather, running a 408 LS. John Tabak dialed in at a 10.44, Dustin a 10.24. Who will be moving into the final round? We're going to find out right now here in the National Tire non-electronics class. It's a double breakout, but John Tabak breaks out last 10.4, 324 miles an hour for John Tabak. Breaking out 4 thousandths off his dial, but it doesn't matter. He is going to the final round in non-electronics. Chris Stone with the bye here. So Chris Stone with the bye, he's going to be meeting John Tabak in the final round of the National Tire non-electronics class. That's going to be a great final as well. Lift off for Chris Stone. Great reaction time. Chris Stone, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing, a 008 reaction time at 10:01 at 131 miles an hour. He'll be meeting John Tabak in the final round here of the National Tire non-electronics. Looks like we're going to head into a little bit of track prep here. DOORWARZ 11, presented by the Titanium Auto Group here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways.
Of course, still nighttime qualifying remaining for the West Coast Pro Modified. Still deciding your winners with the West Coast Outlaws, and plenty of racing action coming up, and it's always cool to see drag racing under the lights here at Mission Raceway Park as the sun continuing to set. We're going to have a little bit of track prep. You can see the crew scraping the starting line and the tractors getting ready to head out on track. Again, just to get this surface into tip-top shape before we move on with the rest of Saturday here at DOORWARZ, presented by the Titanium Auto Group.
Don't forget, the Beer Gardens is open. The last call is at 9 o'clock. So if you are looking for an adult beverage and you are over the age of 19, mosey on over to the Beer Garden, sponsored by Jack's. The Beer Garden with some beautifully cold, refreshing drinks for you. It's fully in the shade, and it's the best seat in the house, of course. Just a reminder, the Spec D Prospect Shootout is next weekend, July 7th and 8th. And if you want to be a drag racer, we have the Mopac Street Legals, July 14th and July 21st. That's where you can bring your vehicle out and race it down the strip with me and Nolan usually, and perhaps our junior announcer, Joey. We'd love to see you bringing your ride out. And hey, even if it's a Tesla, you know, we have a lot of those and they're cleaning up. So bring what you got, even if it's an old pickup truck with a toolbox, we take them all. If you've got a grudge match that you'd like to partake in, come on down to the Mopac Street Legals and you can be a drag racer. July 28th to 30th, the TNT West Coast Classic. August 4th to 6th, the Langley Loafers, Old Time Drags, the Gasser Get Down, Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine Outlaw Pro Mod, and much, much more. Of course, July 15, we've got the drag boats, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association, having their Summer Nationals July the 15th. They'll be having a beer gardens and a barbecue concession stand on site. So that will be very cool. Racing on the Fraser is back. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals on July the 15th. Don't forget, if you want to have an interview, if you're a winner, a runner-up, or a part of the pit crew, let us know. We will put you on the big screen and interview and find out all about you, especially you juniors. We definitely want to interview you as well. Sounds like Adam Kadnick will be getting an interview. Hey, Abigail White, maybe you should get an interview as well, you big winner. Don't forget to check out the Pro Shop. Lots of cool t-shirts available for sale. I'm wearing one now that I bought. My whole wardrobe is now from the Pro Shop, actually. They also have a whole ton of candy and ice cream, as well as ice-cold refreshments in there. The Pro Shop, go check it out, as well as the concession stand. Clara Fawcett runs the place. She was the Employee of the Year last year. Hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken strips, poutine. I must say, I had the poutine for breakfast. Was delicious. The Half-Track Snack Shack is waiting for you. If you got the munchies and you'd like something to eat, head on over to the concession stand. Don't forget the BS Espresso. That's Barry and Shelley, the mini donut stand behind the grandstand there. Now, I haven't had my mini donut yet, but I have to. They've got all of the espressos, cappuccinos, mochachinos, all the chinos, all hot or cold. I'm not a coffee person, but I see everybody has these things with giant whipped cream balls on top. So check it out. Get yourself a chino of whatever type and a bag of mini donuts. Yum, yum. DOORWARZ 11 here on the titanium strip. Just doing some track prep, and we'll get back to the racing action. Tons of racing still yet to come, folks. And don't forget, if you would like to do an interview like Adam Katnick, come on down to the winner's circle and we can interview you.
So also the West Coast Pro Modifieds with their merchandise table set up underneath their tent. Make sure to get your West Coast Pro Modified merchandise. Their 2022 or 2023 merch is all on sale down there at their tent, just across from where the vendors row is. So make sure to head on down, get your West Coast Pro Modified merchandise. Also, your Bahrain 1 racing merchandise. I believe they still have their merchandise out. T-shirts look like might be packed up for the day, but still tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park, you can get yourself a Justin Bonner Khaled Al-Belushi T-shirt over at the Bahrain 1 Racing Trailer. Also with JBS Equipment, helping out big time here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as on the sides of both of the Bahrain 1 Camaros here at DOORWARZ. And for the full NHRA Fuel Tech Pro Mod series, So still a little bit of track work to do as we are just waiting as well for the sun to set just a little bit more. It's a little bit blinding for the drivers right now. That is what's holding us up here in that department. But no, getting ready to go here again with track prep, just making sure that that surface is all good to go before we roll off in with the next class up here for Door Wars on the Saturday. Well, good news, tension the pits, tension the pits. We're going to call Outlaw 275 back to the lanes for their second round of eliminations, and Limited Street. Limited Street, you're also getting called to the lanes for your second round of eliminations. Real Street and Outlaw Street, you are on standby. So again, Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. You guys are getting called to the lanes, and Golf and Fraser Financial Limited Street, you're also going to head to the lanes. This is your call to the lanes.